Hey everybody, it's Ben and Spencer, and Karen's coming. She had to take Holden to school.
Work.
Always, yeah, it says to work. I was close.
Enzian Herrero.
Yay, hype train incoming. Don't forget to refresh. Although, if you can hear me say that, you don't need to.
Right. It's like a catch-22, sort of, but the opposite.
Yeah.
Hamish. Thanks for the sub. Also, P. Schneider subbed. Go P. Schneider when we were in the intro. Account 1 million. Unless it's a million, right?
Yeah.
Kind of hard to tell. Thank you for the sub. Whoa, and come on, Deetsy. Look at all these subs. Level 1's crushed.
Hooray.
Almost, we're halfway through. Look at this. Level 2's almost done.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of levels.
Ooh, look, more.
Soda next time, bringing us to level 3.
What about 7?
Wow, for a name?
Yeah. Ooh, another one.
Not Wooly Ewok? I'm doing a good job naming them.
Yeah.
Except that one, I didn't know how to pronounce either of the names.
Yeah, I can never.
That was tough, though. I'm excited. I don't know if I'm as excited as you are.
I'm so excited.
I'm not privy to that information. What do you think about the games? I think one game looks more decisive than the others, as far as the pairings are concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
Due to rapport?
Yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the matchups. We got Fabi White against Naka. Duda's White against Rapport. Ding Lirin is White against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Rajabob's White against Faruja. Those are the matchups today. It's a double round robin, so everybody plays everybody twice. There's 8 players, ergo 14 rounds. Right, Karen? See? Karen said yeah.
Also, thank you to Wonkus Chonkus.
You should bring a chair over or something.
I can do it. You want me to do it, Karen?
It's too heavy.
The chair's not too heavy. Did you want to sit on the front?
Yeah, we can take turns. It doesn't matter. I've got it.
Okay.
The lights are too bright in here.
I turned on the backlight. Ooh, that's better. It's mood now.
No, it's just like overexposed. Harsh.
Yeah.
It is kind of nicer on my eyes like this.
Yeah, it does too.
I didn't notice until you turned it down.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, that's nice.
You predict Rajabov goes for a draw, correct?
Right. He has White against Farusha. That seems like he's just going to force a draw with White.
14 draws. I can see the players at the board since it's 9 Eastern. They're playing in Madrid, Spain.
Did anybody start yet?
No.
Akaru's adjusting his pieces.
He's saying Jadoob. Jadoob this.
They asked him how the food was in Spain, and he said, frankly, delicious.
Hey, can you put the OBS screen on the front over here?
I can.
Oh, it's real time. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I can see better. How's it going?
All right, let's go to the Fabi game.
They cannot draw before move 40.
Yeah, they have some rules.
The Sophia rules, right?
Mm-hmm. I can't believe they let Sophia Polgar control everything.
Right.
Hey,
Another
Furious
sub.
Ducks.
Thanks, Loose Cannon.
Loose cannon.
Silver anniversary. All right.
I don't think Rajabov's going to be world champion.
Oh, that's a good question. Does Report have a Romanian flag already?
Oh, I didn't know he's changing.
He and his wife changed to Romania.
From Hungary.
Yeah.
Were you able to use the old scene?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Luke Kelly.
Yay.
Thank you for this sub.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and DT Greg.
The cameramen are having their say. Oh, so Karen got Poker Go like a few days ago,
Okay.
and then, it's like an app like Netflix. It's like that. Anyway, so then
Okay.
I was looking at old shows, and they had the old World Serieses. So
Yeah.
then I went to Wikipedia, and the one Schifoni came in third was 87, and they had it.
Oh,
So I
yeah,
watched
with
a 1-hour
Jackie.
ESPN show.
Jackie
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
was it Johnny Chan?
Yeah.
Johnny?
So I watched a 1-hour show, and they interviewed Schifoni, and they showed the hands.
That's
and everything.
cool.
Yeah.
I don't know much about poker, but
Yeah.
that's exciting.
Yeah, but I'd never seen that.
Claire.
So you think he'll play Bishop C4 or Bishop B5?
I think he'll play Bishop B5. Fabi's not really like suited, I think, for an Italian, even though his name is very Italian.
Is it 100% or 200% he'll play E5?
I mean, 300%, right?
Yeah, it's both.
There's no way he'll play another move. If he plays another move, it's a relay error.
Damn.
It's honest.
Yeah, I'm excited about the Poker Go.
That's exciting, yeah.
People were complaining that last night that after Helmuth got knocked out of whatever event he was in, that they stopped the stream, though. And I don't know if that's true.
Well, you know, they're trying to make money. So.
Well, yeah. I guess people don't watch as much if he's not in it.
Yeah, C5 basically loses by force. So unless you're Magnus, then it's okay.
Oh, look at Thaddeus gifting a sub to
Yo, yay,
Scottish
Thaddeus.
Demon Goat.
Thanks, the next guy, too.
Yeah, Iruhen.
Yeah.
Thank you. Go candidates indeed. And Zing. Oh, they're getting a lot of subs
I wonder
right
if
now.
this was like the ceremonial
love the
first move
candidates.
since nothing's happening.
Right, right.
The players haven't... Yeah, it is the ceremonial first move. Some guys making ceremonial first moves.
I can't do it, Kingpin. Sorry.
Yeah.
Which we have on our monitors.
So, I'm not real clear on the rules. It might be that we can show the video feed on the stream, but I have to go look in the Discord because they gave rules about it.
Mm-hmm.
And if so, that would be good to have that.
Maybe other people made move. Oh, here it is. E5. Who would have thought?
Yep.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I think E4 was the ceremonial. So you think Bishop B5.
Yeah, yeah.
I think Bishop C4 is possible. Do you think he'll play D3 on move 4?
Right, that's a good question.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were right. Bishop B5. Knight F6 is 400%.
You could play like a bunch of stuff. You could play Knight C3.
I think he'll play
Right.
D3.
Yeah, right. I don't know, he might castle.
That's crazy.
Right. I wouldn't castle. Hangs a pawn.
Yeah. D3.
D3, yep.
So Bishop C5 is what the good players play, and I play D6.
Mhm.
It is Bishop C5.
Well, Bishop C5 is just more solid. D6 is more of a winning attempt, I would say. You could play like G6 and such.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be H3 here, maybe?
What if it takes
All right.
Put it in H. Yeah.
All right, I guess not. I don't have Cara's channel. I don't have it.
Hmm?
I was just trying to look at the video feed.
Yeah. Thanks to Worston Chess. Tier
Nice.
2. Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Mr. Moneybags.
Gotta put my
Yay.
tie on here. Yay.
Knight B2, okay. Yeah.
Still theory.
There's a lot of like little move order ideas here, but I don't know this line at all, really.
So who's better prepared, Fabi or Duda? I think
Well,
those
generally
are the,
Fabi.
I think those are the top two in prep.
Well, I think like with black, you can't beat Nako or Rajabov.
What about Naka?
And Nepo is obviously going to be very well prepared
Yeah, he's already walking around.
because he's fresh off the world champion.
Naka just got up to look at some other games.
Not fresh off it, but you know, pretty recent.
He must have made a move. Oh no, he got up before Castles.
Not that the other people are not well prepared, by the way. They're all going to be. I mean, Ding, like come on, Faruja, they know what they're doing.
Both players could have predicted this would be the variation. I don't think Bishop E6 is the most common move.
Right. That's why I was saying there are some move order deals. I don't really know though.
So white has better pawn structure, and black has the two bishops and solid position.
Yeah, Knight B3 is not the usual square, but you know, again, some detailed prep.
Right after knight b3, then Fabi got up, and Hikaru's looking suspiciously at him.
Yeah. Interesting.
If true.
Yeah. But definitely Fabi's still in his prep. He knows bishop e6, and yeah, this is a very solid line for black. I'm interested to see how Fabi tries to get something going. Maybe we could take a look at a different game now.
Yeah. Let's look at Duda and Rapport and try to figure out which one's which.
Already both players trying to win here.
Okay,
Especially
so
Rapport.
Rapport plays the Sicilian.
E6. Very risky to play this way
Knight
at a high level.
c6, and then Duda's thinking. Yeah, I always wondered which one was which. Now we're going to find out.
That's why they play in the first round, so there's no collusion, you know?
That's right. Yeah, with themselves. Yeah. Look,
What do you-
Rapport's higher rated. Confusing
that's
to
true.
audience.
What
What's
do you
it?
mean it's very risky to play like this at a high level?
Oh, it's a rare variation here. You know, it's he's trying to play it for a win. You know, it's not a lot of well, it's dynamic. It's a dynamic opening, and you know, it's not as much like that you can prepare as like say a Najdorf.
Yeah, normally when they play the Sicilian at the top level, they play a Najdorf.
Right, and they just know a lot of theory and
So this
they
one
equalize.
is lesser known, so it's more risky.
Yeah, this is the time.
there's less theory, yeah.
less there. Okay, this is
And it's like more for a win, yeah, with black, you know. But you know, Engine likes white here more in this kind of opening than a Najdorf, for example, or a Sveshnikov.
I see.
Oh,
Bishop f4.
Wow.
Didn't see that one. Is that even a move?
I was kind of wondering that.
What?
I feel like I've seen it before, but
If only black's pawn was on a6, the knight on b8. That's an opening one.
oh yeah, exactly. It's e5.
So
I've
e5
done that, yeah.
e5 doesn't win a piece because knight takes knight. Although it almost wins a piece. Close. Bishop f4 is secret illegal preparation by Duda. Not for this particular game, but just in general. He figured he would play here and his opponent wouldn't know it. And then he analyzed it to the teeth.
I think I've seen this like that. Rapport did it recently though.
With white?
Maybe, or maybe he was black.
That's because you don't know which is which.
Right.
Duda and Rapport.
Yeah, I don't even know which color that is.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's look at Ding is white against Nepo. Go Jan, go Ding. They play this.
Oh yeah,
English.
C6 is so popular.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This looks like some Shanklin game that was recently played.
Yeah, Queen takes. Yeah. This is Giri Grishuk from the last candidates, by the way.
Yeah, Mark plays this with black, but with white. When he
Right,
plays
right.
the c3 Sicilian, he likes to take with the queen and play queen e4 when he's white.
Lucas.
Thanks for the sub. There was a recent Shanklin game, but I forgot what color
Yeah.
Shanklin was.
And Rickety, thank you. Yeah, Shanklin would play this. It's very topical, and he can know a lot of theory here. That's their type. That's his type of stuff.
After bishop g2, Jan's thing, that doesn't sound like Jan. Jan likes to play as fast as possible.
I don't really remember the Giri Grishuk game, but it was maybe this position.
Knight a6. I guess knight d7 blocks the bishop. Knight a6 does not.
That's true.
A lot of people think Ding is the favorite, but he hasn't played a lot of chess outside of China.
The favorite in this tournament?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think that Ding's the favorite.
Yeah, he is the highest rated.
Yeah, but
I thought Jan was one of the favorites.
Yeah, Jan.
'Cause World
and
Championship.
Fabi.
Yeah.
And Fabi's the favorite.
He is?
Yeah, definitely.
What are you, an American? You forgot about Radjabov.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people think Farouj is the favorite. Speaking of Farouja,
Well, that's wishful thinking. I mean, we all want Farouja to win.
Radjabov,
Go on.
Farouja. Even Naka wants Farouja to win.
Right.
So Radjabov, Farouja. Got one of these
I want
weird
him to win.
Queen's Gambit lines.
Oh yeah, it's a Vienna.
Who are you rooting for, Karen?
I would like either Fabi or Hikaru
America.
to
Right.
win. Yeah.
Or Morphe or Fisher.
Right. Pillsbury.
And I like
Showalter.
My top
Showalter.
3 picks are Fabi, Ding, and Hikari.
Fabi, Ding, and Hikaru.
I mean, it would be coolest if it was like Rapport. That would be awesome. I think.
What if it was Duda?
Right.
Same
right.
thing. You get 2
Yeah,
picks.
or
that way.
Faruja. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not,
I want these young kids. You know. I wanna
Does
see what they
anybody
got.
want Radjabov to win?
No.
Hard
What
to
about
believe,
Radjabov's
yeah.
mom?
Right.
She's like, I don't
Rajabov's
know.
mom's like, it'd be kind of boring match.
Nobody's rooting for him.
So this is Radjabov Faruja. Somebody said Radjabov had this with Black against Wesley. Also Vesley.
I believe that. So Black's like very active here, and both sides have weaknesses.
Yeah, Faruja likes playing for a win.
Yeah, totally. This is a great way to play for a win with Black. Well, unless there's a lot of theory that forces a draw somehow. Which is possible because it looks pretty sharp.
I guess Naka doesn't know knight b3 because in this position
He's thinking.
he's been thinking and he's looking ahead and he's looking down and he's confused.
Why didn't Black defend the pawn? Good question.
Yeah. I guess White wants to play d4.
I mean, I guess.
Then if you take it, e5 wins a piece. Yay.
Right. But anyways, what if I okay. So you're right because then if knight d7, knight g5.
That is annoying.
Yeah. So I was thinking maybe h6 here,
Put it in H.
but that might have a problem. Notorious Chaz
Yay.
and Nur.
Yay.
Whoa, it's been a while, Nur. Good to see you again.
Hey, Nur, how's it going?
So as expected, Fabi outpreps Naka
Yeah.
with sort of an innocuous move, but one that Fabi's analyzed to the teeth.
In Naka US.
Yeah. And and it's one of the 1 million moves that Fabi knows.
Right. Yeah, yeah. One of the 1 million moves that he studied.
Yep.
Declan. Good to see you, Declan. Thank you for the
Owen
sub.
says 4 draws. Ish don't think so.
Right, maybe I don't think that due to Rapport's gonna draw.
Due to rapport. Hey,
And
they made
also
some moves.
Rajabov Farusha could be decisive.
D6, threatening knight takes knight, and E5, winning a piece. So he took. Bishop D3. Bishops before knights.
All
Or
right, I've
as
always
Black
heard
would
that.
say, nothing before nothing.
Pawns.
Just
Only
before-
pawns.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Black could try to play D5, but Black could also try to get a setup with E5. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and he hasn't played knight C3 yet because he might play C4,
C4, yeah.
knight D2.
To F3. Yeah. Try to get even to D4 and then get forked again.
So Duda played a line that Rapport doesn't know. Hess was supposed to do the live coverage for chess.com, but he got COVID.
Dang.
So then they flew in Hammer.
Oh, okay. The next best thing.
Well, maybe. Alphabetically, Hammer's first. That's about it.
It's
Yay,
close.
we have
too.
we have 420 viewers.
Nice.
All right.
Blaze it.
Yay. Naka has already won. Great exposure for streaming. Yeah.
That's how Naka's won, because of his great exposure there. Sack the jellyfish. Thank you for subscribing.
Is Hess in Madrid? I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, so nobody's moving because everybody's out of their prep.
All right.
All right, we have some more moves in Ding Nepo. He castled. Last
Yeah.
position we saw. Bishop E7, knight E3,
Yep.
castles A3.
Looks like B4, bishop B2 is going to be the play.
So if Jan's thinking, that means he's out of his prep. Because Jan doesn't think when he's in his prep.
Whoa, it's Rick's gifting 5 subs.
Yay!
Yay.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ricks. That just like I taught you.
Is that like simple? Is that like simple Ricks?
Just like it.
Yeah.
Yay! Thank you, I'm Riggs.
He was literally about to light up. Thanks.
Yay.
So yeah, white wants to play b4, bishop b2, Papa John's. And at some point, he may play d3 or d4. And black wants to get his bishop to a good square. Good luck.
Cornobi,
but
thank
he's-
you for the sub.
6 is okay. Then put a rook on d8 on the half-open file.
And 1,000 bits from Jungle Dice. Thank you, Jungle
So
Dice.
black has to make a decision. If he cares about b4, bishop b2, he could play c5. Trying to put the kibosh on b4.
I don't know. That seems pretty anti-positional to me. I could even just play b3.
That'll show him.
And c4 and b5 I can get on there.
Yay, 1,000 bits. Thanks, Jungle Dice. You're the best. How could this happened again?
Yeah.
Somebody gave bits but doesn't show up in the chat.
It did. I thanked them already.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a while
Oh,
ago.
it was because of the 5.
see.
It was because of the 5 subs
Yeah.
when we didn't see it. It's trying to learn. He's awake.
Hey, trying to learn.
Yay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, threefold repetition, they can claim a draw. They just can't offer a draw, is what it is. Draw?
Oh, good. And I hope you have a great day, Cornobi.
Knight
Okay,
e7.
Right? Didn't see that one.
Also a weird move, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's on his own now, right? Probably, because the
Yes.
time, he took a long time for that.
Yep. Yeah, now both players will be on their own because knight f6 is a little odd.
What's the longest time you guys have thought a move in a classical game?
I don't know, 45 minutes maybe?
Yeah, probably a little over half an hour
I
for
did
me.
45 minutes one time.
Mhm. Was it a good move?
Xenoid, thank you for
Xenoid.
400
Lost the
bits.
game.
Aw.
Yeah, I remember I thought for over half an hour I played rook d5, hanging my rook. But it's super complicated, all these tricks. My opponent thought forever and didn't take it. And the engine didn't really like the move.
Mine was the game against.
You
Do you
know.
know Mbanu's younger brother? Mbanu's younger brother.
I know Mbanu.
I don't even
Yeah,
know
he came to
Mbanu.
the store one time when he delivered
of
by
Yeah, I
Uber.
remember. Yeah.
Anyway, I was playing him at one of Thad Rogers' tournaments, and it was Grand Prix, and I just didn't know what to do. I was black.
Yeah.
So you won?
No,
Aw. Thanks, Big Evo 8.
Big
that was a
Evo.
long time. That was on a.
It must have been a
major
long time ago
tournament.
if you were playing the Sicilian.
Yeah, that was when I first started playing
Mm-hmm.
tournament chess. I played the Sicilian for about a year.
Good old Sicilian. You're breaking my heart.
I played the Nidorf, the dragon, the how do you say it? The Scheveningen.
Scheveningen. Yeah.
Can never say it. I played everything horribly.
That's the way to do it.
Wait, I have a question. Is that supposed to be Nepo?
I guess.
What happened to his hair?
It's gone. Oh, wow.
His hair used to be like a man bun.
Yeah, that is Nepo now that he took his hand away from his face for a second.
Okay.
His hair is like normal. His hair's not a man bun.
Let
It's
me
just hair.
see. Yeah. Mhm. No, it looks pretty normal.
Yeah, I didn't know who it was. He cut it out of shame. Man, harsh. All right, so nobody's moving in this game. And then nobody's moving in this game. And then we have some moves here. So Naka played Queen E7 out of his prep. And immediately Fabi played Knight A5.
That's the point of knight b3.
Now if B6, we can take on C6 and then E5 and so forth. So he's going to castle queenside. And then white's going to play A3, B4, what else?
Now, couldn't black have played b6 last move?
That was the engine move.
That's what I was wondering about. Anyway, it looks like a good move, and I couldn't see a downside to it. Plus, setting up with b6, c5 is kind of normal.
Fabi in his prep, walking around, talking trash.
Right.
And Fabi's wearing the Golden State Warriors jersey.
Yeah.
Link likes latte subscribe. Thank you. Although your comment is a little unclear.
Naka's winning Kappa.
Yeah, yesterday the Golden State won the NBA championship.
Oh man, I thought that the Celtics are going to win the whole time.
And Golden State won the last 3 games.
Wow, what was the score before those 3 games?
2-1 for Boston.
Mm-hmm. Spoiler alert. He played Rook B8
Rook
rather
B8.
quickly.
Frankly, terrible.
I mean, that's a very passive move. But he's just figures his position's solid. He'll castle and maybe later he'll play like bishop or queen to d7 and
Yeah.
then kick it.
Fabi didn't see that one.
Right.
All right, now Fabi's on his own, like Irene Cara. Or is it Cara? Wow. Fabi Hikaru were following Robson Dominguez from U.S. Championship, but Dominguez played castles.
Ah.
I'm shocked he didn't castle. White Phosphorus subscribed. He was subbed all along. But wait, what?
So yeah, if I had white here, I would be trying to play like probably b3, bishop b2. That seems like a good move. A good idea. Because then if they ever kick the knight away, you could just play knight c4.
Yep.
Attack the pawn again. On e5.
Yeah, that seems very reasonable.
Yeah, pretty cromulent.
The engine is suggesting bishop g5 and after h6, bishop h4, and trapping our bishop in there. Not really a big fan of that.
I mean, no. I would never do that. That's crazy talk.
Fabi not familiar with rook b8 because he's thinking forever.
It might be Naka still in prep then with this.
Now Fabi only knows 999,099 moves. He forgot the millionth move.
Well, he's got 99,000 problems or 999,000
but,
problems.
But a bishop a1. Hit me. Yeah.
Oh, Peter with the sub.
Thanks for the sub. So what do you think, Karen? Do you like white or black?
I guess white. Why didn't you like bishop g5?
After h6, bishop h4, then g5,
And it's stuck on g3.
and then the bishop. Yeah, that's what the engine says. Then white tries to play d4.
I was about to say that, and then he can open it that way.
Yeah, then the king is a little suspicious.
Yeah,
but only a
that's true.
little.
So I kind
I
of.
mean, still, in a lot of this type of opening, black just plays g5 like unprovoked.
Yeah, right.
Like in the famous game Aronian Kramnik.
Rook g8. Bam.
Surface. Thank you for
Probably
the
black.
sub.
If black plays it early g5, he'd like to castle queenside.
That's true.
Okay, let's have a look at Rajabov and Firouzja. He castled. Hey, now it's looking like a normal position. Knight
Yeah, I
C3.
mean, if the pawn wasn't on c7, I would think it was a caro.
Let's see, who's still in prep here? Firouzja's either still in prep or just one move out. Rajabov seems to be out of prep for a few moves.
Right, he'd be banging out moves.
So black tries to hold his c-pawn, bishop a6, etc. Then has the d5 square.
Yeah.
Backward d-pawn, and white's really solid here. So the engine says white is slightly better due to the slightly ruined pawn structure of black. But black has open b-file for his rook.
Yeah, black's super dynamic here. It's like knight b4 and c5 is a good plan. I mean, he should be trying to play c5 if he can. Even maybe knight a5.
Yeah, this pawn's going to be hard to gobble up.
Yeah.
So black is playing very dynamic, as you said,
Yeah.
as expected.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Duden report. He did play c4 after knight e7.
Yeah, after long thought.
Both players out of their prep now. And we just have a position where white's a little bit better.
You know, white's got a lot of space, but black has a D pawn instead of a B pawn, and D pawns are better than B pawns.
He's got nice control of the center. So I'd say white is slightly better.
Yeah.
If only I knew which was which.
Big
Duda
Daddy with a bit. Oh, and 1,500 bits.
from T-Bone.
T-Bone, 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 T-Bone.
Mm-hmm.
That's the right idea. Working's for losers.
Don't overshadow the 1 cent by Big Daddy. Though.
I said it.
I know, but they're equally.
Yeah.
Does 1,500 bits make a byte?
I don't know.
What? 64 bits, 32 bits. It costs 2 bits a gander. All right, so the players are out of their prep now. This is the part of the round where nobody ever moves.
Yep.
They have to figure out, the strategy for the next 20 moves. So it's time for 30-minute things. Frankly, terrible. Let's see if anybody moved in this game.
Oh, they did. Rookie 8.
So he played rook e8, ensuing the rook on d8. I guess he wants his other rook on d8. b4 as we espoused.
Mm-hmm.
And Ding still has a lot of time. He might still be in his prep.
Don't you think he'll always play bishop f1, f8 here?
Always play bishop f8. That's the engine move.
And then bishop b2, like you can even play queen e7.
You could play queen h5, bishop h3 as
Ooh,
recommended
that's
by
good.
the engine.
I like that idea. That's like an English idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a nice double-edged game.
Yeah, I think I'd be like pretty happy with black. But yeah, so queen h5 is enabled by rook e8 because the e pawn is defended then.
Yeah, we play bishop f8, defending the pawn on e4, then queen h5, bishop h3, Papa John's.
Mainly, etc. then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the engine says white's slightly better, but this seems pretty pleasant for black.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind to have black here at all.
Yeah.
I like having a lot of space.
Yeah, Jan has that secret illegal world championship prep
Yeah.
from, the match with Magnus. Most of this prep didn't happen. By most, I mean 90%. So,
Well, way more than 90%.
yeah, he's got it in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anand did so many world championships that he had a lot of prep that he used in other games, like against Aronian and Tata Steel. 2013-ish. Something like that.
Yeah.
Duda and Rapport are trying to figure out which one's which. And Fabi hasn't moved after rook b8. He's not familiar with rook b8. Rajabov hasn't moved. And Rapport hasn't moved. So basically nobody's going to move ever again.
Right. Never move. I've always said this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you don't move, you don't make any mistakes.
Right.
So who's more likely to win the tournament, Rapport or Duda? Just of those two.
Duda. And Duda's like more solid and well, I mean Rapport could go on a streak though, but I think like, getting +2 or +3 is like you have pretty good winning chances.
But you think Rapport's more likely to come in last of the two?
Oh yeah. Probably Rapport is the most likely to come in last.
Of all 8 players,
Yeah.
including Rajabov?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Rajabov is going to be like right in the middle. He's one of the least likely to win or come in last. Is Rajabov.
Mainly win.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Mainly win.
We have like an original position here, although it looks like other kinds of Sicilians.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would probably I don't know. I was thinking I might just play like e5, bishop e6, but I don't know, with the knight on e7, that gives it kind of a weird flavor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the engine's thinking c5, knight c6, bishop e7, bishop b7.
That makes sense, right?
Then you could even play e5, knight d4 later, or knight d4 without e5. So yeah, here, knight c6, bishop e7, draw agreed. But no draws can be agreed.
Right. Right.
And Rapport is the top player in Romania. This looks like a Hungarian flag. Yeah. Yeah, Rapport and his wife are transferring to Romania. I don't know how long that takes because he's over 2,700. So maybe it takes a while. Somebody just walked past really quickly. I thought it was an arbiter. Let's see if anybody's made any moves. No moves here. This is Ding's game with Jan. No moves in Fabi's game. Ah, we do have a move.
A3.
Didn't see that one.
Stopping knight b4 to d5.
Mm-hmm. But encouraging knight a5 to b3.
Yeah, a3 seems like a weird move to me. But he
Yeah.
probably calculated some stuff.
And some junk. Yeah, if
I'm
black.
gonna head on up for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, if black plays bishop b7, knight
You could switch,
a5,
too, if you want. You know, you could be up
Yeah,
there.
if you want to. Doesn't matter.
bishop b7, knight a5, queen d7, rook d8. Either rook to d8. Black has really active play. Yeah, the only reason to play a3 is to stop knight b4 to d5, which may or may not have been on the agenda. Go, Karen.
How's everybody doing? All right.
If you have any questions for Karen or me, list, ask in the chat.
I'm tired. Get set up.
ZL1 Corvette subscribed. Hello from Cali. He's going back to Cali. He's going back to Cali.
Who's going back to Cali?
You're supposed to say, I don't think so.
Hey, ZL1 Corvette, how's
Or you
it
could
going?
say, Ish don't think so. Yeah, ZL1 Corvette's going to Cali.
Yeah? Moving or just going?
Vegas was fun. Karen likes poker.
Yeah, it was fun. Everything was fun.
Mm-hmm. We had good Indian, good Thai, and good Persian.
Yeah, the food at the hotel was no good, but we found some good.
Faruja played knight a5 pretty quickly. Pretty fast. Spencer's back.
That's true.
So where's it going to knight b3?
Yeah, the knight defends the c pawn some more. The knight can hop into b3. Bishop can go to b7 on this nice diagonal. And white's pieces are just sort of chilling.
You know, plus it's just a good square on a5 from the knight anyway. Can't get kicked away. It doesn't need to go anywhere from there. It's pretty solid.
It's hard to think of a good plan for white because the pawns are, can't move. Could move his knight and play f4, f5. But that could be shallow and pedantic. I'm trying to think of a good plan for white. Like, one is to try to win this pawn. I don't see that happening.
I like knight d2.
Knight d2, rook c1. Somehow attack this pawn again. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
If I-
probably knight e4 to stop c5 also.
Mm-hmm. c5 now I could take, right? Because
Yeah,
my
that's
bishop's
true,
here.
That's true.
Yeah, but I mean, black's moves. Black has bishop here, queen here, rook d8, knight b3, knight d. Black has a lot of improving moves. And still the engine just prefers white by doing nothing. Queen c2, rook d1, rook e1, knight d2, because it doesn't like this pawn structure so much. But Firouzja literally doesn't care.
Yeah.
He wants an active game. He wants to beat Radjabov with black. He also wants to beat everybody with black.
That's how you become world champion.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good idea.
Is Ali Reza 18 still?
I don't know.
I think so. Yeah, they're showing on the video now Radjabov and Firouzja. Firouzja with suit and tie, confusing the audience. All right, let's see if we have any moves. No moves in due to report. Aha! Knight g4, confusing the audience.
Yeah, what's that about?
Played by Jan. sacrificing his e-pawn.
Yeah, I don't understand the move, even if it didn't sack a pawn.
Right, so knight takes knight, bishop takes e4 as the engine line. Then the engine says white's up a pawn. Doesn't seem like it's prep since he's already used half an hour.
Right, definitely not, though.
So a very strange move from Jan. Already imploding against Ding.
Yeah.
Tournament just started. Usually he loses a game before he implodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the Mike Matusow of top-level chess. One bad thing and he implodes.
Good old Mike Matusow.
Let's see if Karen knows the trivia of the day. Why is Radjabov playing in this tournament?
Because of during COVID when he didn't get to finish, like he the leader or something when they halted the candidates.
No, he didn't play in the candidates.
Because of COVID.
He said,
Oh, that's
he
right.
said,
Oh,
I'm
that's
not
right.
playing because
I
there's
remember now.
COVID.
I
And
remember
then
now.
they said, all right, you play the next one.
I remember now.
And then people were mad.
He
Well,
withdrew.
it was a little more complicated than that. But yeah, basically he didn't play in the last one because of COVID. and
I
then
forgot that. Yeah,
they,
but I don't
let
think
him play in this one.
they didn't immediately
Tisdis.
offer that up. Though.
No, they
Right,
waited
right.
till the thing was canceled. Then it was uncanceled.
Right,
Yeah.
Because then, when it was canceled, he's like, "See, told you."
They didn't play for a year. They took a year off.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that now. I
Very
forgot.
suspicious.
And that was suspicious.
He's not one of my favorites, but I think that was fair.
Right. Yeah, he's right. He was right.
Hmm.
Now the players don't even wear masks. And it just sits there and gets COVID.
Mm-hmm. The commentators get COVID.
I wonder what happens if during the event one of the players tests positive for COVID. I guess we'll find out.
Oh, and then Radjabov gets invited next cycle.
That's right. Yeah.
That's how it is.
Who would I like to see instead of Radjabov?
I don't know, Levon, Esipenko.
Go America, Levon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like Aronian.
Everybody wants to see Aronian. Even Aronian. Yeah, knight g4 is very suspicious. He has some compensation for a pawn, but I don't know why he did that.
I like Gary.
See, he can take this and then take that. All right, because the knight undefended the pawn. Then white's up a pawn. Has two center pawns to 0.
I don't know what's the trick that,
Tricks are for kids.
what's the point?
Okay, Radjabov made a move. He played queen c2, the engine move.
play, yeah.
Then he's going to put his rooks in the middle. Probably play knight to d2. Put pressure here. And then perhaps if the bishop goes to b7 or a6, he can play f4, f5.
Yeah, I don't know. I like black. It
Yeah, I
seems like
agree. I'd rather have black.
Very active. And I don't like f4, f5, even though it seems like the right
I was
idea.
just trying to find something to do.
Yeah, because, that's the only pawn break to do. He's totally controlling the white squares. But it's very weakening to do this in that structure.
Yeah, look at Firouzja with the haircut. Looking all spiffy.
Yeah, good old Firouzja. Good young Firouzja, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So Rapport's been thinking for quite some time.
Never move.
Yeah, for a long. He's trying to think like c5, e5, knight g6, and then he'll play a fourth move.
But I like the plan you suggested, c5, knight c6.
I
bishop
stole it
e7.
from the engine.
Yeah, that's the right
Yeah.
idea.
Wow, Firouzja moved pretty quickly. He played
banged it down.
knight to d5.
Okay.
He's activating his rook by unleashing its latent potential. Puts the knight in the center. Undefends c4 a little bit. But he literally doesn't care. One of the engine lines is white plays bishop d2 at some point, and then black plays knight back to b6. That seems like Radjabov would approve of, like this kind of repetition.
Yeah. So he's keeping like his light square bishop flexible on c8. And that's why he wanted to move his knight first, so then he might play bishop b7 or bishop a6. Or even bishop d7 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, black's pieces are really active. Nice rook. The knight is defending and attacking. This knight has d5. Bishop has a6 or b7, as you said. Queen d7, rook d8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and white's sort of stuck here.
Yeah. The white squares are really good for black. Yeah.
Yeah, we all like black here, especially Karen.
Yeah.
Karen's effusive with praise for black's play. But the engine says white's slightly better. It says, oh, you got these weak pawns. Rawr.
Hey, when you said earlier that after they would go bishop, you're just giving possible moves. If they went bishop a6, then you would go f4, f5. Is that because you don't want to help open up that diagonal while the bishop's over
Yeah, when
there?
the bishop's there, if I play f5 and he
Helps
takes it, then the
them.
bishop's defending it.
Right,
I just
okay.
lose a pawn.
Oh, okay.
I was hoping the bishop would be somewhere else, so I wouldn't lose a pawn.
Well, the queen's there.
Yeah, but I can't take with the queen because the bishop's defending it.
Right, but wouldn't the rook... I thought that was after you moved the knight. I thought
It is. Well, if I take with the rook, he takes my rook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But always sack the exchange.
I thought
That's
you had...
also true.
Okay, I see now.
I don't think anybody's ever going to play f4, f5. I was just suggesting it as an idea, but it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, white would love to do that, but it's too weakening in the center there.
Fallujah gets up from the board, trash talking.
G6.
G6. It was a fourth
Right,
move.
yeah, you were right. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, the engine says
No
boo,
good, yeah.
boo.
It seems pretty weakening.
Wow, the engine wants to play c5. Didn't see that one.
On the dark squares.
Then if you take it, I guess bishop e5.
C5 is actually a pretty instructive move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then if d5, we have d6 for our bishop once he fianchettos.
Or still bishop e5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, C5 is a great move.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll play it.
Then there's queen a5
Right, I was
check.
wondering
I'm
about
too
that.
old for that.
I was just wondering about that. I guess it's knight d2 and rook c1.
Let's see. c5, queen a5 check, knight d2. Now it says e5 is best, but let's take queen a4.
To play rook c1. Oh, wait, no, that hangs the rook then, but because c6 is weak, I guess. So maybe b4 is the idea.
Yeah, or knight b3.
Yeah, or knight b3, because the d6 and c6 pawns are both hanging.
Yeah, I mean, I can just castle and play
This is
rook
horrible
c1.
for black.
Looks
This is
bad.
horrible,
Looks
yeah.
bad for black. Yeah.
No, would never play this with black. In a million years.
Yeah, g6 it says is quite a bad move. But I guess if he doesn't play c5 and just both sides develop normally, then g6 doesn't look that bad. If he
Well,
can get
right.
in c5, bishop g7, knight c6. Well,
Right,
still
it's
d6 is weak.
It's a slow move, but if it works out, then black's happy with all, it's ambitious.
Mm-hmm.
But c5 disrupts him. He won't get a setup, and it's even, I guess, much worse or losing, maybe.
What happened? Cacao, 44. 9 months. Thanks
Nice.
for the sub.
Yay, thank you.
Hello to Spain. Why aren't you walking over to the tournament hall and watching? Rawr. Spain's a pretty small country, right? You just walk over.
Thank you, Harper. I didn't win very many games, but thank you. I did go up a little bit in rating.
So very suspicious play from Rapport, as expected.
But I think Duda will play c5. What
Wow.
do you think?
Maybe.
I think that's the type of move he would play.
La, da, 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 dee, da, da. He really hasn't moved after rook b8? Or am I wrong?
Let's see.
Oh, yeah,
He did do the bishop
They made
thing.
lots of moves.
He did the bishop
Bishop
sortie.
g5.
Right.
talking
So, hey, that was the move I liked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pin the tail on the donkey.
Yeah.
A classic game, right? Knight d7 and f6.
Never play f6.
will be super solid.
He wants to play h5 next move. Put it in h.
Right.
Yeah, the engine wants to play d4 here.
It has to do. I was just thinking that's the only move, right? Because I mean, what else?
Right, could open up that.
Yeah, Naka played h6, g5, knight d7 pretty quickly.
I think he's still in his prep. I think he was like thinking about it after knight b3, but he was just trying to remember.
Could be.
Because he played rook b8 quickly, and they're following that Dominguez game. Like, I mean, you don't think he knows that game?
Yeah,
Between
you're
two
right.
Americans? Probably he does.
Yeah.
It's hot in Spain.
Yeah.
Well, probably
It's hot
because
everywhere.
the rain is falling mainly on the plane.
Usually that's
We were just
true.
in Las Vegas and it was very, very hot.
Intergalactic, Lubomir Fatachnik,
Very hot.
Intergalactic. Yay, thanks for the sub. The UK is a very small country. That seems pretty big for Europe.
I don't even know what that is, so no, I didn't reference it.
What, the UK?
No, I was responding to a chat.
Yeah.
I've heard of the UK.
Wouldn't
I've
it
heard
be
tell.
Wouldn't it be better for Hikaru to not be in his prep?
Yeah, I think Hikaru should on purpose play things he doesn't know.
What was the Persian food you had in Vegas? Delicious.
Oh, it was so good.
So, do you think he's gonna move his knight from f3? Well, okay, he has to play d4, right?
Probably play D4. Yeah.
He has to play d4.
Yeah, what's the
I
name? What
forgot
was the
we
name of
talked
that
about that.
Persian restaurant?
I'll have to look it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was good.
After d4, he could ignore it, but then maybe even d5? I don't know. I might not do that. Just play cd and e takes and move the bishop. So... No, well, maybe, because the e-file would be kind of open. Oh, it's the noise.
Yay, thank you, D-File. 1618.
Hafez.
D-File.
Hafez Persian cuisine on Spring Mountain Road.
Hafez, yeah, that was good. Also D-File.
Oh, T-Bone.
Thank you,
T-Bone.
T-Bone. Thank you for the sub.
I thought T-Bone already subscribed.
Right, I thought so,
Getting
too.
confused here.
Maybe there's
it
more
was
than one.
it was bits before. I don't know.
Yeah.
I forgot. Or a gift sub. That's possible.
I keep getting subs. You complain to yourself because you didn't sub to the channel. Keep getting ads.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the way to do it.
you gotta get a sub. And then it's
Who would have thunk it?
glorious.
Hikaru out preparing Fabi.
Otherwise intolerable.
It's definitely thunkable. But yeah, it could be good for white here though. What does the engine say? Equal?
It says 0.49 for white after D4.
Okay.
This is the number one engine line. D4,
Yeah.
H5,
Uh-huh.
Bishop E5, or Knight E5. Change its mind. No, it changed its mind again.
Okay.
Bishop E5, Knight E5, Knight E5, D E5, Queen C5. Threatening the knight and the pawn. Queen D2, Queen takes E5. White is slightly better. Rook A D8, 1, castles. B4, Queen E4. This is the engine line.
Okay.
White's slightly better. It even trades queens here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to have white here. It's just a free pawn majority. But okay, he's got a better minor piece.
So we guarantee that'll happen, except for one thing. Thanks, P. Schneider.
I mean, I guarantee d4 will happen.
According to the gawking rabble, Ding didn't take that e-pawn.
Who needs it? That's why he's the favorite.
He played Bishop B2.
Okay.
You take the pawn later.
Yeah.
Queen H5 is the best move.
Threatening mate in 1. You might not see it.
Whoever threatens mate in 1 first has the advantage. Somebody told me that once.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're right.
A practical advantage.
Now we can take and then play Bishop E4. In fact, that's what the engine does.
Yeah, why not? Right?
X to the center pawn. What else? Cameron would be worried if she was white because of the mate threat.
Now we'll just take the knight.
Yeah.
Take back the knight.
I want to be worried.
Mm-hmm.
It is scary though. Wait, one.
I'd be worried because what if I forget? What if I mouse slip or touch the wrong piece?
Right.
What if I play H4 like Fischer?
Mm-hmm.
Complicated joke. Okay. Fabi Naka. Fabi never moves. And
I
then
moved a
here
little.
we have Rook A D1, Bishop A6.
Okay.
Yeah, the engine loves white. It wants to play Bishop D2 and then Knight B3. I'm not sure why it likes white so much. Black's pieces are really active.
Right.
Thanks, Lowest versus Life.
Yay, lowest.
Add free candidates. I have COVID. No.
That's sad.
Yeah, Ali Reza is the Ali Reza of the candidates.
Get well soon.
Wait, who has COVID?
Some guy in the chat.
Some guy on the internet.
Probably a lot of people in the chat have COVID. But
COVID.
yeah, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Teak DC subscribed. Hooray! So I don't know. I like black, but the engine likes white.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Look how active black is.
Yeah, I'm all about peace activity. I tell this to my students all the time.
I thought you were all about that base.
That as well.
Paulo Grupp subscribed. Thank you. Go Grupp. All right, let's see here. He hasn't moved after G6. We're waiting for Duda to play C5 double exclam. Spencer thinks he'll play C5, but I have my doubts.
Nah, he's gonna play it.
And then Ding has to take this knight to not get mated, but he's thinking about it.
They don't call him Zippity Doodah for nothing.
That's right. He might be like, I'm gonna get mated in one. That'll show him. What else could you play that's not knight takes knight? I'm not gonna play H4. H3 I just take and take on H3. Maybe he's in the bathroom.
Right.
And let's see. Fabi and Naka, we think Fabi's gonna play D4.
D4 is like even more likely than trading knights in the other position.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not really, but it's still 100% guaranteed.
And he's gotta play D4.
It's almost 200% guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
300%? Maybe.
Yeah, we gotta. Yeah, he did play D4.
There we go. So it was 300%.
Otherwise, this is annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally when we play G5, we can castle queenside, but not here. King is relatively safe
Yeah,
on
it's
the
all
king
right.
side also. The knight here on A5. Both sides stand badly.
So H5 was that long line you were looking at? Was H5 here?
Right. H5 and then
Everything
takes,
trades,
takes,
yeah.
takes,
Queen
takes.
C5,
Queen C5, queen here, yeah.
etc.
Mhm.
I mean, that could happen, really.
Yeah.
That's very forcing, and it seems like Naka wouldn't mind that.
Could Naka not play H5 and play like F6 and try to chill, or that's
I don't know.
that's no good? Never play F6, right? I played F6.
Yeah, I wouldn't really mind D5 here. It seems like that's okay for black.
Yeah, the engine just plays random legal moves like
Yeah.
C3, B4, Queen D3, Rook D1.
Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't be unhappy with black there, but at least he got in D4 before black
Right.
played C5.
So he could play F6. Naka likes to play F6.
Yeah.
Bishop A6 and Radjabov's thinking a long time.
Radrobov.
And then Duda's thinking a long time. He's thinking about C5.
Right.
And Ding still hasn't traded knights. Confusing me.
Right. I have no idea how this is possible. There's no other legal move.
What if he plays something else?
I guess the only other move is h4. Right?
H4, yeah.
He did play f6.
Oh, okay.
Naka always plays
interesting,
f6.
Because I would say this is like more of a winning try.
Yeah, Naka likes to play f6.
Like h5 was just trading a bunch of stuff more or less, and maybe a little worse.
Just to diss me. That's why he does it.
Yeah,
He's like, Ben won't like if I play f6.
that's true. Yeah, now he's gonna play h5 and such, and just not trade everything on e5. Like he'll just play fe, and keep the the dark square bishop on g3 as a target for for the black pawns. So I like it, and like you said, it's just c3 and playing random.
C3, queen d3, b4, rook ad1.
That's surprising because I'd be afraid of h5.
I would be afraid of h5,
but
h4.
probably h4 for white. Maybe.
Thanks, Milk the Funk.
Oh, Milk the Funk.
Hey,
Good to see you again.
you're correct as usual, Spence. Bam.
There it is.
C5 from Duda.
Yeah. No, he had to play it.
Duda.
He's 2750. It's a 2750 kind of move.
Yeah.
You know.
Now it's time for a half an hour think from black. Could play DC, D5, or Queen A5 check.
They all look horrible. I mean, D5 is not playable, right?
D5 is the engine move,
Oh,
but it doesn't like black's position.
it looks bad. Like
Yeah.
Bishop E5. I mean, if D5 is the best move, then C5 was the best move.
Yeah.
Guarantee you that much.
No, C5 is good. Before move 10, white has a big advantage.
Yeah, I told you it was risky. I told you black's play was risky.
That's what Report does.
You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Hess would say that if he wasn't sick.
Right. Instead, he said, "You got to rest." Yeah.
That's what he said. Yes.
That's what he says. Too bad. Yeah.
Yeah, this should be something I'll show my students about pawn breaks. C5. Very good stuff.
Ding just sitting there not playing knight takes knight.
No
Looks
way.
like he's suffering.
Really? He's still sitting there?
Yeah, you can see him sitting there going, "Oh, how do I stop mating one? What do I do?"
Crazy.
Put it in H. I don't want to take that E pawn. Jan's too good. He wouldn't sack a pawn for nothing.
You could still take the knight and not take the e-pawn.
Right.
I mean, if you wanted. I wouldn't love that, but I can kind of see the point of Jan's play. If you don't take the pawn, it's the bishop's annoying on g4, and then he'll just protect the e-pawn even with f5 maybe. Why not? Eventually, knight c7 will come in, and black's position will be well harmonized. That's the way to do it.
Jan's never at the board.
Right. He's like, well, my opponent's not playing knight takes knight.
Let's see. F6. Fabi's thinking. Bishop A6. Radjabov's thinking. And C5. Rapport is thinking. Nobody will ever move.
I've got to go cook some eggs in a minute.
You have to?
I'm hungry,
Yeah.
but I'm going to wait maybe another 15 minutes.
Eggs. I got some egg. I've been eating a lot of hard-boiled egg.
Yeah.
That's so easy to make.
Yeah, I
That's
was
why
going
I
to
like it.
scramble them, but I agree that the boiled ones are
Scrambling's the second easiest, probably.
Mm-hmm.
That's
This
how I
is
prepare food.
Fabi's game with Naka. We can sit here until somebody moves.
I mean, this is going to be like Fabi never moving now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, what do I do? He's got a lot of plans. Nothing's forced. He probably thinks he's better here, right? Because he figured like that the other game with castle queenside was probably the best way to go.
Yeah.
So he should figure that he's a little bit better, and he'll try to find a way to press the advantage.
If I was white, I'd be thinking about C4.
Yeah, I
with
was
the
just
idea
thinking that.
of C5.
I was just thinking that as you were saying it. C4,
I don't
C5.
see what's wrong, so
I mean,
I'll have the engine
yeah.
tell me what's wrong. Maybe bishop
Oh, wait,
b4?
E takes D, I think.
Maybe. The engine says bishop b4 and white's an idiot.
I didn't see that. Even though you said it, I still didn't see it.
It
Too busy
says
thinking about E
white,
takes
white
D.
resigns.
Yeah.
Oh, darn,
tough.
I didn't see that.
So, in fact, that's a threat, like, if it was black's turn here. Black's threatening that?
No, because my knight can just go back. With my pawn on c4, you can take it.
Right. I see.
Man, my only suggestion, terrible.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm ready for the World Open.
Yeah.
c4, bishop e4, yeah.
Yay, thank you, Rave the Day.
Rave the Day subscribed. Ding's never going to move.
I can't believe he's not.
Longest,
This is insane.
longest think of the game.
It's the easiest decision in the whole game.
I know, I don't get it. He's wasting some time here.
I mean, H4 is nuts. Like, H4 is nuts.
I mean, that has to be what he's considering.
Or H3 just loses on the spot,
I don't get it.
and anything else hangs at H pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll do a Robert Hubner and just resign.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, I resign.
it's tough.
Like, but you're better. Eh.
Well, maybe he will play H4. I don't
Maybe
know.
Ding doesn't see Queen H2, and he's like, what should I do here? D3? Knight E4?
Right. B5?
Mm-hmm.
Pawn break. But that does hang the pawn, though.
He's confused because there's no man bun. All right, let's see. C5 was played X-Clam by Duda. Reporters thinking about it. Fabi's thinking after F6. And Rajabov is way behind on the clock. 40 minutes behind.
Wow.
But I think that's not because he's playing slowly. I think Firouzja is playing really fast.
Firouzja has like 2 hours still.
Yeah, yeah.
Insane. Kids these days need to slow down a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was a second for Hikaru at the 2011 Tall Memorial in Moscow. I forgot how Hikaru did. Firouzja thinks he's playing 3-minute. Yeah.
Right. He's playing bullet here. It's like, oh no, it's game in 2 hours with increment. Dang it. I thought it
What's
was 1
funny
minute.
is Ali Reza plays slow in slow chess. He'll have a half-hour thing.
Yeah, well, not this game. Well, not
No.
yet.
Not yet.
Maybe
Right?
later, yeah. Perhaps later.
Yeah, Ding's not moving. I don't expect Rapport to ever move.
I mean, I don't know. I guess H4 is a reasonable option for Ding, but wouldn't really consider it. They could sacrifice at some point, or G5. I mean,
Let's play H4 and see what the engine
Probably.
says.
what does
It
it
says
say?
it's
okay.
very slightly better for white.
Right. Oh, okay,
It says
it's a move.
F5
Yeah, F5, right.
and then
So what's the
0.1 for
problem?
white. So I guess he could play H4 if it doesn't lose.
Yeah, maybe he just is thinking that it's too scary to take the knight if you can't take the e-pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you take the knight and then don't take the e-pawn, that's not smart.
Right, yeah.
You know?
You lose
Bishop
your
on
chance.
G4 is really good. Yeah.
Yeah, he already didn't take the E pawn.
Right. Yeah. So maybe he
now he has
might
to decide
really
to
play
take
H4.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. He knows too
He's
much.
choking on his own rage.
He knows too much.
And we can see the video, and he's not happy.
Right. Even though his position's good.
Mhm, yeah.
That's chess is tough.
He expected more.
Right.
So, is there? I bet the coffee. We need more coffee, don't we?
Yeah. I mean, I could make more.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna make some eggs real quick.
I was gonna go take a nap.
All right. So we'll all be back soon.
Yeah.
I didn't have breakfast.
Yay! Thanks to the Koridza.
Yay!
Hey, Lile.
Thank you.
Go
Lily.
Georgia.
Nice. Go Georgia. I rated Lele more than once.
Thank you so much.
Man, Tensor Extension giving the wrong shout out, but then correcting himself.
Yeah.
Good old Tensor.
Which did he give a shout out to?
Life in a Northern Town, because he wrote L-I in it.
Oh, it auto did.
Yay.
Yay, thank you. All right, well, I'm going to take about a 10-minute break because I have to make some eggs. And then I'll be back. And
I'll
then
be on
and
coffee
coffee.
duty.
And that guy wants Persian food, he says.
And Persian food, okay.
Karen's going to make some Persian food.
I wish I could. I love Persian food, but I'm not the best cook in general.
Rajabov made a move, it says.
They had great tabbouleh. All right, I'll be right back.
Tabbouleh, bouleh, tabbouleh, bouleh. Bouleh, 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 bouleh. Bishop D2 was played, eyeing the knight on A5. Engine approved. But we're not threatening to win a piece yet, because after knight takes, queen takes, we defend our knight. But we stop knight takes E3 in the long term, and we have pressure here, so knight E4, for example. What's funny is after queen D7, just a natural move, then the engine wants to play bishop G5 and trade those dark squared bishops. This bishop being behind the two center pawns. Knight B3 is a serious contender for the move he's going to play. I would say knight B3 is very likely. The engine still thinks that white... Okay, he played knight B3. He's playing really fast. It's almost like he's in his prep. It's so fast. Knight B3. I mean, to me, if this is prep, he's taken more time than I would expect. And if it's not prep, he's playing too fast. So I don't know what it is. Could be that he transposed back into some prep. And black is super active, but he doesn't have these 3 isolated pawns here. And white has 0 isolated pawns. That's the price you pay for activity. All right, good chat, good chat. As per usual. Let's see if anybody else has made a move. Ding's not moving. Report's not moving. And Fabi's not moving. So the last move we have is this game has the most moves in the last 5 minutes. And big time advantage for Fallujah. But I think there's a 30-second increment, so I don't expect, time trouble to be a factor in any of the games. Ding lost his connection. It happens all the time. Ding's second best move is H4 instead of taking the knight on G4. Here the engine wants to play knight E4 and let black take this bishop. And the knight on E4 is really powerful. Yeah, basically the engine just wants white to chill and defend everything and be really solid. And then it thinks eventually, the weak pawns will be bad for black. But black is really active, so white has to stop the activity. Go Perrier. Yeah, due to rapport, C5 threatens CD and bishop D6. He's trying to get control of the E5 square to play bishop E5, which makes G6 look silly. And he's punishing black for, making all these pawn moves and not getting his pieces on the back rank out. C5 was an excellent move. And now Rapport's actually in a little trouble. We analyzed this before he played it and concluded, the engine said this is really good for white. Rapport's rubbing his eyes confused. Yeah, you can play either d5, dc, or queen a5 check. So he's going to think a long time because this is critical. One bad move here could go from really bad to lost. The engine already says white is close to winning. G6 was, I think, too much. So he got punished for playing too slowly here. In fact, in this position, if we go back a couple moves, the engine wants to play c5 and knight c6. But yeah, obviously he wasn't expecting c5. And he did play h4. Wow. Confusing the audience. Ding played h4 here instead of winning this pawn with knight takes and bishop e4. No, the engine still says white's better. He just doesn't want to take this pawn. I think he wants to take with a knight. Okay, but probably f5 will be played by Jan. Jan's probably really surprised by h4. Jan was in the mood to sacrifice a pawn and get some open lines for his pieces. And Ding didn't want that to happen. Ding figures he'll win the e-pawn later, and his position's really solid. So there's no reason to win a pawn right now and give black a lot of play. But yeah, that decision is questionable. But the engine still prefers white. It still says we have pressure on that e-pawn. Yeah, h4 seems dangerous, but I guess it's not. Okay, we have a move in Fabi's game with Naka. Fabi played queen to d3. I think he's considering c4 also, but he's doing it without losing the c-pawn like I was. After c4, bishop b4, now the queen's defending the c4 pawn. Also, he wants to put his rook in the middle. But yeah, c4 with the idea of c5 is a good idea. Thanks, T. Lori 0903 for the sub. So the most ambitious play for black is to play h5 to try to play h4. Yeah, queen d3 is a good move. There's variations where we trade everything on e5 and then play queen c3, threatening the e-pawn. We even have some knight b7 tricks. Let me show you what I mean. So we'll play random moves. I can show you what I mean. So assuming this happens, I'm just making this up. So now we're threatening e5, and we're also threatening knight takes b7. So if you play like queen f6 defending, then this move's winning, because we have queen c6 check. I'm sure Fabi saw that when he played queen d3, that this was potentially... And probably black wouldn't capture that way on e5 and let white do that. Also, a6 is a silly move. I just made a silly move so I could show you the threat. So yeah, queen d3 is a good move. It connects white's rooks. Queen has c3. It defends c4. It's just a good square for the queen. Yeah, hopefully Naka plays h5 so we can see what Fabi has in store. Probably has to take on e5 then and try to trade these pieces so h4 doesn't win a bishop. Thanks, poop on my chest. Hooray, good handle. I hate when that happens. Karen and Spencer were here. It's your fault for showing up late. Karen's making eggs and Spencer's making coffee. True story. Thanks, Miguel LK. Thanks. No JK. The time control is they play really slow. Yay, it's a hype train. Go hype train. He did play h5, which I was hoping for. because I want to see what Fabi does here. I think he's going to take on e5. That knight's funny on a5. But sometimes there's those threats like knight takes b7, which I pointed out. But yeah, normally black is castling queenside in a lot of these variations. So forcing, so Naka playing rook b8 is pretty ambitious. To leave his king on e8 and push his pawns on the king side. And after h4, Jan is like, h4? What? And black's never going to move after c5. Black's been thinking for over 20 minutes. And we have some moves in this game. He did play knight b3. Knight e4 was played as predicted. Knight takes d2. Rook takes d2. Knight f4. Really fast. He's playing so fast. The engine's not a fan of knight f4. So the engine is sacrificing the exchange for black. It's giving this line bishop c4, rook b2, queen b2, bishop c4. Black is down in a whole exchange for no pawns, but he has total domination of the white squares, and he has the two bishops. And it's saying black has good compensation, but not quite enough for an engine, but, pretty good. It seems like that he would have to do that because what else is he going to do other than sack the exchange here? Just be down a pawn for nothing? He could be down a pawn for nothing, play bishop b7, but I don't know why. So that's very interesting. I'm still wondering if Ali Reza's in prep. He's playing so fast. Too fast. Thanks, Beam Me Up Snotty for the sub. Thanks, Clarky Twitch for the sub. Yeah, he's playing so fast, though. I still don't know if he's in prep or not. Playing these moves quickly without having prior knowledge is unsafe. But yeah, I think by move 20, Ali Reza is going to be an hour ahead on the clock, which may or may not matter. It's not that Radjabov is playing slowly. It's just Ali Reza is playing super fast. It's unnerving when your opponent plays this fast. Thanks, Toblerone Taste Tester, for the bits. Little bits of Toblerone, not vegan. Bishop c4 was played. I think rook takes b2 is the only way to justify this knight f4 move. Otherwise, I think he's just down a pawn for nothing. We shall see. Fabi hasn't moved after h5. Okay, we have a couple moves in Jan's game. Jan played bishop f6 instead of f5. He's pinning the knight on c3, so he can't play knight e4 or bishop e4. So he plays queen c2, defending his bishop and putting more pressure on the e4 pawn. And Jan's thinking. So still a little bit better for white. Lots of pressure on e4. If Jan wanted to alleviate the pressure, he could have played f5, but he's been trying to sacrifice that pawn the whole game. Knight takes e3 was played. Now, normally you could take either way, but you're going to take with the d pawn for sure here because you've already played h4. So you can't afford to take with the f pawn and weaken g3 like that. Gary94 subscribed. Hooray. So he's definitely going to take with the d pawn. Wow, e5 was played. Okay, so he played e5, report did, bishop g5, and the engine really hates black's position. Can't blame it. Yeah, black's playing a little slowly here. So d5 is the interesting move. We'll see if he plays d5. That's the most interesting. Otherwise, is okay. He just played bishop g7. He's accepting a bad pawn structure. Yeah, the engine really hates that move. It just says cd, queen d6, and white's winning, strategically winning. The knight on e7 is bad. The pawn structure is bad. Thanks, Thaddeus, for the 1,000,000 gift subs.
Go Thaddeus. Just in time for Thaddeus.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's
I don't know how many subs he gave, but it was a lot. 20. That is a lot. Every move that a report makes, the engine says is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds
Even
right.
move 1, c5. So he plays e5 Spence.
Yeah. That seems...
Then
okay.
bishop g5, it wants him to play d5, but he played here. Now it says after takes castles, white's 2.5 up.
Position
Just
looks
because
bad,
better
yeah.
pawn structure, knight on e7 sucks.
Bishop on
sucks.
g7's bad, yeah.
Yeah. I would think it's like +1, not plus 2.5.
Well, that's how computers are nowadays.
Yeah.
They're just, they see everything, and then eventually it's winning. And they say it's winning. You know?
Yeah, it just plays boring.
Yeah.
Castles, knight c3, bishop back to e3, bishop c4.
And you know who'd really like this position is Fabi.
I was thinking Magnus.
Oh, yeah, Magnus, yeah. But he's not in the tournament.
You'd still like it.
That's true. And Ding, too.
So it looks like Firouzja playing quickly. I almost think he's in prep.
No.
Almost.
Still?
Yeah. Yeah. and
Thanks
he
for
did-
100 bits there.
Look what he did quickly.
Yeah.
So knight b3. Then he quickly took.
Engine likes all the moves,
And he
too.
quickly played knight f4, which
Yeah.
the engine doesn't like. And the only justification is after here you sack the exchange. You have to
Right.
go here.
God damn.
And he did. I mean, he did this really quickly. He's used like 15 minutes and
yeah.
it's moved 19. That seems like a decision to make instantly would be a little iffy.
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks, Mr. Intimidating.
I don't know.
Intimating.
I can't. I find it hard to believe. I mean, he prepped a3 on move 12. Like
Right, but if he didn't prep, why is he playing so fast?
right. That's also hard. I don't know. I can't
Right.
explain it.
Neither way makes any sense.
Yeah, agreed.
Yay, thanks for all the subs. Thanks to all the viewers. You guys are the best.
Yeah, a lot of subs this stream. You know, since
I'm
I've
not
been
saying
here.
I don't like the exchange sack. He's got good white squares, 2 bishops. But I'm not saying I don't like it. Or I do like it.
Right.
Wait, what?
This is clearly prep.
Man.
Wow, I don't know about that,
Truth hurts.
but it could be.
Okay, and then he played queen d3, h5.
Uh huh.
Look at this line that I
Is it
saw in my
h4?
head. I made a random legal move. I wanted to show something funny.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't best play. I was just trying to show. And then after you're threatening this, and you're threatening this.
Right.
And the engine says black resigns.
Bishop d7.
Resigns.
Well, okay. You just win the pawn.
But I like this variation because it says 4 point plus 5.
Yeah, but anyways, the whole point of playing f6 is to not trade on e5. Just play fe, if possible.
Right, and he played h5, which I was hoping for because I wanted to see what Fabi would do. Then Fabi won't move. So I don't see what Fabi will do.
I mean, h4, right?
H4 is the move where he could take on e5.
But then you'd play h4 after.
Probably, frankly.
So the whole point is to play h4 here. Because he's got to break on the dark squares to not get his bishop trapped. And I mean, h3 is terrible because g4 is so strong.
Yeah, Fabi's thinking a long time here. Thought a long time on queen d3 also.
Yeah, no, interesting prep by Naka.
That prep's nothing to sneeze at.
Right.
Thanks, sorry.
9. Can't believe you didn't say 9.
I have played Fabiano. I beat him when he was 11 or 12.
Pretty thoroughly.
And then we played in the Pro Chess League or something, and I think he won a couple times, at least. Yeah, he beat me twice in one match. We won that match in overtime.
Ooh,
That was a great match. I lost 5 games in a row that match, but then I won 3 games in a row.
That's the
I
way to
drew
do
the
it.
first game against Hansen, and I was plus 10 the whole game.
Dang.
Then I lost 5 in a row. Then I won 3 in a row.
That's pretty good.
So we won the match in overtime.
Nice. Overtime.
But in real life, we've played, just in the one tournament when he was a little kid.
Oh, Farty Party donating $2.50.
Needs about 250. All right, and then he did play H4 by the way.
Wow.
And then F5 was the engine move. He played here. Queen C2, knight E3, DE, bishop F5. Still theory. Except it's not theory. Now we can play B5 pawn break because the bishop is blocked by the queen.
Oh. I like B5 then.
That's the engine move. White is clearly slightly better, but just slightly. Yeah, it's like a tickle slightly.
Only slightly.
Wait,
Yeah.
they play H4.
Ding played this as solid as possible.
He'll do
really.
anything not to take that sacrificed pawn.
Right. And he's just like, can I get away with this? Like, I'm slightly better.
It's Karen.
I guess. Yeah.
Or the dogs learn how to open the door.
Yeah, good old pawn breaks. Who am I rooting for to win the candidates? Probably, I would most like to see Firouzja.
Hey, did you know that when Spencer was here this morning, when you were dropping Holden off at work, he was giving a chess lesson to the dogs? You know what he taught them? Paw breaks. Oh, snap. All right, so White's slightly better. Dude is already strategically winning against Report. Radjabov is almost an hour behind on the clock, but he's up in exchange. But 2 bishops, what else?
Yeah, I still like black. Even the engine always likes white.
Right.
I always like black.
Yeah, I like those 2 bishops and the white squares and the etc.
It's a ton of comp. I don't see how white could possibly be better here. I mean, up in exchange, but what is he going to do?
Dude is like, man, my position's good.
Yeah, dude is right.
Yeah, he took on D6.
Yeah.
I saw him. Well,
He's pretty
I
confident.
keep clicking on the wrong game.
Yeah.
CD, Queen D6.
I mean, yeah, black's position's horrible.
Yeah, this knight's just frankly terrible. 2 isolated pawns, bad knight, bad bishop, Papa John's. And Papa John's is bad pizza.
Oh, yeah. What about that pepperoni stuffed crust?
Did you like that?
I have had it. It was kind of gross. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you thanked Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan. Hey, Karen, when you were away, Thaddeus gave 20 subs.
Yay, thank you, Thaddeus.
Yeah, go Thaddeus. That's the way to do it.
Karen says her food is excellent. Did you make any for Archer? Mm-hmm. Did he eat it?
Yeah, I dropped the eggs, so on the whole carton of eggs in it, I messed 4 up.
Yeah.
So that was dumb, but luckily.
That's surprising that only 4 even.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do like
frankly,
those specialty
he just
pizzas.
castled. Frankly, terrible for black.
Right. I don't even know what's worse, the knight or the bishop. I
Yeah,
guess.
they're terrible pieces.
I don't know. I guess the bishop, really, because you could play c5, knight c6.
Bah.
Right, that weakens the white
Giving
squares a
everything
lot.
away
Yeah.
and losing this pawn here.
Yeah, but knight d4.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, I might try that later.
Yeah, Duda's happy and Report's not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to give Report an F for this opening on his report card.
Oh.
Bam. Gotcha, Richard. Now I know which one's which.
Everything's bad over there. The
Yeah.
pawns are bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then he always sacked the exchange for
Right.
Ruja, and he has an hour extra on the clock. 2 bishops, what else?
Yeah, Firouzja is pretty high rated, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I remember he was over 2,800 for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see about not. Aha, here we go.
Knight takes. That's a little surprising.
Pawn takes. Yeah, the
When do you
engine's
play
thinking
F8?
F takes H4.
Right. You don't want to give away G5.
Only Spencer can pronounce it.
You know, KX.
Thanks,
Go
KX.
KX, yeah.
There you go.
We have some green beans too left over.
Yeah, those are good. And he played knight take. Now the engine says knight takes.
Yeah, he didn't want to give away G5, the G5 square. But even still, I'll probably play, I don't know. So I get it. If you trade knights, then he'll play F takes, right? Then H4, G4, or whatever, HGH.
Yeah.
You can't play it knight takes H5 or knight G5. Or bishop H5. Right, so H4 is not as good without the knights.
Thanks, trying to cheat.
Is back.
He's bringing trying to cheat back. Yeah.
Yep. That's true. If Rajabov doesn't move, he will win on time. But yeah. So, but anyways, let's say bishop takes, and then F takes. Then I could do anything because my bishop's not hanging or getting trapped. So I could do like
Queen
anything.
C3 is the engine.
Yeah. Queen C3.
Allowing bishop B4, but then queen E5. Defending, attacking, capturing.
And yeah, had your threat of knight B7 again.
Here's the engine line.
Wow.
What happens if it's a bishop B4 here? I guess.
Yeah, that's good.
This isn't a move. Yeah, this is winning.
How is that winning though?
Gotta watch this.
Okay, I'll take the queen and king F7. All right, this is winning. I mean,
I got 4-2 on the king side.
yeah, that's pretty
Rook
good.
FB1.
No, but look, this 4 against 3 that black has is
Yeah.
really bad, even
Yeah.
if he doesn't lose a pawn here, which it looks like he is. But
Yeah.
even if he wasn't, it's really difficult to make a pass pawn with that 4 against 3. White does not have that problem since they already have a pass pawn. And F3 and king up is going to win pretty routinely. Yeah. So he did do that.
He
Just like
played
I said,
bishop
yeah.
E5.
That's the way to do it. And I think he will play F takes now.
It's going to be 2 knights against
I
2
don't know.
bishops. What else?
He could play bishop takes, but seems kind of weird.
Good coffee.
Yeah, the engine says it's about equal. Thanks, more.
More 83.
More. Nobody likes me. Nobody likes me. Mo.
When they ask you how much you can give, they always say more. Classic. Who is a Fogarty? Yeah, classic Fogarty.
Everybody looks like they got a haircut for this tournament.
Right. Maybe that was in the contract.
Yeah, maybe they did their hair.
Like in the Yankees,
Like
you know.
in St. Louis when they do your hair. I told you to cut those sideburns. I don't have sideburns. You're off the team. It's a good thing the Americans are playing in round 1. Otherwise, they would collude in the last round.
Yeah.
Except for one thing.
2 bishops Vadelis is from Dmitry Komarov.
That's correct. All right, engine says it's equal. It'll be 2 bishops against 2 knights, with black having a suspicious pawn structure. Okay, he played knight a4, which the engine is very mad at.
Yeah, I'm not too impressed with Ding's play. It's like Nepo's kind of playing bad on purpose, because that's his style.
That's the style. Yeah.
Yeah. And then Ding's like, oh, solid, like super solid.
Yeah, after bishop e7, the engine prefers black.
Bishop e7.
Always retreat.
Wow, that's a cool move. He wouldn't expect that, would he?
No.
That's why he played knight a4.
He wouldn't think after bishop e7, black's better.
Right. But yeah, in general, black's position's pretty good. Like, if nothing happens, you know, because it's a clean majority over there on the queen side. But he's got work to do. He's got to move his knight and play a5. But if he gets that in, then he'll be doing great.
I think if you're black in this opening, you like this position.
Yeah, he got more
He
space.
can't believe he still has his e-pawn.
Didn't lose his pawn for some reason. Could have totally lost it. It's hanging. But everyone has their own style, you know.
Who would have thunk the three of us doing commentary? Karen would be the one eating.
All
Didn't
right.
see that coming.
That's the least likely.
That's right.
I know, I just got hungry. all
Thanks,
Finegold.
Finegold.
Nice. 200 bits.
I did put salt on the eggs. Absolutely.
Did you put salt in the wound?
The eggs are good.
Dang, bishop e7 is a good move. I don't think he'll play that. Well, he might. He's pretty good.
Always retreat. All right,
Knight
Naka
c4.
played FE, and then Knight C4 was played.
That's solid. That wasn't
this,
the engine
this,
move.
This
but-
is why I like engines. Don't look.
Okay.
Okay.
Not
After
looking.
bishop takes knight,
Yeah.
queen takes. What was the number one engine move for black?
King d7
Yeah.
to play b5, right?
King D7.
Yeah. That's not so unusual, though.
Then King C8.
Yeah.
This is the engine line. I'm not so sure about the engine line.
Because then you can move your... This stops b5,
Mm-hmm.
so then he can't move his king to b7 or b6, so he can't play king
G4,
b7.
Knight E1. Man,
And then
chess is hard.
knight d3, b4, and such. Wow, what do you do here? I like black. F4. I was wondering about f4, but
Mm-hmm.
it seemed like...
This is the engine line.
Hey, you know this game? It's Shirov, Shirov Kasparov, and then he pushed all his pawns, and he has h3, g4 like this.
Mm-hmm.
I like that game.
I'm not kidding. This is the engine line, and then
Hangs
draw,
it.
and then repeat.
Wow. The white could try queen d5, right? Nope.
Rook D8 resigns.
Oh, I didn't. Okay.
Not sure why you resign, but you do.
Because queen b3. I mean, I could see.
Now you're threatening queen E4,
So rook takes.
then
Bishop
rook
goes.
F6, and just resign.
Position's awful, right?
Yeah, it says plus 10 for black.
e4 is falling, and then you lose on the white
And I'm
square.
threatening queen E4 check, and rook
Oh,
F1 mate.
snap. Right. Yeah, there's no defense here, because knight d3, you just trade rooks. And e4 falls, yeah.
It looks like Black Castle Queen.
It does look like that.
We guarantee that'll happen.
Well, except for one thing.
Right.
Oh, Felix with the gift sub. Thank you, Felix.
Yay, Felix, the sub, the wonderful, wonderful sub.
Yeah,
Thanks for the 9
yeah.
centages. Patient Otter.
Let's hope he blunders. Agreed. Whoever it is, agreed.
Hey, how come Otto Porter Jr. starts for the Golden State Warriors and he's like the worst player on the team? Does somebody
I don't
explain
even know
that
who
to
that
me?
is.
Exactly. He's a starter. Like, all the reserves are better than him.
His name is pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah,
That's
they
probably
usually
why.
take him out after 2 or 3 minutes and put in somebody else.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's an interesting strategy. You start somebody, even though they're not that good, and then you just replace them.
Yeah,
Then your better players are ready to go.
there you go. That's good.
That's how you do it. That's called sports ball strat.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's called. 100 bits. Thank you, Zero. Zero Kbo.
Frankly, delicious. So, what's the percentage chance he'll take and play King D7?
Well, like somewhat percent, but
Some
I
percent?
wouldn't think he would do it.
No.
He could do a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to do that.
All right, let's see what's going on here. Nothing's going on here. Okay,
Rook
we got some
D8.
moves here. Castles, Bishop E6, Knight A3.
Archer's right.
Knight C3 is the engine move.
Well, knight A3
Knight
would
A3
make
makes
sense.
sense,
Yeah.
yeah.
C4, you know.
Rook D8.
Yeah, I like it.
It says Bishop E2.
That's like Bishop E7 in the other game.
+2.
Yeah, it seems like he's gonna win it.
Yeah, I'd like Knight C3 more because it thought Black was going to play F5. So I wanted the knight here. Well, I guess the knight can go to C5 also. But this makes sense.
Yeah, to go to C4.
And then let's see.
The chat said the engine said this position was about equal now
Which one?
in this game. I don't know, like somewhere around here.
Oh, this game?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
game.
Rook C1. Doesn't like that. Now we could win the exchange back with knight D3.
Oh. It's just regular coffee. What did you say? Knight D3 fork down?
Yeah, look at this. Here's why he didn't do it, and here's why he could have done it. Well, first of all, he might not have done it anyway.
Right.
But this looks like black loses a piece.
I see.
But queen D5 equal.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Queen
crazy.
D5, right?
Nobody's playing that. Even if they saw it, they'd be like,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
too
losing my
tough.
knight
That's
here.
scary, yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, what about like, I don't know, Queen C7? I don't know. Maybe not. Too complicated. I don't know.
Queen E4, then Bishop A3, mother.
Because B1 is weak.
Son of a mother.
Wow, B1, yeah. Mm-hmm. Crazy, yeah.
Yeah, that's the craziest. Yeah, none of that's ever going to happen.
It already didn't, right?
Okay, yeah. He
Yeah,
played
he
Bishop
played
D5, and then he played Rook E1, the engine move.
And then Bishop C4, Rook C1.
No.
Oh.
Now Queen A8's the engine move.
Ooh, I like
He still
that.
has an hour ahead on the clock.
Yeah, really good stuff by Fallujah.
Mm-hmm.
Putting pressure with black.
Yeah.
Pretty like.
Yeah, we don't
handily.
care what the engine says. We just like we like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, I do. He's got moxie. You know?
Mm-hmm. He's playing like he's a teenager. Radjabov must be old.
Yeah, old Jabba.
Yeah, because he played in the World Team Championship in China in 2011. I remember him losing to Kamsky.
Yeah, he was in
He was board one for
the
Azerbaijan.
candidates, and then he was in the candidates in 2011.
Yeah, let me see how old he is. I'm going to say 34. Is anybody that old? Okay.
I mean, I think he's probably like 32.
So you can't believe anybody's that old.
Right.
He was born in 87.
They
So
say
he'll be 35. He'll be
yeah.
35 this year if he's not
Yeah,
already.
he's older than I thought he was.
Yeah. He is a serious case of old. Is he the oldest player in the tournament?
No.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Really? That's crazy.
How is he not?
Yeah, he is. He clearly is.
Naka's like 33, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. Naka's second. Yeah. Naka's second.
Jan is like 32, I think.
Jan's younger than Naka, definitely. I remember that. Then everyone else is a
I
kid.
think Nakamura's 33.
Everyone else is just a baby in this tournament.
That's a good baby.
Well, Ding is probably
Wow.
like late
Nakamura's
20s,
34.
right? Oh,
Nakamura's going to be 35 in December. He's barely younger than Radjabov.
right. That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
They should be about the same age.
Those are the old men of the tournament.
Anand should have been in the candidates laughing emoji. Agreed with the laughing.
Yeah, Jan's only 31, but he'll be 32 in 2 weeks. Or 4 weeks. I can almost count. Is 31 the third oldest? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't know
yeah.
about Fabi.
Yeah, no, Fabi, I played him when he was 12. Yeah, it was about 20 years ago. Yeah, you're right. Fabi's got to be 31, 32 also.
Totally.
Yeah.
Good old Fabi. And I'm 31, so I should be in this tournament.
That's right. Radjabov is nearly double Aliraz's age. That's correct.
I mean, I remember when Radjabov was like a new kid on the block. You know?
Fabi's only 29? Oh, okay. So, yeah, that means Jan is the third oldest. But pretty young for old.
I'll just crash the event. I'll be like, I'm Nepomniachtchi. I can't pronounce my last name.
Yeah, exactly. Finally, he's thinking. First think of the game, like real think from Fallujah.
Yeah, I like Queen A8. Agreed.
Okay, so Naka hasn't moved. He hasn't played Bishop E7 yet. Oh, Bishop takes H4 is a move.
He'll think about that.
Yeah, Bishop takes Rook E6. It says equal. It says all
I don't know,
zeros.
I kind of like black there. I didn't see that idea. So what do you do? Move your F pawn and play Rook F2? I don't.
Man, I hope he does
I don't
that.
know.
That's what he's thinking about.
Oh yeah.
I like this queen c3 threatening mate.
But rook g6 stops it anyway.
Right. I know, it's funny. Then queen e5 to get back in here.
But also one idea is if you play... No, I'm crazy. I was thinking queen h3, I could take your rook, but I can't.
Man, the engine move is b5.
Yeah?
Now it says f3. And I'm not joking, then f6.
Yeah.
What? Queen h2. This is one of the engine lines.
I like queen
King
h2.
f2. And it says equal. What?
Our boy Ding could have taken the e-pawn. Instead, he'll do this.
What? Yeah, what's going on here?
Crazy.
This is equal.
I mean, bishop h4 might happen, but I don't think any of these other moves will.
Right.
Well, he'll take it and then rook e6, but then anything's up for grabs after that.
Let's look at a real move though.
Okay.
So in this position, let's play a real move like knight c5.
Right.
Then it says that's bad because f6, queen h2, knight c5, queen e2.
Why couldn't he play queen f4 instead of...
Here?
Yeah, I guess rook g4. I don't know.
Knight c5 resigns.
Okay. Oops. Yeah. Bishop h3. Right.
Yep.
Right. So you have to play queen h2. But hold on.
Yeah, but
it's pinned. That's why you couldn't do it last turn.
Chris recommended this move, and then when I
Yeah.
showed him this, he said, "Oopsie poopsie."
yeah.
I saw that last night.
That was a good one.
Just say oopsie.
So
poopsie.
now I understand why White had to play queen e5 to pin the bishop last turn.
Just pretend you're a simpleton and say
All
oopsie.
right. Yeah, that was a good one.
Pretend he's a simpleton. And this is bishop.
So he's a piece up still, right?
It says this is all zeros.
So moves the rook, right? Wait. Hold on.
This is the engine.
Okay,
line.
but why? Okay. But
I'm threatening bishop h3.
why didn't he play queen f3 instead of queen h5 last, here?
That's no good because of here. But
Because f2 is hanging. I get
F2,
it.
yeah, so that's why.
I mean, come on.
So now you can say, why are you playing rook fc1?
Right. Like
Well-
rook a2 or something.
I wonder if this is an idea.
Okay, king h1 first then. Rook g4, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't like that.
Then it says king here.
I don't like that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Rook g6 draw.
Yeah, it says black is better here.
Yeah. No, this is tough to defend. Yeah, I already can't defend it. Also, f6 is good because you can't play bishop e5
Mm-hmm.
to g3. That would just shut you down.
Somehow I have 3 pawns for a piece instead of 0. Well, that would be exciting if he takes on h4. He's still thinking. He's thinking forever about it. Okay, and then Fallujah, nothing happened. Fallujah's thinking. Nakamura has it moved after knight c4. Oh, he played rook d8. So he didn't take on c4 and play king d7. Although he could be thinking about playing king d7,
Right.
king c8 soon.
Yeah.
The engine wants him to straighten out his pawns and play knight takes d6 check. Thanks, Spencer. Will pronounce.
Fenekismus.
There you go.
Fenekismus.
Can you make sure this $5 goes to Karen? Well, half of it goes to Jeff Bezos. Then the other half can go to
Right.
Karen. Yeah. Duda just blundered their advantage. What kind of
Wow.
pronouns are these? So look at this. The engine wants to take this and
Yeah.
straighten his pawns out. It
Yeah.
says it was very slightly better for white. Just slightly. He
That was
played
the
bishop
engine
e2,
move.
good. Bishop takes.
Wow.
The engine wants to take with the rook, but I guess
He didn't want to
like
lose
this.
his a-pawn. Yeah.
Oh, this is the engine line, and then knight b5.
Wow.
Didn't see that one.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Then better for white.
Didn't expect that one.
Yeah. So he took with the bishop.
Crazy.
It still says white has a big advantage. But
Yeah.
not as much as 10 moves ago. Yeah.
I mean, I'd still expect White to win this.
6 moves ago.
He's just going to grind it
Yeah,
out
these
here.
pawns are no good forever. Yeah, and
Yeah,
these pieces are no good forever.
He didn't really blunder his
No,
advantage.
he didn't increase it as much as he could.
Zero advantage. Good use of pronouns there.
Mm-hmm. Was that good?
Did you want to switch again?
No, I'm good.
Was it
Okay.
was it excellent?
Yeah, it was really
Oh,
good.
hey, also, I have a chess lesson I was going to give. Is there a computer I could use? You know?
Yeah, there's probably one.
If possible. If not, I could just book it, and come
Yeah.
back.
We've got
But-
some multiple.
What time's your lesson? 11:30.
Yeah, 11:30.
If there's one thing we have, it's computers.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, probably.
So this
just
is
use
still
some
bad
of
for
this right
report.
over there.
Yeah, this is horrible.
Farouja's yawning. He's like, the
Yeah.
candidates is boring. Where's the world championship?
Well, anyways, Fergia has to win, otherwise Magnus won't play, right?
That's right.
Well, he did say that, but also he said it when he was really tired, like right after the World Championship.
Yeah, I think he was JK.
So yeah.
No, JK.
JK,
Well,
not
it's kind of
JK.
hard to know what he feels about it right at the moment.
All right, you guys got to talk more than me because when you guys were gone, I had to talk nonstop. Oh, terrible. He didn't play bishop takes h4 or bishop e7.
What? He always traded?
Yeah.
That's the only thing not to do.
The engine says queen takes is clearly correct. He took with the knight.
These guys, what are they doing?
Yeah, the
Get
engine
outta
doesn't
here.
like any move either player makes ever.
Yeah, agreed.
What's the time control?
Slow. It's like our time control at the World Open, but this is slower.
Oh, it's even slower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even know what the World Open is.
40, 90, game 30, increment 30, just like Foxwood.
Just like we just had it.
Just like you just had, yeah.
Vegas.
hmm
So it made this as a 120. You don't know.
What's that? Yeah, this is like they start with. I don't know what they start with. Does anybody know? We're the commentators. We
They
don't
started
know.
with 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah,
I
if
know
if
that, yeah.
if somebody doesn't, yeah, if Magnus refuses to play, the top two from this tournament play.
That makes sense.
Rook takes d1 is the most natural move ever, but it hangs the a pawn. That's
Right.
why he didn't do it, because the bishop takes on a2. That's why he took with the bishop. It's hammer at the board.
I saw him
yelling,
there,
He's
yeah.
yelling loudly too.
I saw him, yeah. He was gesticulating.
He's like, "Rawr! What kind
Right.
of move is this?"
In this position.
It's pronounced yoon. All right, so knight c7 was played, the first move the engine likes, and it says all zeros.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy with black now. I got my knight back in. A5 is going to be the next
He's
idea.
going to go here, resigns, mate.
And then G5, you know.
All that's going to happen, except for one thing. And then Firouzja has it moved in like 20 minutes. And then he did take on d6. That's the engine move. CD.
Pretty seedy move.
Now it says queen e3, g4, knight d2, Papa John's. That's
Yeah,
what he played.
because it's a fork.
Then a6, f4,
Right.
equal.
F4 is the right move because his king is in the center there.
I'd be afraid if I was black after f4.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. I
Now
mean,
the engine
yeah.
line's g4, knight e1, rook f8, queen a7 equal. What?
Rook F8.
Or h4.
Well, H4 maybe. What's the point of Rook F8?
Yeah, I don't know where to put my knight. I guess Fabi will think for an hour and then put it on the right square. The engine didn't even know where to put the knight. It's like, I don't know.
Would you rather have white or black in Fabi Hikaru?
I'd rather not
that's
be
tough.
playing this position. If I was either color, I'd be worried.
Right. I mean, I don't play too much Berlin with either side, but it's kind of like a normal Berlin, you know, with D3. So,
Wow, he played knight d2 pretty quickly. Nako looks confident. He's sitting in his confident
yeah,
pose.
he's pretty confident. He's pretty dang confident.
Yeah.
And I guess I'd like black. I mean, black's got problems, but the bishop's better than the knight, and
Yeah.
he's got some kingside initiative.
We've all got problems, but we don't cry about them.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good South Park.
Yeah, I guess rook f8 would stop f4 in that line. Well, not really stop it, but it wouldn't be as good, yeah.
The engine says all zeros, but it's not really an all zero kind of boring draw position. It's more of a dynamic all zeros. Now the engine's saying C5. That's just anti-positional enough for Hikaru to do it.
I like it, though. You put the pawns on dark squares. I was thinking about doing that, but it is anti-positional, on the D file there.
And then it's playing King D7 to C8. That's the point of not playing A6, I guess.
Right.
It's makes it better to move your king over.
Yeah, Queen A7 and
Because
Queen
if your king
B6.
can get to B8 and you can play rook here, then you can do this. And get 2 queens and mate. So we may yet see King D7.
Yeah. I think he could definitely play it. It's not a crazy idea. It's not a crazy idea.
Okay, so due to rapport, nothing happened.
And don't you think Yasser would do that?
Mm-hmm. Rook E6 was played after knight C4. Yeah, he wants to play G5, Rook H6, Papa John's. Or Rook H6 first.
Yeah, I mean, Jan's not going to be happy, when he analyzes this game at home.
Mm-hmm.
Or, with his team, whatever.
But I think he likes his position now. Because
Yeah.
here comes... the
He
shot
probably
attack.
thinks he's playing great. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, man, I'm so creative.
Yeah.
Well, Engine didn't like any of it, but what are you
He
going to do?
moved Naka, played A6.
A6, yeah.
The engine says F4, and then EF4, Rook F4, King D7, Rook E1, King C8 equal. Be afraid there if I was black.
Yeah, I mean, White's got to have some initiative here.
Yeah, because Queen can get in over there on A7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that
get in on
king
that.
can
Get in on there.
So
That's why C5.
I wouldn't be happy about any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The card doesn't look worried.
No. He does not.
And then he played King to D7, recommended by the engine.
Bishop A4, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, White just has a great position. Bishop A4, Rook C1,
Yep.
Knight C4.
Bishop E3,
Yeah.
B3, Knight C4, right? Yeah. Terrible for black.
Yeah, he's just going to win with White here. I mean, there was no way that Black holds this. Unless he does, but probably not. Hikaru's been more accurate than Fabi. I mean, it says 0.0.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Okay, so nobody's moving anymore.
He had black, so.
25-minute think so far for Fallujah.
Wow.
Out of prep.
Yeah, I mean, Queen A8 looks so nice. He must play. He'll play it, unless he finds some interesting other alternative.
Yeah, because not only does it attack on the diagonal, but you can get the open file with Rook B8. And if you take the pawn on A3 later, then your A pawn's defended by your queen. The Queen A8 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Fabi's thinking after A6. Duda's thinking after King D7. Ding is thinking after Rook E6. And so you think the best position out of the 4 is Duda's?
Well, yeah, because it is.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. Duda's just going to have a great position the whole game, and almost certainly win.
Now, other than the Duda game, the other 6 players, whose position do you want?
Probably Fallujah.
That's what I was thinking. And he did play Queen A8.
And Nepo would be next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Queen A8's a nice looking move. Radjabov will think about it.
Du Bishops, what else? Always sack the exchange.
Maybe I'd move my queen and play knight c5, like queen of the c file and knight c5. C3 maybe. I like queen c3.
Yeah, the engine's saying queen here, bishop takes A3, knight G5 with mating ideas.
Right, I was just going to play queen c3 to keep my pawn defended. But
Yeah.
I guess you can do it that way.
Well, wait, your knight's hanging.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Forgot about Dre.
That was the thing I wasn't worried about.
Queen
yeah.
c2 defends it. You know? That's why.
Yeah, look at that time situation. Good for Fallujah.
Forgot about Dre.
Yeah, I don't agree with Radjabov drawing all his games. I think he's going to be the punching bag. I think everybody's
Yeah.
going to try to beat him because he's not really in practice. Queen C2, although he's pretty good.
Yeah. He's pretty good.
But I'm going to predict he comes in last. Go Radjabov.
Yeah.
I like the way when they got rid of Karyak and the player that replaced him is the highest rated player in the world other than Magnus. That's a good replacement.
Yeah.
Tournament's pretty strong. This is a good field. Yeah, like a Ronin instead of Radjabov, that would be the best field. Or as Karen would say, Geary.
No, I prefer Aronian. I was
Yeah.
naming other people besides Aronian.
You put a Ronin in for Radjabov, that's like the perfect field.
Yeah, I like it.
Has 3 Americans.
Right. That's the best
We
part.
could just have the U.S. Championship and make it the candidates. Oh, snap.
Right.
Dominguez in there.
Yeah, get
Chamberlain.
Wesley.
Yeah,
Oh, Wesley. Yeah.
I forgot about Dre.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many strong U.S. players now. There really could be a candidates all on its own.
Vichy instead of Raja. Boo. Go Vesely. MVL's
Yeah,
pretty
MVL, I
good.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Queen C2's played, and the engine wants to take on A3, Knight G5, one of them, then Knight back to G6, so you don't get mated. And it says that's about equal.
Yeah, I guess the point is that you make black remove this knight from F4. I mean, it's so good there.
Mm-hmm.
And pacify it a bit. But still, I wouldn't hang my A pawn.
Yeah, but what would you do instead? Because
Right.
you got to watch it.
Yeah,
here.
there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I was wondering the same.
So he'll take the A pawn then. Because he shouldn't be afraid of anything.
Yeah, because then he's threatening Bishop B4.
Yeah. And he's not afraid of any one move. I mean, in 2 moves, yes. So knight G5 would threaten, or knight F G5 threatens knight F6, right? Knight E G5 would threaten mate in
Yeah,
1.
the engine line's crazy. Engine line's always crazy. It's
Okay.
H4,
Yeah.
H5,
yeah. This is what I expected.
Bishop takes E4,
Right. So now you can move your knight.
Knight takes E4, Knight
Yeah.
H4. What happens on Bishop takes Rook?
Right. HG.
Take this Rook.
All right, and then I'll resign.
What does he do here? Queen D2 winning.
Put knight E7 or something?
No,
Queen
but
G5.
then I just start attacking.
Queen G5, right?
Yeah, here and here.
Yeah, that's super strong. And knight F5 G4 is a way to go too. Hey PD, thank you for the sub.
Knight H4 only move. Wow. Yeah, this is the engine line. It's about equal.
Still, black is very dynamic here.
Mm-hmm.
The white pawn on H6 is annoying.
It is annoying, yeah.
This F6 is so weak.
So will any of that happen?
Well,
Or all
maybe.
of it happen?
All that stuff could happen.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ding hasn't moved after rook e6. He's been thinking a long time. Fabi just played b3.
Oh, Simon Williams' favorite.
He got to be free. Yeah, the engine wanted to play f4.
And b3 is very solid. But now maybe black can get some initiative on the king side. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe even rook f8, as suggested earlier by the engine.
Right. The engine likes queen f6 here because then if f4 I can take. You can't take
play
with the rook.
takes, right? Because a1's hanging.
I don't really mind my king being here if we trade queens. And h4 is a good move also.
You got it, Meta Soprano.
Thanks, Satarosian. It's like Saturn if Saturn was Armenian.
Right.
Yay, go subs. Plenty of non-GMs are playing in the FIDE World Cup.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's theoretically possible, yeah.
Yeah, especially if they cheat a lot.
Then it's much more likely.
Yeah, that's the only way to get in if you're not a GM. Lots of cheating. And not getting caught. That's the tough part.
I love the games, Schneider. I think they're pretty
these
fun.
are good games. Wow, he played bishop e2. The engine says boo. Then knight c8 it likes.
I guess he wanted bishop c4. I don't know. Bishop a4 is such a natural move. It's hard to imagine he
It
didn't
doesn't
like
like Duda's technique.
Well, maybe after bishop a4, he didn't like knight c8 to b6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but knight c8, rook c1.
Yeah. Knight c8, rook c1.
Yeah, now it's only like 0.5, 0.6 for white.
Dang, now he won't win like I said he would. After
That's
all
because
that.
he can't beat himself.
All right.
He looks at his opponents like looking in a mirror.
Yeah, it's
Even
like
though-
the
even though they don't-
Spider-Man meme.
Even though they don't look alike. Yes.
Right.
He's like, wait, which one of us is better?
He's having an existential crisis at the board.
He's like, why is my opponent higher rated than me? I'm better than him. Don't you just think of Duda as a better player? And somehow,
he's more like solid and consistent.
somehow lower rated. Wow, the engine wants to play knight d6 here. Now it says king c7.
Yeah,
That's what I would play.
Expect knight d6 at all.
No, I wouldn't play knight d6.
I mean, what about knight c4?
Now it says king c7, white's up 0.68.
Makes way more sense to play.
Still better.
Because his a2 pawn was hanging is why he took with the
Right.
bishop.
But he should have taken with a rook.
Right, but there's
yeah.
tactical tricks making it work, which he didn't anticipate.
Okay, still hasn't moved. He still hasn't moved. And Naka hasn't moved after b3.
That's true. Tarash did say that, I think.
We still could see 4 draws. Boo, boo.
Yeah.
But can we see 4 decisive games? Also possible. Less likely.
Hey, do you mind doing some recaps?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Just at the end.
Oh, you mean at the end? Or you mean now?
I just meant at the end for
Oh, yeah.
for the sake of YouTube
Mm-hmm.
before you.
Right.
But certainly can't hurt to review occasionally,
Mm-hmm.
especially if we have nothing to do. But I know I get the games mixed up.
Are you happy to see that Lubojevic is Rapport second? I didn't know he was.
They were hanging out together.
But that's cool.
So probably. Yeah, they have a similar style.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
Where's
Lubojevic is more by the
Caruana?
book,
He's
you know.
playing Nakamura. The Arrogant subscribed. Hooray.
Yeah, somebody tweeted they saw Lubojevic out the window. I can't remember who it was. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
yeah, David Lotta, I think.
Oh, yeah, it was Lotta. It was Lotta.
You know you're good when your first and last names are almost the exact same.
Mm-hmm.
They showed a little video of him out the window.
Did you know I'm not Duda's second? I did know that.
Well, I didn't know that for a fact, but I would have guessed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got some moves. King c7, bishop c4. Now it says +1, even though they're making the engine moves. The engine likes white's position more and more.
Yeah, so Duda was right the whole time.
It says bishop g4, f3, bishop e6, f2.
That's a good line.
Actually, after f3, it says f6. Leave the bishop here.
Right, I was thinking, what do you do after f3?
Terrible.
Bishop e6 doesn't look right.
Yeah.
f6? Well, I can just play bishop e3.
Right, then bishop d7. That's the engine line.
Yeah.
Looks
I can
good
see
for
that.
white.
But then Black avoided everything. He didn't double the pawns or lose the pawn or anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that looks nice for white because the bishop on
Right,
c4 is really
bishop
good.
d7 now loses this, yeah.
Right. But anyways, the knight on a3 is not great. So
Mm-hmm.
Black could do that variation and say that your knight on a3 is not great. Pretty much.
Agreed. Go Thaddeus.
Engine doesn't like Ding's position. Agreed.
Now they made some moves.
Hmm.
He played rook f d1,
Looks pretty normal.
knight d5, then rook d4. The engine says rook d4 is double question mark.
It looks like pretty good.
It says g5 gg. It thinks that
Right,
black's
how do you
already
handle G5?
winning after
So
g5.
g5 hg,
Right, queen g5.
and then you just don't care about your e pawn, I guess.
Yeah, let's have a look. Here, takes. This is the obvious move, right?
Is it b5?
Rook takes, rook
Tell me
takes.
it's b5 here.
Queen g6.
I thought it was b5 and then knight e3 or something, but I guess that doesn't work.
See, what do I do here?
Never play f3 exclam. That hangs
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
Knight. Oh, okay. Knight d2,
I
right?
assume knight f6.
Knight f6.
So.
And it can't even just lose the exchange somehow.
It says white resigns.
Yeah, you're gonna be a piece down, right?
Yeah.
Simply. Hey, so what about computer? I can use that one over there, that other one back
Oh,
there.
yeah. Let me come help you. 'Cause
Okay.
I have to find the cord real quick.
There's another computer here.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
All right, be right back.
BRB.
I'll be back in like an hour. Assuming they're still playing.
Here, so let's take this and then I think the cord's upstairs.
All right.
Yeah, the engine says it's terrible for Ding. It doesn't like the way Ding has played this game at all. Way too passive. Thanks for gifting a snub. A snub? Thanks for gifting a sub, P. Schneider. Also, thanks for gifting a snub. Also good. What would Mr. Snrub say? I like the way Snrub thinks. Yeah, the engine says g5, queen g5, and then attack the white king is winning. Rawr! Yeah, it really hates the way Ding has played this game. Way too passively. Thanks, Darth Ziggler, for the sub. Thanks, Soldier 7 of Fortune. I wonder if Soldier knows Desert Rose. Anyway, very passive play by Ding this game. Never taking this pawn, taking with the wrong piece on b2, rook d1, rook d4 the engine doesn't like. Never getting counterplay with b5 or knight c5. Yeah, after g5, black has a winning advantage according to the engine. Black has this attack against the white king, and white doesn't have any counterplay. Okay, Fallujah hasn't moved after queen c2. We're expecting him to take this pawn. Never play f3. Okay, so Naka castled, which was not a favorite of the engine. Doesn't like that move. Seems like a natural kind of move. And then he played f3. Never play f3. The engine prefers white now. It doesn't like this king here on g8. Slightly better for white, just slightly. But this is a tough position to play for black because excuse me, a lot of the engine moves are sort of crazy, like h4, king d7, rook g8. They're very aggressive kind of moves with, doesn't seem like black should have any mating attack or anything. So I'm not really surprised if a human doesn't play an engine move in this position. But yeah, like h4 is one of the engine moves. And just leaving the king on e8 seems very risky. This activates the rook. The king is castled finally. But yeah, the king's not super safe on g8. And he played queen to g7. Yeah, the engine really likes white here, like all of a sudden. It just takes this pawn, and it doesn't like that black's king doesn't have a lot of cover. One of white's main ideas is to eventually get the knight to f1 and play either knight e3 or knight g3, controlling the f5 square. It's hard for black to do anything active. d5 is really risky because it weakens the e-pawn. And it will activate this knight, perhaps. This is where black's active play is over here, but his king is there. So the engine all of a sudden likes white a lot. It doesn't like castles or queen g7. I think it's a harder position to play for black, even though technically the engine said it was equal. Thanks for the 169, Mr. Schwamp. You're the best. 169. Sounds like somebody had 169 bits left. All right. So it's looking good for Fabi. His position's improving. And he played the engine way, Rapport did. Bishop g4, f3, f6. Never play f3 and f6. Now he's probably going to play bishop e3, bishop d7, and white's going to try to squeeze black because black has these two isolated pawns. Spencer has to give a chess lesson from 11:30 to 12:30, starting in 10 minutes, on the internets. So Karen's setting him up with a computer and such, mainly and such. And Karen will be back down in about 5 minutes. Okay, so he played h6, and the computer's furious that he didn't play g5. So this game, the engine doesn't like the way either player is playing. It thinks that black has a big initiative, and he doesn't do it, and white has counterplay, and he doesn't do it. Now it says the position's equal, just because of that one lost tempo. It wants to double rooks here, and then play b5 and get some counterplay against black's center and queen side. It really hates h6. Man, chess is tough. g5 it says +2 for black. h6 it says equal. You have to strike when the iron's hot. And it's weird that the most aggressive way isn't the way that Jan's playing, because that's his style, is to play super sharp and aggressive. It could be that both players thought after g5 takes that you could just take this pawn, and they overlooked the strength of this idea. It's possible. And he played put it in h. Man, the engine's mean. It says blunder. Yeah, tough engine. And Firouzja's been thinking here for half an hour. At depth 47, Stockfish 15 says bishop takes a3 is all zeros. Yeah, he's obviously worried about this, coming attack from white if he moves his bishop away from e7. But a pawn is a pawn, threatens bishop b4, gives him a passed a pawn, etc. And Fabi did take on g4. 3 ways for black to take. The engine wants to take with the pawn. Otherwise, the h-pawn's pretty isolated from the rest of the guys, and you're giving the f3 square away. So the knight or rook can come here. But he could take with the bishop. I wouldn't be surprised either way. Queen takes would surprise me, but bishop takes or pawn takes wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, this is just better for white now. Black's king is always going to be suffering. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing Jan Nepomniachtchi with the normal hair. Okay, Ding played queen d2. The engine says that's horrible. Instead of putting his rook in the middle, it takes the pressure off of e4. So it says just double rooks on the e-file and then play for g5, and black is still in the driver's seat. I wonder if he wants to sack the exchange on d5 and get counterplay that way. Man, Stockfish is not happy with the level of play this game. But having said that, irrespective of the moves are good or not, I like black's position a lot. Black has this potential attack on the king's side, and white doesn't have a lot of counterplay. That pawn on e4 is annoying. Yeah, he's either going to play g5 now, or he's going to double rooks on the e-file and then play g5. Because his rook on a8's not doing very much. Nice to have an extra defender of the pawn and another rook to lift if necessary. So the engine really hates white's position. I mean, white's just not getting counterplay against black's position. And eventually h4 is going to hurt him. g5 is going to come with a vengeance. Would you have fun if you were the wild card, or would it just be stressful? Well, it would be silly. I mean, you could have any random person be the wild card, but probably better if it's a stronger player. I mean, they're not really a favorite this tournament. I think anybody can win the tournament except for Radjabov. I think the other 7 players could all win. About 3 weeks ago, I said I thought Nepomniachtchi was a slight favorite, just because he just played a match with Magnus. He has that World Championship prep. And he won the last candidates, so he's pretty good. Firouzja still hasn't moved. He's been thinking for half an hour. Naka hasn't recaptured on g4 yet. And Duda's trying to figure out what to do after bishop d7. White's better here because black has these split pawns, and the bishop isn't very good on g7. But, you know, material's equal. Equal pawns on both sides. Thanks, viewer Andy. You're the best. Man, they were showing a game ending on the video, but it's from last year's candidates. Now they're showing last year's World Championship. I'm not sure what they're showing now. Maybe it's last year's candidates still. Yay, go viewer Andy. Okay, rook e8 was played by Jan. Good move. Yeah, I don't see the counterplay for white. I see g5, and then the rook on e6 can come into the attack. The pawn on e4 is just splitting white's position in half. He can't really defend his king. Like, because of this structure here, none of these white pieces can get over and defend the white king. They're all sort of stopped. And here comes the rook. The bishop is here. The queen is here. Occasionally the knight can come in one way or the other. So it looks just very treacherous for white. Very poor play from Ding this game. And probably, you know, Ding should have gotten to the tournament like a week in advance. I don't think he did. I think he got there a couple days ago. And the time difference between China and Spain is, you know, quite a number of hours. So it could be he's not acclimatized yet to the, or acclimated or something. Something's not happening. I think he should have gotten there earlier. So a very bad position for Ding. He looks unhappy also. It's Karen.
You know, the computer wouldn't work.
No?
So,
How come it didn't work?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's an older computer. It should work. We used it with Ceci
Yeah.
a while back. So I had to give him mine. So it just took a
Oh,
while.
okay. It's Karen. Karen's going to take over now as I relax. Ah, that's better. Man, look at him's going to get checkmated. Ding's going to get mated. G5. And then no defense to the king. Terrible play by Ding. Ding's getting dinged.
Yeah.
They asked Ding, what'd you think of your play today? And he said, dang.
So can I review the
Thanks, Korshnoy's glasses.
review the moves? This is where he was thinking about trading the knights, or was that a different game? That was this game, right?
Who?
Well, which game was it? I thought this was the game where he was thinking about trading the knights for a while.
I don't know.
Or, well, can you go back a few moves? Because I missed all that.
Oh, yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, so
eventually they traded here.
So he did go h4.
Right.
But he
Not
didn't
good.
ever get the pawn.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like the way White's playing. Yeah, now Black has this big attack coming with G5, and White doesn't have any counterplay. So the
Yeah.
engine's already +2 for Black or more. Winning with Black against Ding is a good opening round if he can finish him off. Finish him. I mean, as the game plays itself, he's going to play G5 and attack. I think White has to sack the exchange to try to get counterplay. It doesn't really slow down the attack much, but maybe he can take a pawn or two. Get his knight in here.
All right.
Anyway, Ding looks really unhappy.
Yeah, he's clutching his head.
Yeah, Nepo's not at the board. He's having a Perrier probably. Farouche has been thinking over 35 minutes here. He has Black.
Yeah.
The engine wants him to take on A3. He's been thinking so long, the chess.com engine's at depth 50. 5-0. That's how long he's been thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever it gets to depth 50, it says everything's equal. In
Yeah,
every position.
I've seen all this except for, so he has been sitting there a while.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing he'll take the pawn.
That's what the engine wants him to do. It doesn't like what Naka did the last few moves. It doesn't like castling. It doesn't like Queen G7. And it says White's better now because White's knight's going to get to E3 or G3 and control all the key squares. This pawn's isolated. The king is never going to be safe on G8. So the engine thinks White's better now. Rook A D1, put pressure on the D pawn. And put the knight on F1, E3, G3. And put pressure here and here. Knight coming in. Queen coming in. And Black is very passive. Black's going to have to chill and trade pieces and just be worse. Well, he's not lost. He's just worse. Rook A D1. Yeah, Fabi's good at these positions. Fabi's happy because he played this pretty quickly. Fabi's playing at a speed where he's like happy with his position. And Ding looks like he's in trouble. Man, White likes to play Bishop E2. I gotta give him that. He's played Bishop E2 several times. The engine never likes when he does it. Want him to play Bishop B3. He's moving his bishop off of C4 because he wants to play Knight C4.
Mm-hmm.
And now Black can play Knight B6. And then Bishop F8. And, Black has drawing chances. Even though Black's pawn structure is terrible, the position is relatively equal otherwise. And White's playing very slowly. White hasn't done anything aggressive like ever. He's just slowly moving his pieces and giving Black a chance to get back in the game. But still bad for Black. This reminds me of a game that either Karpov Korshner or Karpov Kasparov. I think it was Karpov Kasparov where these two weak pawns were here in a queen's gambit, and eventually white won. Very similar pawn structure to this.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember if it was Karpov Korshner or Karpov Kasparov. I'll never remember. It was one of them. Karpov played a lot of world championship matches. Nobody has a winning position except perhaps Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'd say he has a winning position. Fabi's better, Duda's better, and Radjabov Firouzja's about equal. But it's a dynamic equal. Yeah, the games are pretty good so far. They're not boring. Like, this game looks boring, but it's just better for white. There's two isolated pawns for nothing. And bishop here is still bad. Black would like to trade those bishops. Somehow get a knight to d7 and bishop here, but it's just too hard to do. Any questions for Karen? Like, how are the eggs?
Yeah, the eggs were pretty good. I was hungry.
We have the same number of viewers and subscribers, confusing the audience. Go viewers, go subscribers. Now, let's see if anybody's moved.
And Spencer is going to come back after the lesson. He's giving a lesson right now.
Nobody's moved in the last few minutes. I think Rook A D1 was the last move played in the tournament. And Fabi's game with Naka. That's the game most people seem to be interested in. Looks like Rapport's going to make a move. He played H5. He put it in H. Thanks, Born in Oz, for 20 subs.
Yay!
Yay!
How's it going, Born in Oz?
Born in Oz, it's going well for us now.
Yay, thank you. Thank you for the support.
How good do I think Naka will do? Good, good. I don't know how anybody's going to do. Radjabov, I think, isn't going to do well this tournament. Everybody else, I don't know.
You know, I eat eggs every once in a while. I've been eating them more lately. I'm trying to eat a little bit healthier.
Yeah, he's trying to play bishop h6 and trade the bishops and gain some space and stop g4. h5, normal kind of move. Yeah, the engine likes white just because of these two weak pawns. Oh no, my ads. That's right. Who has the most realistic chance against Magnus? Well, Magnus said he's only going to play against Firouzja, so if Magnus doesn't play, then everybody has a chance. I don't know who has a good chance against Magnus. Maybe nobody does. I guess Fabi's played him before, and they played 12 draws, so I guess he has a chance. Fabi has good opening prep. That's important. Fabi hasn't been killing it lately on the circuit. He hasn't been showing the flair that he once had when he was winning a lot of tournaments.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a bit of a grind after a few years.
Naka's prep was reasonable this game, but the last few moves he's been getting outplayed, so now he's slightly worse. But it was hard to play black, I think. Still hard to play black. Yeah, normally your king doesn't has no cover at all, but that's, he pushed all his pawns, so that's what you get. Your king gets no cover. Yeah, king was probably safer on the queen side where all these pawns are.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rorschach, I was real happy about Anand's performance in Norway chess. He still got it.
It's got to be the hair.
Yeah, he did great for his age or any age.
Regibov and Rapport play. Then who's first alphabetically? That's the tough question.
Definitely. I agree with all that quick Zodic. I don't know why Spencer doesn't like him very much.
Go Vichy.
I can't recall the reason. Do you know?
I think because he stood us up for breakfast one morning. Yeah. That's what I think happened.
I mean, if I'd been him, I would have stood you up. Because
Yeah.
he's going to eat with Rex and some other folks.
Da, 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 da. This is what I expect to happen. And then draw agreed. Now, in the match of good versus evil, white is slightly better. And white's slightly better here, at least. And here, Ding's getting dinged. And Faruja's been thinking for 40 minutes. He lost all of his time advantage. That's the Faruja I know, never moving.
Yeah.
Yay, hype train is close. Thanks, Darshan0914. We're getting a lot of subs today. You guys are doing your job. Go, Dr. Krieger. Yes, I've played Nakamura and Fabi, a classical game. I have 1 win and 1 draw. I've never played the other players' classical game. I played them before you were born.
Archer played with Fabi. They were Bughouse partners when Archer was 6 at the St. Louis Chess Club. That was cute.
Dun, 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 dun. Somebody called. I got a voicemail.
Yeah.
It was the pharmacy. Buy 2 footlongs, get 1 free. I can't do that kind of math. Can I just get the free one? Also, aren't the footlongs like 11 inches? Terrible. Come on, Subway.
I'm done with Subway.
Now that you're a vegetarian?
Yeah, they don't really have anything. I don't want to eat the vegetables on the bread.
Too bad. You're going to eat it.
I used to eat tuna and a bunch of vegetables, and I'm fine to just not eat there.
I tried to eat at Subway in England, but all I found was underground. Oh, snap.
Yay.
Thanks,
thank you.
BB Timeless.
BB Timeless.
Frankly, timeless.
The veggie patty's good. It looks kind of gross, though, Jonas.
I usually get the veggie patty.
Yeah, it just looks gross. I don't know. Ugh. But,
Nobody's at Faruja's board, so that means Faruja must have moved. He did. He took on A3, as predicted, giving all of his time advantage away. He thought more than 45 minutes on that move. He calculated all the way to the end of the game in every possible variation.
you and your wife are expecting
Expecting what?
Do-
Oh, snap.
Do-Rot. Let's see. Do-Rot Teasenjack.
Mm-hmm.
When are you expecting? When is your wife due? If you're carrying it that way. There's more meat in the Subway bread than in the rest of the sub. What? I hope not.
It was horse meat. All noses and gums.
Meat bread?
What else? A velociraptor. That's what I expect.
I did not enjoy being pregnant at all.
Yeah, me neither. Ugh.
Horrible.
The more you stay, the more you pay. So he played the best move, bishop takes a3, but he had to calculate all these knights to g5. Make sure he wasn't getting mated or the bad things weren't happening.
Mm-hmm.
Rajabov is going to have a deep think here. Ding hasn't moved after rook e8. Doesn't know what to do about g5, and that's because there's nothing to do. Ding's just in trouble. Naka hasn't moved after rook a d1. And after h5, put it in h. Then Duda's thinking a long time. Now the engine wants to play knight c2, which is not a move that I would play. But I guess it's preparing for bishop h6. Pre-defending the bishop.
Yeah.
Wants to play knight b4, knight a6, check, knight c5. It's a long maneuver, but if you can do it, it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
So to recap, Duda's clearly better. Jan is winning. This game is about equal between Firouzja and Rajabov. And Caruana was slightly better. And Naka said, I had all I can stands, I can't stands no more, and played d5. Not engine recommended. Very loosening. Loosening goosening. But he decided passive defense wouldn't make it, so he's got to play aggressively, get some counterplay. But his pawns are going to be loose everywhere. He has to make sure he doesn't lose a pawn somehow. E5 is weaker now. Queen's defending it. G4 is weak. B7's weak. Those pawns are tough to defend. They have to be defended with pieces, not with pawns. D5 changes the character of the game somewhat. So the engine just wants to trade on f8, trade on d5, and then infiltrate with the queen and put pressure everywhere. Yeah, Naka's going to have to defend all these pawns the rest of the game. So nice advantage for white. It seems like everybody has a nice position in one game except Rajabov Firouzja, where the engine says it's about equal. See if anybody... He did play knight c2. Yeah, if white had his druthers, he would play knight b4, knight a6 check, knight c5. Papa John's. Nobody out-pizzas the Duda. Do you think the Duda is going to abide?
What?
What? I said, do you think the Duda is going to abide?
I don't know.
The Duda abides.
What's that from?
A movie.
Yeah.
I have to think of the name of the movie. Yeah, there you go.
This is the one where the dude.
Big Lebowski.
Oh yeah, I could have
that's
told you
right.
that.
Yeah.
The Big Lebowski.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that, but a long time ago.
I just see that several times because the first 2 or 3 times I saw it, I was either high or drunk. I couldn't remember what happened. Then I saw it like in a theater. I saw it, they were playing it like at a movie theater.
Oh yeah.
So I saw it and I could finally follow the whole movie. Yeah.
I don't think I saw it in the theater at all.
Duda, Where's My Winning Position is my favorite movie. Yeah. That's right. It brings the room together, the rug.
It's a movie about bowling.
Is it harder to win candidates more than the World Championship match? World Championship match is tough.
Thank you, Thaddeus.
Yay,
for the gift
Thaddeus.
sub. Yeah, I don't
Hooray.
think I've ever gotten drunk at a movie theater.
No, I wasn't drunk at the movie theater. The theaters where I actually saw it, I could watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we love Severance.
Yeah, I'm just waiting around for the next season. Also for Succession.
White Russians aren't vegan. Boo, boo. Black Russian might be. Yeah, probably not.
There's a lot of activity upstairs.
Yeah.
Yes, that Severance was very good.
Okay, so after h5, he always played bishop f8, stopping knight b4, and then a3. So he wants to play knight b4 and or b4. Either one's good. Black will probably play a5, preventing knight b4. Then if b4, he can trade off one of his isolated pawns. Or he could play a4. Also possible. Anyway, this rook is sort of out of play. So if white can get some activity over here, then he's going to have more force because the rook's not helping. And black's just super passive. So still clearly better for white. Looks like Fabi moved. Fabi took on d5 and then played rook de1, putting pressure on the e-pawn. If black plays e4, he'll play c3, probably fixing the pawns on these white squares, then try to get his knight to d4 with b4, knight b3. So e4 is positionally not what you want to play, but you don't want to lose a pawn either. Another way to play after e4 is to trade rooks and play c4, and then eventually win this pawn. And the king is exposed. So this is a poor position for black. Nakamura's probably regretting castling and playing d5 now. There's just too many pawns all over the place. He has to defend all of them. And Fabi is pretty confident. I knew Fabi was a boss when he told the owner of the restaurant to hang his coat up.
What?
Yeah. We were
Yeah.
eating at some fancy Rex Italian place, like really expensive. And then the owner came and he says, hey, how you doing? So Rex is there. And then Fabi took his coat and said, can you hang this up? Yeah. Well, the guy's like, yeah, hang my coat up.
Yeah.
Then I knew he was a boss and that he would win this game several years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was surprised when he called the guy a bitch. I was like, wow, that's shocking. When we ate there once, because we ate there several times, I know the name of the restaurant, Italian restaurant in the hill. Kasparov's wife is like terrible. She wouldn't eat her food and said it was awful.
Oh, yeah?
They said, would you like something else? She's like, no. Yeah. She showed them.
Which restaurant was it?
Some fancy restaurant in the hill,
Oh.
in St. Louis.
Was your food good?
Yeah, food's good. Yeah. But yeah, she said, frankly, terrible. Naka doesn't look too impressed with his position. Lots of hanging pawns. Lots of weaknesses. Doesn't want to play e4, but doesn't want to lose his e-pawn. So, gotta do something. Yeah, problem is if his center collapses, his king's going to be exposed too. Oh well, back to streaming. Truth hurts.
Where's the borscht? Borscht? Never sure if I'm saying that's right.
Borscht.
I said it right. Borscht. It's
Odds Vichy's a candidate again within the next 10 years, 0%. Is that a good percent? What do you think about rook f5? to guard the pawn. Well, you could play rook f5.
Was Archer or Fabi better at 6?
Unclear. We don't know how good Fabi was at 6. Probably Archer.
Yeah, I mean, Archer was an early bloomer with chess, but then he kind of wasn't as passionate about it as he got older. So that might be true that Archer was better when he was 6.
What would you have put Naka's chance being candidates 12 months ago? 100%. That's right, Thaddeus. Okay, back to whatever this is. A3, nothing's happened. Okay, so he played king h2, put it in h. And the reason he played king h2, which looks strange because it makes it look like g5 is stronger, he wants to play rook h1, then put his king back on g1. I want $1 billion, but I'm not getting it. So the engine wants to play g5, rook h1, takes here, h3. And then it says, the engine note says Papa John's. So, yeah, and this is just really good for black. Black's up a pawn and he's attacking. But that's probably what's going to happen. That's an interesting way to defend. King h2, rook h1, king g1. Okay, he didn't play g5. He played bishop g4. Looks like he wants to play f5 and rook g6. And then maybe he played g5, then rook g6. He's attacking this pawn. Not easy to defend. Don't want to lose that pawn. Don't want to play rook e1 to defend your pawn, because after g5, you were supposed to play rook h1. Otherwise, you're just getting crushed. So bishop g4 is hard to meet. It's not hard to vegan, but it's hard to meet. Ding did not accept Jan's pawn sack. That's why Jan's pawn is still on e4. He could have taken it 2 or 3 times. All right, so it's looking good for Jan. It's looking good for Fabi. It's looking good for Duda. So we could have 2 or 3 decisive games today. Exciting. Bishop h3 is dangerous for white here. Oh, he played knight a5. He's getting counterplay against the king. The engine says boo, boo after knight a5. Now it says black is +4. It says g5 immediately is just winning. And the same variation that we looked at before, which was like +2, is now +4. So, I mean, assuming he wants to take this, the engine doesn't take that, but I assume that was his idea. Queen f5, bishop f1's forced. And then h5, and then h4, rook g6. Yeah, okay, that's no good. Yeah, h4's coming and rook g6. Damn, harsh. Yeah, this didn't really help so much. All right, so Jan's just completely winning if he can play like an engine for the next 4 or 5 moves. He'll just be +5. Yeah, but I mean, white wanted to get counterplay. He wanted to do something where he's, doing something. But very poor game by Ding so far. Ding just completely lost. Okay, so they made some moves in Farouj's game. He did play knight fg5, knight g6, h4. And we actually looked at this like 45 minutes ago. And we were looking at bishop b4, h5, etc. Mainly etc. So we already looked at this line. And h4 was the right move. He's trying to play h5 and get an attack here against the king. The idea is if the knight moves away, knight f6 check and queen h7 is checkmate. So the knight has to stay here. But what he can do is he can take this knight in the interim. So bishop b4, h5, bishop e4. And now if you take with the queen, That loses because the rook is hanging. And this, you could take this, you can take this, you can take this. Every white piece is attacked. And black's up a piece. If you take with the knight, you're not threatening mate anymore over here. So then black is okay. And rook takes also blocks the queen. So we can take this, threatening the knight. Anyway, there's no more queen h7 mate is the point of the presentation. So that's what the engine wants to do. It wants him to play bishop b4, which I think he'll do. Gotta do something. Bishop b4 looks good. Forks all the rooks, skewers them, pins them, something. Looks like Hikaru moved it, I guess, because of the way Fabi's looking. Yeah. So Hikaru played e4. And now, one time a game, if you're rated over 2750, you can play knight d4. Just move your knight right there. Bam. The engine wants Fabi to take the rook and then play c4. c4 explodes the center. And then the center is going to disappear, and black's king is going to be exposed, and you might even lose a pawn. Naka's hoping by trading everything, that gets it closer to a draw. So Naka's position is poor, but not as poor as Ding's position. Ding is completely lost with white. Playing really inaccurately this game. Frankly, terrible. All right, another bad move according to the engine. Rook f6 instead of the obvious g5. Rook f6, threatening the f2 pawn and the e2 pawn. So this is funny. Probably the reason Jan played this inaccuracy is he didn't expect white's best move. I'm not saying that white's going to play it, but the engine plays king g1. And when your opponent just played king h2, it's hard to expect king g1 because he just came from g1. If he doesn't play king g1, then, rook f2 is annoying. So you can see why he did that. Then after king g1, he can play b5, or g5, I mean. And still, black has a big advantage. So black is still close to winning here. And black basically has a free attack. Attacking white's king, and white doesn't have very much. Terrible position for Ding, even if Jan's not executing the attack properly. Let's see if Duda and Rapport have played any moves. Yeah, he did play a5, stopping knight b4, trying to trade off his isolated pawn, or play a4 and put his pawn to good use. Too bad this rook is here. Black would be like equal if his rook was on b8 on the open file, but here, terrible. So a little unpleasant for Rapport still. Probably not as bad as it was 10 moves ago. Ali Reza, gave all his time advantage away. Again. He took on a3 after a 45-minute think, and then after h4, he's going into another think. Chess is tough. 1 minute, you're up an hour. The next minute, it's equal.
What do you think he was considering other than taking the pawn?
He probably looked at a lot of stuff after taking the pawn and wondering if one of these moves was good and decided it was okay. He could have been thinking about playing something more passive, like h6, so the knights can't go to g5.
Yeah.
But he thought it was too slow. And he was right. But he's mainly calculating this and seeing if he's white's just winning right away, because he has to play his knight back here. And then after h4, he probably looked at this also. We have some moves in the Ding game. King g1 was played, exclam, and then finally g5. We get a Perrier. Man, getting up's hard. How do you guys get up so much?
I'm going to go up in a minute to the restroom and then turn the green beans on
No.
to warm them up.
I had one Perrier in this fridge. Put it in last night.
Yay. I just don't want to miss anything.
One Perrier. What else? Here comes the shack attack. Not only does Jan have a winning attack, he's doubled up on the bubble up time-wise. 40 minutes to 20. So Ding has to defend accurately and quickly. He can't be happy about playing king h2, king g1. Not exactly what he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be doing live coverage every day of the event for the first 9 rounds, because once we get to 9, there's nothing funny after that. And then the rest of the event, we're at the World Open. Karen's playing in 2 events. I'm playing in 1. Archer's going to play in at least 1 event, probably 2. And Holden's not going to play. Although he could play in an undersection. Yeah, tough position for Ding. Good thing I'm not white here. After e4, Fabi's thinking forever. He's thinking, should I play c4 now? Or should I trade rooks first? Or should I play c3, b4, knight here, which is a little slow. I think Fabi's going to play like the engine and trade on f8 and then play c4. The reason to trade on f8 is you don't want your knight or your rook away from the e pawn or the c pawn. So if black trades rooks, it's not really convenient to take back any of the 3 ways. But I'm sure c4 is also a good move. Destroying the center, attacking it at the base. Speaking of attacking at the base, wasn't Top Gun terrible?
Yeah.
Terrible.
You know, it's not my kind of movie.
It's for what I call the low IQ crowd, which is mainly our chat. So
My
chat
kid-
love it.
Yeah, my kids didn't like it either.
Yeah.
I've just now saw the first one for the, I never made it all the way through until we watched it at home, like, I guess a couple of weeks ago. Pretty bad.
I liked when the planes went fast. Yeah.
Took your breath away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cheesy. I know, farty party, but people don't have good taste. That's why you're hearing good things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they can just go see any old thing. And it's just, formulaic and ridiculous.
Frankly, ridiculous. Like the first movie, I can't even watch. It's so bad. The first Top Gun, I tried to watch it once and I couldn't. It was too terrible. This one's like the same, but it's a little bit better.
I got through it recently.
Not as
Like
terrible.
I said,
No.
Got to see the short, the short Tom Cruise.
No, I mean like a third of the country voted for Trump. That's the kind of people who would like the movie. People who don't have a lot of smarts up here.
The beautiful Kelly McGillis.
Mm-hmm. You mean formerly beautiful? Oh, snap.
I haven't seen
Terrible.
her lately. I think she's held up pretty well. She's in her 60s. It's tough to make a crappier movie. Well, I mean, I didn't really understand some of the new ones. So Jennifer Connelly,
Mm-hmm.
they were a former flame, and
Maybe.
she had a bar
Mm-hmm.
somehow.
Yeah.
Single mom, she had a bar on the island. She seemed to not struggle for money at all.
Mm-mm.
But, it's fine.
Anyway, it was good propaganda. Yeah.
Who's shorter? Well, see, I noticed, Tom Cruise doesn't really allow himself to look short in any movies. But back when they made Top Gun, I think it's before he started insisting that he be made to look taller or wore lifts and things like that.
Rook takes F8 check was played. Go somebody.
I don't know who's tall. You think Hikaru's taller? Maybe.
Do you have a crush on Mia Sarah? Who's Mia Sarah?
I saw him on
Do you know,
Oprah.
do you know who that is?
Mia
I don't know
Sarah.
who that is.
It's
It's like 2 first names.
seems like I
Thanks
do.
for the sub, whoever did that. Let's see, who subbed?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I am Ricks. Jennifer
Randall
Connelly
884. Thanks for the sub.
was very rich somehow from being a single mom bar owner
Mm-hmm.
on what was probably a seasonal business.
Ferris Bueller's Girlfriend. Oh yeah, I remember that. She made a movie after that. I know who you're talking about. I never saw her in another movie.
What was the actress's name?
Yeah, they said Mia Sarah.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know. Yeah, I forgot about her that she was even in the movie. She made a big impression. C4. Fabi plays like the engine. Rook takes F8, C4. Fabi's in engine mode.
So one of the stunt pilots in the making of the first Top Gun actually died in a similar manner to the way Goose died
Who's Goose?
from the first movie.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I didn't see the whole first movie.
Goose
Just
is
first,
the
10
dad,
minutes.
the dad of Rooster.
Who's Rooster?
Rooster's the
Yeah,
young.
I know who everybody is.
Okay.
But I didn't watch the first movie because after 5 or 10 minutes, I'm like, this is the worst thing that's ever
It's
happened.
pretty bad.
Yeah.
I just watched it for cultural literacy purposes.
There you go.
Otherwise, who would ever want to watch it?
Nobody.
God. Horrible. Horrible.
Frankly, terrible.
But I mean, I don't like any of these. I'm not a big mainstream movie kind of person. I just don't usually like.
Cyphernetics subscribed.
I tend to like weird, out of the way movies.
Go Hype Train. Goose's parents were duck and duck. Yeah.
Hey Laszlo, how's it going?
No, I'm an atheist. I'm not a nihilist. Oh, snap.
Spencer will return in about 20 minutes.
At least. All right, let's go to some other game. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, Birdman, that was a good movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
That's a good movie.
And I don't like Michael Keaton at all, but that was a good
Yeah,
movie.
I
Yeah.
agree on all those
Yeah,
points.
because he's terrible, but it was good in that.
He's terrible. Oh, although I did like him in, have you ever seen that movie that wasn't the greatest movie, but he's good in it? Pacific Heights.
Maybe.
Yeah, he's good in that.
King F1. Engine doesn't like that.
I didn't really care for Beetlejuice. I don't know.
No, these are movies like Beetlejuice and Top Gun. That's in the Marvel movies. That's for the gawking rabble in the crowd. Yeah.
Oh, you
Now
saw
know,
Pacific Heights?
Now you know
Yeah.
why you're gawking rabble.
Yeah, hey, that's an interesting movie with Melanie Griffith before she ruined her face with too much
Oh,
plastic
yeah.
surgery.
Gotcha, bitch.
Michael Keaton and who else was in that? I liked that they had Melanie Griffith as the electrician. I forgot who the husband
Somebody asked
was.
if Matthew Modine was in that.
She was good in that.
Jackie Brown's good. Go Jackie Brown.
Yeah.
In Jackie Brown, he spends 5 minutes convincing Chris Tucker to get in the trunk because he says, we're going to surprise these people. We'll go open the trunk and you're going to come out shooting. Then when he gets in the trunk, he shoots them and closes the trunk. He just didn't want to shoot him and then put him in the trunk because that would be hard.
I never saw Jackie Brown. That's a Tarantino movie, isn't
Yep,
it? Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't see it.
That guy died recently, about a year ago. Robert what? Robert, the guy who played the bail bondsman. He was also in Breaking Bad. He was the guy who hit him at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Robert something. Unless it's not Robert, then I'm confusing you guys. Robert Forster, thank you. Yeah, he died about a year ago, 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
De Niro's in that, Sam Jackson, etc. What's her name's in it? She was famous for being like a cop in the 70s. Like a larger black woman. She was on some cop show. She's in it. Pam Grier, that's it.
Oh,
They talk about Pam Grier in Reservoir Dogs.
I know who Pam Grier is.
But I like the way they talk about Pam Grier. And then she's in another Tarantino movie. You under arrest, sugar? Okay. So this game is now supposedly equal because Duda keeps playing the most passive, boring moves. He's not increasing his advantage. King F1 it didn't like knight E3 so much. So now it says that he has no advantage. Man, truth hurts.
Mm-hmm,
It's hard to beat yourself.
I have Foxy Brown.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so after H4, he still hasn't moved. In a shocking development, Firouzja has less time than Radjabov. He was an hour ahead on the clock. Now he has less time. Man, the truth hurts. All right, let's see if he's getting pummeled here. Knight takes B7. That's nothing to sneeze at. Oh, it is something to sneeze at. Never mind. So, Karen, this says what black's up 1.7. After this, it says black's up 8.7. It doesn't like that move. What did it want him to do? It wants him to play B5 and get counterplay that way. Try to, because the knight's defended by the C pawn. But instead he played here, GH. Now it says he should resign. But he played here instead of resigning. Yeah, now it says black is going to crash through and so forth.
I don't understand why it's so bad.
Well, his king's getting attacked, and the engine analyzes several moves ahead and sees the attack is going to be crushing. But yeah, it's...
So, because it shouldn't be doing anything over there but defending? Is that what's going on?
No, he should have got counterplay differently, where he's... Now he doesn't have any counterplay, he just took this pawn. But this is still, like, just sitting here.
I thought you were saying it's bad because he was over on the queen's side rather than tending to business.
Yeah, but he can't. There's nothing he can do about this now.
There's nothing going on over there.
Mm-hmm. It wants him to play bishop f5, rook g6, Papa John's. +9 for black.
Well, what was the recommended move?
B5.
Oh. Okay.
That way we can do stuff over here. Like takes, knight takes, rook takes. Counterplay. See here, takes. Now that's counterplay. Threatening here, threatening here.
Oh, okay. No,
Then if you take that, then takes this. Then if you take that, I take this. Yeah, okay, white's okay here.
Okay, I see. It seems... Yeah.
Yeah. No, Ding's just playing bad this game. I don't think Ding got to the tournament early enough. He flew from China to Madrid like 2 days before the tournament. There's a 7-hour time difference. Yeah, I don't agree with that. There's no reason not to get there like a week early and chill and get relaxed and get used to the time and get used to the food and study a little bit. Yeah, I don't like that he got there so close to the tournament. Okay, he played H3, which is also good. Well, this basically wins a piece. All we are saying is H3 wins a piece. Yeah, man, you can't move your bishop anywhere. Yeah, this is terrible. H3 is a good move. That's a human move. Because the engine just wants to let you take that. That's ridiculous. No human's going to let him do that. Nah. I accidentally made a move and it said it was okay because his position's so bad. Yeah, here's the engine line. Knight e4, hg, knight f6, knight f6, king g2, bishop e2, threatening bishop f3 check. Rook here, knight d5, rook f5. I mean, it's hard not to take that because then white's going to resign, but the engine goes here instead of taking it. No human would go here. Everybody would just take this and win. Yeah, Ding's going to resign soon. So Jan's going to win with black. God damn. This is a very poor game from Ding. Because Jan gave him a lot of chances to like almost escape, and he didn't take any of them. Very poor game. This is how I would lose. I'd have white, I'd play Timusa Theory, and then I'd just get crushed. Yeah, he's playing like me. I mean, he's just getting crushed. Like, he's Ding, he shouldn't get crushed, he's white. He's like highest rated player in the tournament. He shouldn't have white, and then 20 moves he has to resign. Yeah, he's choking on his own rage, too. He's like, I'm Ding, I'm white. What's going on here?
Yay, thank you, Jay Cohen.
Yep. Chess and poker are like that. You're the best poker player in the world, or you think you are. You play the hand correctly, then the guy rivers you. Then you get mad. And then chess, it happens too. You're 2,800, you're trying to become world champion, and you get crushed with white. And you start thinking, man, even if I do win this tournament, how am I going to beat Magnus if I'm losing with white in 20 moves? Harsh. Jan is on fire. Okay, finally we have a move, bishop b4. So basically, Firouzja never moves. When he does move, it's the engine move. So he's playing good. Both sides playing pretty well this game. Black's down the exchange. He's probably winning it back. But white is getting this monster attack. It's too exciting. Let's see what we have here. c4 was the last position we saw in Naka's game. The engine wants to play queen f6. He played rook e8, which the engine hates. Too passive. It says that's just terrible. Now it wants white to play rook f1, rook f4, putting pressure on both of these weak pawns. But he played knight f1 because he wants to play knight g3 and or move his queen and play knight e3. The engine's not too happy about that. Wants rook f1 instead. But this was the idea that he had all along, to get his knight to a good square. Queen e5. Now the engine wants to play queen h6 and then knight e3, Papa John's. I mean, this king is just so exposed. And these pawns are weak. So white has a big advantage here. Time is about the same. They're on move 30. They both have 20, 25 minutes left. That's good time usage. Anyway, difficult position for Naka. Can he hold? This position's been slightly to clearly better for white the whole game, even close to winning. But nothing much has happened the last 10 moves. White's still better. White has a better pawn structure. But I think black is in the drawing zone. What's more likely, that black's in the drawing zone or that Sukandar and Rosen are in the friend zone? What's more likely? Grandmaster Gallery. Speaking of Irene and Rosen.
Yay.
Go
thank you,
Grandmaster Gowrie.
Gowrie for the raid. You know, I'm not commenting on that.
You're not commenting on whether this is in the draw zone? All right.
The other thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have over 1,000 viewers for the first time. These games have to end in the next 3 hours. I have to pick up Holden.
That's right. Well, he can.
So one time I gave a simul at a school.
Yeah.
And they told me, this is, before you were born. And they told me the whole school was playing me. And I was like, yeah, right. And so I dropped Spencer off at school. He was like in, I don't know, 5th grade, 6th grade, something. And then I went to the school, which was like 40 minutes away.
Yeah.
And they had 150 boards set up. And everybody in the school, I was playing the whole school, 150 boards. And I was like, I got to finish all these games before I pick Spencer up. I got to go pick Spencer up at school.
They didn't cap it?
So no. So it was like 9:30 in the morning. I got to go get Spencer like at 3:30. But I have to drive, and I have to finish 150 games, right? Now, a few kids didn't know how to play, so move 1 was illegal. And then they had helpers and stuff. Anyway, I went 150-0, and I went and I picked Spencer up at school. I got him in time.
Wow. That's the biggest simul I've ever heard of.
Yeah. The best kid there was negative 1,000 strength. That was the strongest kid. Right.
150 scholars, mate.
Yeah. No, I mean, any kid there, if they played in a kids tournament, would get 0. Like, the best kid there was like the worst kid at a kids tournament. So it was just like 150 people who couldn't play.
Magnus tweet. I didn't see it, Gary. Let me look.
By the way, several games, like 4 games went like this. F4 on move 1, E5, G3, takes, queen H4 mate. I had that like 4 times.
Let's see, Magnus.
I almost never have that mate because I don't face G3 very often.
Carlson.
Boring. All right, so what did we miss? Bishop D2, King B6, Knight E3 we saw. Knight D6, stopping knight. Okay, C4. C5. He played bishop here. He wants to play bishop F2 and put pressure this way. Yeah, now the engine says bishop E3 is equal. It doesn't like bishop E1 at all. It doesn't like any move that Duda's played the last like 10 moves. Doesn't like any of them. It says bishop H6 and white's not even better anymore. Yeah, Duda's really been getting outplayed the last 10 moves. And Rapport really got outplayed the first 10 moves. So it's only fair. Okay, now Radjabov isn't moving. Now they have the same amount of time. They both have 20 minutes left. They're playing well. They just never move. All right. Jan is wrapping it up against Ding. H3. Rook takes E4. It says black is plus 15. And the plus 15 move is to take on G2. So after taking on G2, the engine gives this rook away, but let's play the human move. Rook takes. King, I don't think it matters. G7. Now the engine announces mate. Obviously, I'm threatening mate. If you take my pawn, I have forced mate really quickly. King E1, Queen G1 mate, and King F1, bishop here, and Queen G1 mate. So the engine plays F3 here. Never play F3. Bishop takes F3. Queen H1. Rook takes F3. God damn. Look at the game God versus damn. King takes. Discovered double check. And then it says mate in 6. Black's up a queen for a rook. So if he calculates HG correctly and plays HG, the game is going to be over in like 3 moves.
Mm-hmm. I didn't really see the tweet where Magnus said anything.
This is what happened. He played HG and King G7. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the engine announces mate now. Once you see King takes, Rook takes F2 as mate, you're pretty confident. Because Queen H1's mate, and after F3, worst comes to worst, you can just take this Rook and win. There's better ways to win, but it doesn't matter. Ding might resign here. He might. Because Ding's good, so Ding knows Jan and Ding both analyze to the end and all the variations, and black always wins. So, man, pretty good breakthrough attack there. And the rook on A1 never moves, so he saved energy by not moving his rook. Yeah, Jan's good at calculating stuff like this. I wouldn't be surprised if he resigns. The choices are resign or F3. So, yeah. Nurinonum, 500 centidues. Go Jan. Yeah, 3 weeks ago I said I thought Jan was the favorite because he played Magnus and he has World Championship prep. But I think anybody can still win.
Yeah.
Jan's the kind of guy who can win or lose 4 games in a row. But winning with black against Ding the first round gives him a lot of confidence. Yeah, Ding's choking on his own rage. All right, H5 was played in Radjabov versus Firouzja. That's the engine move. We looked at this over an hour ago, me and Spencer, and then bishop takes knight was the move. We've already looked at this analysis for... It just took the players a long time to find the right moves. Fabi did play queen h6. That was the engine move. The knight wants to go to e3. Rook goes to f1. Something goes to f5. Papa John's. So he has to worry about not losing this pawn, not losing this pawn, and not getting mated. But that's all he has to worry about. It's hard not to lose the g pawn, because I got knight e3, and queen can attack it, and rook f1 to f... I mean, that's a hard pawn to hold. So this is very unpleasant for black. As Boris Gloko would say in 1986, white has pleasure position. Man, really good, really a very poor game from Ding. I want to say good game from Jan, but it wasn't even that good. Jan didn't press the proper way several times, but his position was just so good. 4 minutes left for Ding. Looks like Ding is going to get his bell rung this game. Oh, snap.
Yeah, he looks very upset. Very upset.
Yeah, Ding always looks kind of bored, whether he wins or loses.
No, he looks upset.
But here he's
too.
like, damn, I'm white, and, what's going on here? A high straight player?
Yeah, he looks pretty unhappy.
Getting checkmated over here. For those of you who weren't paying attention or just got here, king g2 gets mated in 4 moves by rook takes, queen check, and then queen g1 mate. Setting up for the next game. If you don't play king g2, god damn. f3 is mate in 11. The engine has spoken. But we don't really need the mate to win. We can just check and take the rook and be up a piece. That's one way to win. There's quicker ways to win, but once you see that, you don't want to do that. Yeah, he's analyzing f3 now, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's trying to find a better win than queen h1, queen takes. And there is a better win. It's taking this. And rook f3. And he's going to do that. He's not going to check and take this. He's going to play like a madman. He's going to get 3 ounces of madman. All right, so I want to have a discussion about pot.
Oh, hang on. I see the tweet. Literally does not care about king's safety. Talking about...
That's right. Who said that?
Magnus.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now, as you all know, about 5 days ago, Montrez, I forgot what his name is. He plays for the Charlotte Hornets. He's an NBA player. He was stopped for driving funny in Kentucky, or so they said. They smelled marijuana in the car, and he said, yeah, I got some marijuana on me. And he showed them like a tiny amount, like in his pocket. He's like, yeah, I smoke some weed. And then they searched his car and found 3 pounds of marijuana. Now here's my question. This is a serious question. Okay, 3 pounds of marijuana means you're selling marijuana. That's what it means. You're not... Why would he do that if he plays in the NBA? If he's making $5-10 million a year, why is he making $100,000 a year selling pot?
Hey, but I came up with an alternate idea.
Yeah, she thinks she's hooking his friends up. That's a lot of friends.
No, I said I think that he might have some big parties and then just supplies in these big parties with a bunch of free weed.
Those are some big parties.
Well, and friends and
It's
relatives.
probably for a party?
See, that Trying to Learn has the same thing. I don't believe that he's
Collab says
smoking
maybe
all that.
he just smokes that much. Isn't that a lifetime supply? 3 pounds?
Not if you're having parties.
No, he says for him. He says maybe he just smokes that much.
No, there's no reason to get that much at one time because then it dries out and it's not fresh. So you would want to get, if it's for personal use, you wouldn't buy that much.
Right. So my point. Here's my question: if he's selling it, I said if, because that's what it seems like. Why is he doing that? Why is he driving it with his car? He plays in the NBA. Why would you sell pot? What?
He's not selling it.
So he's not selling it, and he's
No.
not personal use. He's just hooking everybody up.
Yeah, friends, family, and parties.
All right.
Personal use. He's not selling it. A weed humidor, he probably does. But still, nonetheless, you wouldn't, there's no reason to get it and have old weed when you can have fresh weed.
He's doing it because he's a moron. Well, anyway, he's a good basketball player. I forgot his name. Montrezl Harrell? Montrezl Harrell, something like that. Anyway, he's a good player.
Just a plant enthusiast.
Okay, so let's look at the game. I mean, 3 pounds. What? God damn.
That's a lot.
And he had them in sealed bags. He had them like arranged like he's going to sell them. Not like, you know.
Maybe they're party favors at a wedding. You know, party favors.
How many people would you have at a party where you'd want 3 pounds for the party?
You just give out an ounce.
Like 200 or more? It would be more than 200, right?
What?
How many people at a party where you'd want 3 pounds for that party?
Well, let's see.
300?
There's 16
Yeah.
ounces in a pound.
16 times 3 is 48.
So if you gave out an ounce as a party favor,
An ounce
yeah,
for one party?
if you're rich.
But the ounce would be for the party. They'd have it for like a week.
I mean, I'm just.
We were trying to figure out if you had a party and you were giving pot out
Yeah.
and you had 3 pounds, how many people could you invite? And everybody gets enough.
Hundreds.
Is
Right.
it? Yeah. Is it just to smoke while at the party? Yeah. I just meant
Yeah,
if you have party
right.
favors. Yeah. No, you have more. Let's say you have a party once a month. Then you're starting to get reasonable.
Okay, so the game ended. He played F4.
Which game ended?
Jan, he just checkmated Ding.
Dang.
Queen H1 check. Queen takes A1. Man, now it says not
So
good.
as usual, I was right about Ding not being the favorite.
Yeah.
Losing with white in round one.
And then here, so here's the difference between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Rufus and Doofus.
Well, that's
Rufus and Doofus is like, I'm a piece up and they win.
Yeah.
Jan plays Bishop H3 and the game ends.
I would have done that. I would have played that.
By the way, the obviously if King here may
Right.
yeah, then and
So
King,
take.
but King takes, this is a long variation.
Right, King G4. I was
Here,
looking at
here,
this.
here, and just
Yeah.
Queen H3.
Ah, okay. I saw this
and
position. I thought I'm
No
winning,
defense to Queen G4.
But yeah, that'll end it. What 96 X claim?
96, Queen B2,
Yeah.
Queen F. This is the best play. This is best.
I like Queen F6.
Then A4 it says, mate, this is the best way for white to play. God damn.
No, white should instead of A4 just throw all his pawns
So
off the board.
Spencer wasn't here,
Damn it.
so I want to show him all the mistakes White made. So in this position, Spence,
Right, we saw this. I saw
White played King H. Okay, so Rook D4 is bad.
Right, I saw. This is the last move.
He
and then
played
we said
H6, which
G5
is
was, like,
bad.
winning or
Queen
something.
D2 is bad.
Yeah.
Rook E8's good. King H2, he wants to play Rook H1, King G1.
Yeah.
So which is good for black.
Typical idea though.
Right, now he played Knight A5, which is bad. Then Rook F6 is bad. Should play G5, just winning immediately.
G5 looks good.
Right. Now after here, his idea is if Rook F1, then G5, you can't play your Rook H1 idea. King G1 exclam, which is funny because he played King here.
Yes, King G1.
Okay, and now he
expect
played
that.
double question mark. He has to play B5,
Right.
so he can harass him here.
Yeah, yeah.
He took this, which does nothing.
So wins a pawn.
Almost. That says plus 10 for
It
black.
almost wins a pawn. It doesn't even win
Yeah.
a pawn, but it almost.
Rook
does.
takes
Oh, there
E4
it
question
is.
mark.
Free pawn.
That's the worst move. Then he takes this.
Oh, always sack the
Yeah.
exchange. This is
now,
over.
Now if you play King takes Rook F2's mate, Queen
Yep,
H2.
yep.
If you play F3, you can win by doing this, but
That
this
was
is
good.
much cooler. Takes.
Oh, win the queen.
Rook
or
F3.
something. Oh, snap. Yeah, that's good. Well, okay.
This is the engine line. That's White playing best. Man.
Yeah.
So he played F4,
Right.
and then he resigned.
Yeah, I hope to see him do better too. I like Ding.
Man, Ding got beat, and then some. And Naka's game went downhill. Naka Castle, which surprised
You mean-
us.
Okay.
In this position, Naka Castle, the engine doesn't like that.
I don't mind it.
Then he played Queen G7, which the engine doesn't like. Then he played D5, which the engine doesn't like.
That seems a little much because the
Yeah.
dark squares are pretty.
And then
deep.
every move Fabi made was good.
C4.
Oh, Rook E,
excellent.
the engine really hates Rook E8. It wants to play Queen F6. It really hates this move.
The point is.
Now
just
it wants to
defend
play
it.
Rook F1 winning. Just says White's winning. But he played Knight F1. Which
That's
the
why
engine
Rook
doesn't
F8
like.
wasn't good.
Right. Then here, Queen H6, which the engine does like. Now it says, I haven't seen it since then, but there's a red move next.
Okay.
So this is +1 for White. Play Queen G7, which is a blunder. Then Queen D6 resigns. He didn't resign, but now he can resign.
Hold on a minute. Bishop C6. Knight G3 probably.
Well, Knight E3 is annoying.
Or Knight
'cause
E3.
You're going to Rook F1, and
Oh yeah.
Bishop on C6 is no good for defending.
The king side.
Knight
Oh.
G3 is good too.
Yeah. That's why I wanted.
Well,
to
I
go
mean,
on
the king's
side.
no good. Pawns
Yeah,
are no
yeah.
good.
Well,
this
D5
king is
and
good.
E4 is really
Right.
anti-positional.
I mean, you gotta
He was
be
hoping
careful.
He was being
Yeah.
dynamic, but it's now he stopped, and now it's just bad. His pawns are all on white
And then
squares.
Duda gave all his advantage away.
Okay.
All of it. It's like zeros.
2 bishops.
Okay, so he. What'd you miss? Hey, they did do that stuff we said.
Oh, okay,
They did
okay,
that stuff we
okay.
said. Then Bishop E2 is no good. King F1's no good. Bishop D2's no
I
good.
didn't even like A3.
Right.
I guess he had.
A3 is okay. Yeah, Bishop E1's no good. Now Bishop H6, it says all zeros. Doesn't even say white's
Bishop
better
H6
anymore.
is good. Yeah.
Thank
now,
you, Dimebag.
Now
for
this
the
is the last
sub.
position I saw.
Dimebag.
How's
This
it
one.
going?
Yeah.
And after here, Rook D1, he played a red move, like blunder.
Rook D8.
Yeah,
You
Rook
can take
D8.
it. Oh no.
Yeah, King C6, all zeros.
Wait. Rook D8, Bishop C4.
No, he played Knight D5
Oh no,
check.
because Bishop takes check. Right?
No, but it says King C6, all zeros.
I thought it was a tactic.
Then after King C6, Knight D5, we play Rook B8, which I told Karen
Ooh.
many moves ago. I said if the Rook's on
like
B8, it's
that.
equal. And the Rook could never get to B8. And then
you
they got
say
to
that, Karen?
B8. Then you can
I don't
take this-
recall it.
Yeah, I said that Rook's terrible on H8.
I'm sure he did.
Yeah, I'm like, the Rook's terrible on H8. If only it was on B8.
It sounds like a Trump testimony. I don't recall.
Anyway, so he played here, and now it says White's just winning. It says just winning.
Yeah, this looks
So
great for
probably
White.
Rapport didn't see after King here, Knight D5, he could just ignore that and play Rook B8 and get counterplay.
I think both sides here just thought White was like winning. That's what I think because
Bishop
it just looks
E3.
great for White. You know.
+3 now. Just 2 bishops and a better pawn structure.
All right, I mean that's what Duda was doing the whole game. It was just being solid and collecting these advantages. But he did have some chances, did Black.
Yeah, this is very unpleasant.
And
for
even though
Black.
Duda played incorrectly, I was still right that he's gonna win because I have to be right.
This is amazing that White's 3.6
Crazy.
ahead. That's crazy. White's 3.6 ahead. How was your lesson?
Yay! Thank you, JT Foxy.
Look how
JT.
look how terrible Danny Wrench is.
Love when the gang's
Look,
here.
look, Spence.
Yeah.
That's what he does
I
during the
saw he's
candidates.
putting
He
on a
just
fake
acts like an idiot.
hair. Yeah.
Oh, that's Danny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just he's like trying to act like an idiot. He's doing a good job.
This is easy for White to win if they're 27-50 because there's no counterplay.
Yay! Thanks, Search Alexander.
Search
This is
Alexander.
exactly
That's your
what
middle
they
name.
like. Oh yeah, that's true. Search.
Why does he have that wig on?
Maybe when we're done, we can get lunch if
I
we're done
would.
soon enough.
I would.
Opinion?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, maybe.
Maybe
I think I
not.
might eat some green beans.
Yeah, maybe means no.
I'm not. You guys can go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Archer needs to eat, and I'm fine. I might sit out though.
Archer could eat with us.
Yeah.
What's
I
a
just-
boys
I got
afternoon
some
out?
green beans, and I'm gonna probably
Mm-hmm.
eat.
Good old green bean. I do have another lesson at 3:30 though.
I just can't.
But
It's
probably could end.
the
with
time.
that. It's getting close.
I have to pick up Holden at 4 at work. Never thought I'd say that.
Yeah, I don't want to go spending 2 hours eating
Womp rat.
eating
No, it'll
food
be a
that I
quick
don't
lunch.
need. You know.
It'll be quick.
Yeah. Gold lunch.
I'm from
Busy.
Italy. My name is Alessio. Hi, Alessio.
Yay.
Karen and I love Italy. We went there for our honeymoon. That was a great week. We went to Rome, Florence, Pompeii, etc. Mainly etc.
Naples.
We stayed in Rome at the, what was the name of the hotel? It's a chain around the world of fancy hotels. Not Ritz-Carlton, but it's close. What was our hotel called? Somebody tell me in the chat. I'll bet you somebody in the
Best
chat knows where we
Buster.
stayed. No, it wasn't the Four Seasons, but you're
4 Seasons total landscaping?
yeah. VJ Park, Days Inn, Sofitel.
Was I
Like
half
cheating?
the half the answers are serious and half are jokes,
Was I?
but half of them are serious.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name.
Not Ritz Carlton, but close.
I said La Quinta already. Alonzo Zapata. That's a good answer.
Yeah, none of those.
How can we forget the hotel we stayed at?
I don't remember.
We were there
stuff
for a
like
week.
That. I don't remember stuff like that. Darn, Red Roof Inn.
Well, anyways.
If
Waldorf Astoria is close. St. Regis, you did
It
it.
was St. Regis.
You did it,
was
Yerevan.
Nice.
St. Regis. Yeah, we stayed at the
Yay.
St. Regis Rome. Mwah, formidable.
It was real nice.
Yeah, that was a nice hotel. You know, like sliding doors. We had sliding doors between the bathroom and the regular room, the bedroom, where if you open one sliding door, the other sliding door moves in. They're somehow connected in reverse.
Probably science.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was great. I haven't seen that before.
Uh,
That was a nice bed.
yeah, it was a nice hotel.
Mm-hmm. And then Karen, I went to get coffee, so I said I'll have coffee. So they bring me like some accoutrement with the coffee, and then Karen's like yum 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 yum. What were those?
Espresso beans.
Yeah, she was, and then she put some in her purse, and she put some in her bra. She was like yum yum yum. Remember? That was great.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Now, why is it losing? Isn't Bishop D4 a good idea?
Solid.
Yeah.
D4.
Well, right. It's not immediately losing, but you got problems. Like
Man.
your A pawn, for example, is very weak.
Man, that just says 4.4.
You can't move your knight or rook unless you move your king, but then you'll lose your A pawn.
Doesn't seem that bad. 4.4.
Right. I wouldn't expect it's that long.
No, I'd say like 1.5 or something.
Yeah. Good talk. All right. So somehow I think he'll win material though.
All right, let's go back to Farouja's
Like
game.
immediately.
They did
Oh, right,
everything.
what happened
They
here?
did everything we said, but they never moved. Okay, so in this
Right,
position,
right. I remember
Farouja's up
Queen
an
A8.
hour.
Yeah. I remember.
3 moves later, he had less time.
Damn.
Less time than he thought for. In this position, he thought forever, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And took.
The best move.
Then after here, he played this quickly.
Right.
Then he thought forever.
Right,
And he
we
played best
looked
move.
at this.
Right.
And then H. Yeah.
Right. And then he didn't play bishop takes e4. He played this, which was a mistake.
Because H.
Mhm,
your
queen takes, right?
Queen takes.
H6 is correct. HG is
We
correct.
didn't look at this.
HG is correct. GF is correct. King F7 is correct.
What?
Knight G5 is correct. And King E8 is correct.
Ah. Okay.
And now
that's why
White's
not
better because
rook
even
takes,
material, but the king is no good. Now it wants to play
Yeah.
F3. Never play F3.
I don't know. I wouldn't hate black even here. But I guess, yeah.
Yeah, 4 isolated pawns. What else?
Well,
0 isolated pawns.
But 4 is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
What about A5?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
it's
a
not
good
your
idea.
turn, but yeah, your king's is no good forever.
That's true, yeah.
F3, Queen C2, Queen here, Queen here.
Yeah, Queen C2 is annoying.
Rook, yeah.
I hate Queen C2.
Yeah, King H2 to G3 for no reason.
No,
So
yeah, this
there's
is
no
good for
there's
white,
no
yeah.
way they'll ever queen that A pawn.
Oh, there's a way.
In
It
about
is
on move
hard.
75.
Yeah, but
well,
you have to deal with the threats.
The problem is
Yeah.
the problem is this king.
Yeah.
The queens are still on the board.
Yeah,
So this
bishop
is very good
pretty
for Radjabov.
I agree. I mean, I like the bishop, but
Okay, let's see if Naka resigned yet.
looks like every game
Bishop
will be decisive.
C6. Knight, maybe. We could have 4
Yeah.
decisive games, yeah. This is +3 for white already.
Okay, he's trying his best.
Yeah, it says that's no good.
That's desperate anyway. Anything.
It says Rook F1 resigns.
And
then after takes, King H1.
Yeah, King H1, of course. Come on. Yeah, Rook F1.
Man, then
is
knife
good.
F5. Man, talk about where's my emote?
Right,
People
knife
put the knife
F5.
F5 emote before he plays it.
But you
Yeah,
gotta
we
be
went to
tier 3,
Borghese
though.
Park. We went to the museum at the Borghese Park, right?
Yes.
I think so. And it was raining when we got out. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice museum.
So you wouldn't have to worry about that if you went to Spain, you know. So,
Yeah, because it would be
Rain
mainly
would
on the
just-
plane, right?
right there, the plane.
Yeah, it was a nice museum.
Oh, that's right. You
so
have to be tier 2 or 3 to have the knife
That's what I
F5
said,
emote. Oh. What knife F5 emote?
we can move it down. Or let me
No,
just
Rich,
say,
good,
rich
though.
person's emote. I like that.
I need to revise. I actually made that emote. It's not as good as it could be
That's pretty good,
because I went
Knife
to,
F5.
especially for a non-pro.
the handle of the knight's actually a knight's head, and I meant to lighten it up so you could see it, and I never did. It's too
Go Fabi.
Okay, so Fabi's winning. Radjabov may win, maybe. And wow, he already won that A pawn. Well, now it says it's equal.
Yeah, it's equal. I was just concerned about the A pawn too.
What's going on
How is
here?
it not winning now?
Rook D3 question mark.
Terrible.
Bishop D4 equal.
And then check and wins the free pawn.
Hmm.
But somehow it's enough counter.
Well, the rook's like trapped here. C4
yeah,
is
the rook's
coming.
poorly placed. No, yeah, he didn't believe the position was that good.
So he can play check rook A6 and then take C4 is somehow equal.
Right, how is that not winning, right?
Well, the bishop's trapped on A6. a
Bishop
little bit.
B4? Oh, okay, but then it's opposite color bishops.
Oh, this
Take.
pawn's hanging.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see that, yeah.
So this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, terrible technique here if I do that.
This game
Yay,
wasn't very
smart.
good. There's a lot of red and orange.
Yeah. It was inaccurately played.
What's my skincare routine? Well, thanks X Murray or whatever you are.
Whoever you are. thank
I
you.
stay out of the sun.
That's the Karen
I mean, I don't. That's what Karen does.
Try to stay out of the sun.
Okay, so to recap, Ding lost to Nepomniachtchi. King D7. Bam.
Yeah.
No, this is just better for white because King's no good. But he's not winning. It's just better for white.
Yeah.
And here white's winning. And here it says the game should be a draw because it didn't like rook D3, rook B3. Didn't like any of that.
Yeah, I would say that Duda's play was pretty strange this game. You know,
Both
he
players
missed-
played strange this game.
Well, Rapport always plays strange.
Right.
But yeah, he missed some things, but also like, I don't know, maybe he thought he couldn't play like, before rook D3, rook B3. I mean, he could have just played the position.
Mm-hmm.
But he did something that was bad. That's not really his style.
Yeah, less than 10 minutes. Good excuse.
Yeah, it's a
Not
pretty
too
good
good.
excuse. I mean, it's a lot of pressure here anyway.
I take vitamin D Kingpin, so I get it a different way.
Nepo did win, yes.
Here's the game you're all interested in. Fabiano versus Nakamura. They're on move 33. Naka has 5 minutes and Fabi has 9 minutes. 9. Which you can see on your screen.
Go Fabi.
Mm-hmm. Really nice knight on E3.
Yeah, I should text Archer that about the.
The engine says on depth 41 after rook F1, it's +7. Damn. Yeah, because then knife F5 is coming. Yeah, knife F5 is annoying.
Oh, I mean, he doesn't need rook F1 for knife F5, right?
Always play knife F5. He took, engine says only +3 now. Billy B, thanks for the sub. Who do I think will win the candidates? I don't know. I'll tell you after round 9. We're doing the first 9 rounds. Looks good for Fabi and Jan, but it's only round 1. After round 9, I'll give you some other answers.
Yeah, I picked them before the round even to win the tournament.
Go Fabi
Mostly
and Jan.
Fabi, yeah.
Yeah.
We said those were the 2 favorites, and they're both going to win.
Queen E5. The HG's the human move.
Yeah, just
why not?
normal.
Why not be up a pawn
Yeah,
for
let's
nothing?
take it.
Yeah.
We are going to take it.
Queen H6 is the engine move.
Not check? Okay.
Queen check.
Just Queen
That's
G7.
the human move.
Queen G7 always repeat, though. Queen D6. And then Queen E5, Queen H6. You know, get to the same position.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way to do it.
I wonder if one of the ideas behind this is after here I have rook F8. Yeah,
Yeah.
rook F8,
Yeah, yeah.
King H7. Then it wants me to take. Oh no, this is mate. Rook here is mate at 9.
9.
Yeah, you can't play
That's
King
mate,
G8
yeah.
because here is a. Yeah, it's to play King G7. And then this is made in 7. Wow. Always play knife f5.
I mean, knife f5 is an obvious move.
Yep, knife f5. So that was why rook f1 was better. It stops queen
Stop
e5.
queen e5.
And then we can continue.
Deflection, yeah.
Right, that's why it doesn't like HG as much. Come on, Fabi, stop playing inaccurately. La da 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 dee da da do da do da. Yep, Engine likes all these moves. Says white's slightly better. 2 bishops, what else?
I mean, yeah, even black c-pawn looks good.
Mm-hmm.
That's good counterplay.
And the bishop's trapped.
Yeah, better than the a4 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Still a draw. Still better for white. All right, now what's happening here?
Oh, he took it.
Knight
He didn't
e4.
want knight
Engine doesn't
c5,
like knight
yeah.
e4. Engine hates that move. Says
Yeah,
draw-
that's a
says-
rad
says-
draw
says
off kind of move.
Right. Playing for the draw.
Yeah, this is just like trying to get a draw now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now it wants to play like Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Queen that a pawn. Naka pretending he's confident, getting up and walking away with 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
This is only move 31. Both players got to play fast in Rajabov's game.
What's up, Julian?
Eh?
That
Hey,
is true. It is
Julian.
getting crazy. Yeah.
How's it going, Julian?
Man, there's a lot of stuff upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Ivanchuk is streaming too. Are you friends with him? You should have him on. Well, if he's streaming, what?
Yeah, just have him on.
Me and Ivanchuk are like that, son. He even knows who I am.
Yeah, he probably does.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. Who is Ben Finegold? What?
Yeah, come on.
I don't think he knows who I am.
But also,
Okay, maybe.
you met him that one time.
Maybe. I did?
Yeah, I know you did. Maybe it was in China or something.
I've seen him.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember.
Isn't he the one that had prepped a particular opening
Mm-hmm.
and then he didn't play it?
Yep.
Classic.
Move 1.
Classic. Yeah, it was like e5.
He
or-
played E5 or something.
Yeah, he prepared.
But
E5,
how much wood could
maybe.
Ivanchuk chuck if Ivanchuk could chuck wood?
Rook takes e4. Yeah.
Yep.
That made me feel better since I did a
This is
similar
looking
thing.
like a draw. We thought it'd be 4 decisive games. Now it might be 2.
one move.
Could be 1 decisive. All the games are getting closer to a draw. But Fabi's still winning.
Oh, he prepared like, for example, 1 e5, but then he played 1 e6 or vice versa.
Right. It was one of them.
Yeah, and then he lost pretty handily.
He played queen d5.
That looks like a good square. Hitting the rook.
And it's still better for white. White's king is safer.
Yeah. I mean, in a major piece.
4
endgame,
isolated pawns. What
It's
else?
difficult.
I don't know the full story. I just know Ivanchuk prepped some, I don't know, E5 openings against E4.
I mean, I just said this like a minute ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he prepared e5, but then played e6.
Right, that's what I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
reconfirming. So I don't know the whole story. Ben just mentioned it recently when we were in Vegas.
Who is Ivanchuk is correct.
Good question, yeah. Good question.
C4 is explosive. And once again, we can't tell the difference between Duda and Rapport as they probably
Right.
draw.
Yeah. I don't even know who had which color anymore.
That's right.
It was so long ago.
America. And then this game looks like it might be a draw. And Fabi's thinking, now they both have less than 5 minutes. Fabi and Knocker on move 34, and they both have less than 5 minutes, but they do have 30-second increment. The engine wants to play queen h6 and put it in h.
Yeah, I think he'll do that. Or he'll check, I guess. And then later play
Yeah, he
queen
should
h6.
check and then play queen d6, then play queen h6.
Yeah.
Get closer to time control. Always repeat, etc.
Plus, if he doesn't block with the queen on g7, then you're free to play knife f5.
Mm-hmm.
The next move, so.
Yeah, or rook f1. Yeah, he did.
Check.
He's going to repeat, then play queen h6. When he repeats, the other commentators will be like, "Oh, I guess it's going to be a draw," because that's
Right. Instead of us, we
other-
predicted
other
this an hour
commentators
ago.
are brain dead. Yeah, Danny Wrench is like, looks like it'll be a draw. And then Svidler will be like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, you're not Svidler. You're Hammer.
Right.
Danny's on the chess channel.
Yeah, Danny, Hammer, and Skripchenko, I think.
Okay.
Although I don't know who's doing it when they're not, they're just sitting in their chairs. I don't know who's doing it for real.
Then I'll rip that wig off.
Right. You think he got that wig from Vishy?
Yeah. I was going to say yes. Yeah. Now he'll play Queen H6, obviously, and Frankly. Always repeat, though, so that was good.
Yeah. They don't get 30-second increment until move 60. I believe that's correct.
He
yeah.
should play Queen G6 and then continue on to H6.
Right.
And then say, gotcha, bitch. Oh, there's no increment until move 60. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I saw that in the format.
Oh, okay.
I looked it up on...
Hammer shouts a lot.
Chess.com.
I agree.
Well, he's like... It's sort of like he's living up to his name, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he has a very unusual cadence to the way he speaks.
He did play Queen H6.
Queen H6, as predicted. This is move 37. Both sides have tons of time. You can't have more time than they have.
Yeah. Well, you could.
Impossible. Inconceivable.
I wouldn't conceive of it.
Hammer's cool. I'm not saying he's cool or uncool. I'm just saying his speech is unusual. But he seems nice enough.
So, right, it was... He played rook G8, I see. I was wondering where he'd move his rook. Why not rook H8 or something?
He showed you.
I guess some variation is
Defending against rook G4. Pre-defending it.
Also rook F4 to F7.
No, rook A8 draw. Rook A8 draw agreed.
I like rook A8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to be 2 against 2. Here's what's going to happen. Take, here, rook G8, here, king takes here, king here, rook E7, C5, draw. King F2, C4, king E2, G5. Yeah, this king is just too good. And this rook is tied down to the pawn.
And the C pawn, that's good too.
Yeah, this is good, this is good, this is good. This is tied down to that. This is
Right,
too
so
good.
White couldn't have played F4 earlier because he needed to move his king over?
Could.
And then I could play...
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
this
king
is bad
good.
because I have to play rook F7, but then you push the C pawn.
Draw.
Oh yeah, G5 draws.
Draw.
That's dead draw.
Draw agreed.
I can't even play G3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it says 0, so it doesn't even say you're point
that's
1
a
better.
dead draw.
Yeah. And they're on move 37 here too.
Is that kangaroo down there? I can't quite see it.
Takes.
Yeah. He says,
How's
hey.
it going, kangaroo?
Yep.
Hey,
so this game is going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
Radjabov and Firouzja.
Radjabov imposed his will. on
And
the
after Queen H6, he took on G3.
position. No, rook F1.
Rook F1 plus 3.3.
Guarantee you he'll play that. That's why you played Queen H6.
Mm-hmm. Plus 4.
Go Fabi.
He did play
it,
Rook F1.
Just like
that's,
I guaranteed.
that's move 38. Queen G7. Queen H5 plus 4.
Queen H4.
Queen H4 also good.
Queen H4 plus 5.
Oh. Bad principle. Now it says Bishop D7 exclam because Knight F5 is coming.
Right, but after Queen H5, Bishop D7, Queen D5 maybe?
Yeah.
Bishop E6.
Take on E4.
Yeah, take on E4. Yeah. So I figured.
Yay, thank you, Slick.
But still, now it says plus 2.7
Thank you for
because
the
we're going to
sub.
play Knight F5, Bishop F5, Rook F5. That's annoying.
You played
Now
that
it says Queen
instead.
F4 is plus 9.
9.
Yeah, because you just can't stop this.
What if I still play Bishop D7?
Then I could go here.
Oh.
God damn. That's not.
But, okay, but if last move instead of Queen H7,
Yeah.
Bishop D7,
Mm-hmm.
it's still Knight D5, Queen
could,
D4. Then.
You yeah.
D4.
No, but yeah. But also, like,
That's
this
what
is funny that after this.
Now there's no Queen D4.
No, what's funny is that all 4 of your pieces.
Get
God
forked, yeah.
damn.
The quad fork. I did this to Indo Queen once.
Yeah, the engine
Quad fork.
the engine says, "God damn."
She didn't like it. I liked it. Yeah, good old Indo.
All right, so with no time on his clock, he played Queen G3 check instead.
Totally winning.
Yeah, I mean this bishop's just dead. behind
Yeah,
this
you can
pawn.
even play like Queen D6. Right?
Queen D6 plus 6.
That's all.
Yeah,
Is that the move? That's the move then. I guess.
that's the move.
Yeah, but I mean, you can
They've
just
already
do
made
anything.
40 moves.
Now he's
They've-
got all day.
they've made the
to
time
win this,
control.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good knight. That's a bad bishop. That's an unsafe king, and that king is pretty safe.
Indo Queen has been missing ever since.
No,
That's true.
no pawns here in front of the black king. Within anywhere near the black king. Nothing.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything that naked since Karen and I went to Italy. Oh, snap. All right, so Fabi's going to win. This game is ending the way we said. He didn't play Rook G8. He just took this and then played here. Also draw.
I guess, yeah. But I could try to. I could pretend to win it. I'll just take C7 and play Rook C2.
My favorite engine line is Rook takes King D4. Which just says it's a draw. What? Allowing F4. Right, he'll try to win this 2 versus 1, but Farouja's pretty confident. Or Farouja would have played Rook here if he wasn't.
Right. Well, yeah, I'll take and play Rook C2 and then King F2. He'll almost certainly play Rook C2 here. Well, I guess he doesn't have to. He could play King F2 to G3, but I wanted to push my G pawn, you know.
So this is a draw with correct play, but Radjabov's going to squeeze him. And let's see what's going on here. Thank you, favorite pie. My favorite pie is Evil Pie in Las Vegas. They have vegan pizza. We went there.
The Evil Knievel.
It's, Evil Knievel's son's the part owner.
Oh, okay.
They have a lot of vegan pizzas, but mainly not vegan. So that's good.
All right, so we got a couple moves there.
Put it in H. That's move 40. Everybody's made the time control, even the people who haven't.
Even the people not playing.
Yeah. He played Rook F7 because he's going to queen his G pawn. So King D6, E5, King E6 draw.
Rook F7 is a good move, yeah.
Yeah, wants to play King here, E5, King
Yeah,
E6.
that
and
would
then,
do it.
Then move the king over.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. But he still has to
And
find one
Fabi's
more
going to
idea.
think forever here, then play Queen D6.
Agreed.
And H4 was move 40. Shorty.
It's a pretty good move.
Don't forget about the recaps, too.
Yeah, always doing that.
You gotta do what you're good at, you know. I got it.
Yeah.
How did the Nepo game end? He crushed Ding.
He
That's how
was
it ended.
checkmating Ding, so Ding gave up.
Yeah, Ding's like, woof. Should have taken that E-pawn, I guess.
Yeah, the game ended like this.
Right.
Played,
It's all about
played
the E-pawn.
G5, GH, H3.
Sack the exchange.
Yep.
That was a nice end to the game here.
And then Bishop H3 check. He resigned. If King takes, check, check, Queen H3 with unstoppable Queen G4 mate.
Yeah, there's a lot of good moves here. Rook F5, mate.
Yeah, I didn't see Rook F5 mate.
That's stoppable.
Yeah, that move I saw. I
That's
was
not
like,
stoppable.
also, Queen G3 check and Rook H6 mate's good.
Yeah,
Also
Rook
good is
G6.
Queen H5 check here, Queen F5 check, Queen G4
Yeah,
mate.
but Rook G6 is pretty good.
Rook G6 is also mate. Man, harsh.
My son is also named Bort.
Man, tough position. Tough break.
All right, no wonder he resigned. Engine says there were 4 blunders in that game.
Yeah, that wasn't a good
Yes.
game. All the games had a lot of mistakes. Tough games.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the most upset with their game? Duda, Rapport, or Ding?
Ding.
Ding, yeah. I was going to say Ding.
I mean, he lost
Right.
already. The other people might not lose.
Right.
And he played probably the worst, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, Ding lost with white with like a baby.
Right. I mean, Nepo was playing like very aggressively and not necessarily objectively best, and just ran over him.
Yeah, I told people when you were giving your lesson, that's how I would lose to Nepo. I'd play 10 moves of theory, then I'd just get crushed.
Sounds about right.
Go, Ben.
You think Ding will bounce back? That's going to be tough because he's never played in a tournament like this.
It doesn't have really a bouncy body, so he'd sort of fall to the ground.
You know, he's never played the candidates before, I guess. So, it's going to be tough.
Ding hasn't played the candidates before.
Yeah, this is his first one, right?
I thought he had played before,
Or maybe last one was his
but I'm
first
not
one.
positive.
I remember they were talking about how it was his first candidates, but maybe that was last time. I got confused.
Okay.
Somebody will know.
Well, he's
Yeah, I
one
don't
of my
know.
favorite.
Yeah.
He played last
Yeah,
time.
I thought
the
he
last
played
one was
the
the
last
first
one.
one, yeah.
But well, hopefully he'll
Yeah.
rebound.
That's correct, Jay Will. If Magnus doesn't play the winner, the top two will play for the championship.
He broke his hip.
Yeah, he was in some kind of biking accident. Yeah, I
didn't-
agree with that.
Oh, I didn't even remember that.
Yeah, I think he
don't
broke his
remember
leg.
him playing.
I think he broke his leg.
Wow.
1,001 viewers. Yay.
Yay.
Ding played twice in
Yeah.
the candidates, 18 and 20. I don't believe that, even if it's true.
Wow, so this is his third candidates?
Oh, yeah, somebody else said he
Wow.
played was unbeaten.
I can't believe he's played
Biking
so many.
accident was Norway chess.
Well, then maybe
See,
he can bounce back. His third time.
I know there was a candidates where
He doesn't make a lot of waves.
Geary drew every game.
Yeah, 13 in a row, yeah.
Yeah, 14, no?
Oh, I thought it was only 13.
At least 13.
How could it be? Oh, because it's double.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I guess it was double.
We have any predictions? No. Ding got 81% accuracy, the guy said. That's
Pretty
what you
good.
played in your games. You played 81% in 2 of your
Right.
games.
My opponent wasn't challenging me as much as his was.
Okay, Fabi played Queen H4, double question mark, it says. But still winning.
We already saw this, right?
Yes, they've had this position already.
Oh, they repeat it. They're repeating. Always repeats. So
Yeah, this was the position, and he played here, 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 here.
but that's why it says it's a blunder? No, probably
No,
still
it says Bishop D7. It says Queen D6 was
Yeah,
plus
but
6.
this was always winning, right?
Yeah. Still winning. Just not as winning. But still winning. And
Yeah.
this should be a draw. And this should be a draw. Yeah, he played H4 in preparation for Bishop takes, King takes, Bishop C4, G5, Bishop C3, Bishop D4, GG.
Draw G?
Yeah.
GG?
Mm-hmm. Good draw. Man, Duda's going to be unhappy he doesn't win this game if he doesn't win.
Yeah.
Especially when he looks at an engine. You're like, what? I was completely winning.
Ding lost to Wang Hao in round 1. That makes sense that they would play in round 1.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
All right.
So I'm getting up for the second time. The first time I got a parry. Let me back up here.
Sure.
I'm ready.
Did you want to move it up to the front row
Yeah, you
while
guys.
he's gone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Absolutely.
That way I'm not like the
Should I take my
chauffeur.
belt with me?
Right,
My championship belt?
Right.
Yeah.
That was like on Curb, you know, when David Schwimmer, or what was it? Yeah, it was David Schwimmer or something, right? He was like, yeah, cool, we drive to the place, but they dropped somebody off who's in the front.
I remember
think.
it, but I can't remember
It's how it
which
goes. And then
episode
so
it
Larry was in the back.
Right.
He's like, you want to get up in the front? He's like, nah, I'll just sit back here. I don't want to chauffeur you around. Oh, it was Ben Stiller. That's who it was. It was Ben Stiller in the front. He's like, I don't want to chauffeur you around. He's, what do you mean? We're just driving 2 blocks. You know, I have to get up in the front. Yeah, classic.
I do
Classic
remember
Larry. Yeah. Ding did lose, yes.
that. Aw, poor Ding.
Poor Ding.
I was rooting for Ding.
Yeah. I
But,
could take
you
him
know,
or leave him. He's all right.
he seems real sweet.
He doesn't really do it for me. I'm more into bad boys. Like Faruja. Now they're never going to move, though.
King E2, that hardly counts as a move even. It's just too obvious. 2 bishops. Dang, did
Who's
this-
the
yeah.
cutest among the candidates?
Let's see.
I don't know.
Probably.
Let
I
me,
guess I'd go with Rapport.
let me think. Let's see.
And they're all kind of like just okay looking dudes, you know. They're none of them too handsome or otherwise.
Man, it's tough.
A lot of 6s and 7s. A lot of 6s and 7s in this crew, I would say.
It's tough.
What? Rapport is not ugly.
None
Other
of
people
them
say
are
Rapport.
ugly.
Right, yeah, they're all like okay.
None of
you
them
know?
are ugly.
They're all
None
alright.
of them.
Yeah.
Darn.
Rapport's like the coolest looking, I would say.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But yeah, you know, I can't even pick one. They're all fine looking. They are all fine looking.
Fabi's all right, you know. He's lacking that sex appeal, you know. Fabi, sort of like a schoolboy.
Yeah.
You know, I want a school man. Rapport looks like he's from the medieval age. That's true with his hair. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Fabi doesn't. Also, Rapport dyes his hair. Or he used to, at least. Yeah.
Fabi. I mean, Fabi's a very, nice person.
Yeah, Fabi's cool. You know, we hung out, before.
Zero sex appeal.
Right.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, now Rapport, on the other hand, King C6. Oh, yeah. Activate that king in the endgame. That's what I like to see.
Rapport is hot.
I don't know if that's true, Finegold.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
Gingy is the most handsome. That's not true.
Oh, the most handsome one in chess history? Yeah, I don't know about it.
He's the most likely to be confused with a monster.
You guys like Nepo?
Yeah, Nepo's all right,
I feel like Nepo would look better if he would just lose a little bit of weight because he carries it in his face.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, I remember when he was, in his early 20s and stuff, he was looking thin.
I'm just going to give that one little critique.
Oh, yeah, young Kappa was a handsome man.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that. And also Fischer, too. Fischer was pretty handsome.
Any results?
I don't know.
No,
Fisher's
not really.
on it. Yeah,
pretty
young
handsome.
Grisha was
Oh,
absolutely
yeah. I mean,
a good,
even now, Grisha.
good-looking fellow.
I mean, come on.
Well, he hasn't taken the best care of his teeth. Young Grisha was nice-looking prior
Better than Matthew McConaughey?
prior to the teeth, going downhill.
Oh. So,
Oh, I know Fabi gets the women. I'm not saying he doesn't.
King E2,
He does.
C6.
There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
Yeah, so far young Grishik is the winning
You forgot about Danya.
the beauty contest.
Oh, yeah.
What about Danya?
He's in the mix, in the middle there.
What about Robin Van Kampen?
They mentioned him in the chat. Yeah.
He looked
Robin
better
Van
when he
Kampen.
was younger. He doesn't
Aw.
look as good
No.
now.
He's watching the stream, too. He's probably really upset now.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Ah.
Well, Bishop A5. So he's still trying to win Bishop A5 instead of taking the knight and forcing a draw.
Oh, give me the knight.
Or your pawn up draw.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to stay thin when you get older.
Yeah, he could play
Agreed.
Bishop C1
Even in
to
your 30s?
G5,
Yeah, you're
defending
telling
his
me.
pawn.
Man, like right now, I gained
Yeah.
some weight. It's hard to lose it.
The engine wants to play Bishop C1, so after Bishop D8, we have Bishop G5.
Yeah.
Although we could always, the problem with F5 is our H points hanging.
Fabi's been exercising with Carilla. It's hard to gain weight. That's funny,
He
Julian.
did play Bishop D7.
Julian is quite trim.
Well, just just wait a few years, Julian.
Right.
You'll be all right.
There has to be some
Knife
kind of
F5.
karma.
Wait, where's my knife F5 emote?
Not that you deserve to be
No, you deserve
overweight.
You deserve it for your, thin privilege there.
That's it. I knew there was a reason he deserved it. I couldn't. I was waiting on something. I just couldn't articulate it.
Knife F5. Go, Fabi. He did play King D6 with the idea of E5, King E6, Papa John's.
Yeah, that'll hold. But yeah, even though Ferrugia sort of messed it up there, it's still pretty impressive play. He played very aggressively and tried to win with black. That's what you got to do. He didn't get it done, but he tried his best.
Yeah, I missed what all happened after he got that battery going, because I was upstairs for a little while.
Everybody reached move 40, so now they never move.
He did play the move, Bishop D7.
Spassky was a stud.
Spassky?
Aronian has strong fashion sense.
Oh yeah, Aronian, yeah.
If you like Hawaiian style shirts.
Yeah.
It's all right. His style's all right.
Right, I wouldn't say his style's amazing, but he's flamboyant, that's it. He has a flamboyant style.
Right. He does have a flamboyant style. I like that erroneous fashion sense.
Mm-hmm.
Young Yasser.
Oh, yeah, Yasser's the way to go. Yeah, definitely. Young Yass. With that mustache,
Why?
I remember we were doing like a Yasser lecture, and we found some pictures for great players of the past. That was too good.
I can only ever think about YMCA when I see those young
Yeah.
Yasser pictures. You know the song, Village People?
Well, maybe they only know DMCA.
Right.
The famous parody.
Right.
What is chat saying?
Jordan is beautiful.
You are beautiful.
Young Kappa.
I remember when I beat Jordan once.
Mm-hmm.
And then he beat me like 15 times. but I
Von
beat him once.
Forest.
Yeah. It was a 1B3. He played B3 on move 1.
I remember you telling me
Yeah,
that.
I won in like 15 moves. And then he's like, B3's terrible. That's what he told me. I was like, yeah.
Who said that?
Van Kampen. Every other game he just totally crushed me, but he's right, B3 was so bad.
Voted one of Cosmopolitan's sexiest men of 2013. You mean
Who was?
Yasser, I believe.
What?
He was
2013?
Bachelor of the... No, 2013.
Yeah, that's
Yasser,
too old.
yeah.
No, it's
No
like
way.
it was 30 years ago.
You're friends with Jim
1983.
Newman from Village People? I love Village People. Yay.
Yeah? You love Village People?
Yeah.
Other than YMCA, what other song do they have?
In the Navy?
Oh, right.
Yeah, but
Right, in the
I only know
in the
they just had like a
Navy.
handful of hits. Da-da-da, 7 Seas in the Navy.
All right.
Da-da-da-da, put your mind at ease.
Yeah. Good old Village People.
Macho.
Oh yeah, Macho Man. Yeah, I didn't have
Man.
yeah, I forgot
Macho
about that one.
Man.
Man,
Macho,
they really
Macho
were
Man.
quite
They're
the
just
hit makers.
Oh, yeah, I mean, their songs are super famous.
Yeah, but they didn't have a
Somehow.
lot of them. The music
Yeah.
video, that though, LOL.
They want you as a new recruit.
My hair is plum colored, of course.
Did they do Go West?
I don't know.
They
that
did
one.
do Go West.
Yeah, I
Well,
remember
how does
Go
that go?
West.
But they did do it.
I remember that. That was in the song. Not the song. It was in the movie, featured in the movie Priscilla. What was the name of the movie? Queen of the Desert. What was the name of
Highway?
the? What was the name of that movie? Anyway, Go West was featured in that movie. Whatever the movie
Covered
was.
by the Pet Shop Boys? Is that true?
I didn't know. Priscilla.
I have had green hair before.
Yeah, Priscilla. Thank you, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert. Yeah, that was a good movie.
It was. Doesn't
Yeah.
sound good.
It was real good.
888 viewers. That's a lot of eights.
Right. That's like the perfect amount. Except 999.
Yeah, knife F5 is the winning move. Go knife F5.
I don't think Ali Reza's losing. That should be a draw.
Right, this is a drawn position. E5, King E6, Papa John's.
R.I.P. Herman.
Beth Harmon?
That might
Herman.
that might be somebody in the.
Yeah, somebody died in the
Priscilla.
Village People recently.
Hmm.
Recently, somebody died.
Dang. Maybe that was it.
Nobody ever moves. So this will be a draw. This will be a draw, and Fabi will win. Hooray!
Go Fabi.
All right, time for Danny to say something stupid.
Right, let's get his wig back. Yeah, that is a strong start by Fabi. An even stronger start by Nepo. Really?
Odds Fabi wins 100%. Oh, snap.
Yeah, I mean, it's like pretty close to 100%. But I mean, Fabi could like get a heart attack, you know.
Damn.
So
Pretty
it's-
young for that.
Yeah.
well,
what-
okay, but the ceiling could fall on him.
Yeah.
So there's ways he could not win it.
Yeah. What's the plan here? How's he gonna win it?
Knife F5. Attacking the queen. Then bishop takes,
This is-
rook takes,
okay.
threatening rook G5.
Right.
Just
Then
attacking the
rook
king is the
E5,
winning idea.
queen check, rook F4. Yeah, and the king's too exposed.
And the queen can dart to the back.
Yeah, and black's advantages are meaningless. Like the pass pawn's blockaded.
But yeah, white could
Bishop
just make
is
a
blocked,
nothing move too,
you
like
know.
queen F4, as
Yeah, he
suggested
could
by
just keep
Judith.
it. You could just keep the position, right? And
Yeah,
he says
king-
only plus 1.5. Yeah.
Stockfish 15 on depth 45 says 3.2.
So yeah, just get a stronger computer.
Yeah, but
If your
Stockfish
computer says
15 depth
1.5.
45 is pretty good. Probably not as
Right.
good as
No,
the
that's
other
what I'm
one.
saying. I said
What's-
they need a stronger.
What's that
computer.
other one called?
Sassy?
Yeah, that's
We were
probably
just talking
better.
about that. You know.
Depth
Sassy.
45
Sassy, yeah.
is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what would happen if the building got evacuated.
Then Nakamura loses by forfeit.
Do they play the position later or I think they completely restart the game. That would be good though.
And so forth.
Yeah, I mean they continue, but I guess they might try. You know, they have to make sure they're not on their phones while they're waiting on a new place to finish. They're not going to cheat, these guys.
What do you think were the worst and best moves of the day? Well, I liked some moves Nepo played. Like at the end, he played a lot of great moves. Like Bishop H3 at the very end was good. But he's already like winning, so hard to say that's like the best move. But his execution of the attack was really good. Worst moves probably Naka castling or probably every move Duda played.
And
you know,
report.
and rapport, right?
And ding.
Oh, also Duda played a great move, C5, earlier in the game. That
Yeah,
was
that
one of
was
the best
good.
moves of the round.
And now black played C4.
Right. Also pretty good.
Man, depth 53 in this position. Man. Then you know it's a draw.
So we've got
Three
3
games
games
left.
going.
And nobody ever moves in any of them.
I may need to go upstairs soon to do some things.
Will Magnus even play the world champ if Nepo wins? Probably. I don't think he's gonna not get $1 million.
I think he'll
get $1 million.
abdicate.
He'll abdicate?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't think he'll play.
What?
No,
Yeah, he's gonna play.
I don't think he'll play unless it's Ferrugia.
I think he'll play no matter what.
Yeah,
He wants
it's
$1 million.
Not going to be Ferrugia. So
It could be Ferrugia, but
Yeah.
it probably not. Yeah, I think he'll play. You know, he's just talking. He likes to talk.
I hope Rapport and Duda come in first and second. Then Magnus refuses to play,
And then
they have to
that's
play
the
each
world
other.
championship.
Rapport and Duda,
Yeah.
and then it'll be 6-6. I'll be like, what? 7-7. Come on.
Right. No, but yeah, he'll play.
Commentary by Halifman, Akopian, and Ponomariov.
Right, because they're world champions.
Well, actually, Akopian wasn't. He
Like
lost.
Kazim Zhanov.
Kazim
There you go.
Zhanov. Yeah, that's good commentary.
Right. Like, yeah, we're all world champions.
You have the 3 fake world champions for the fake world championship.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Mm-hmm.
He's already got a lot of money. I mean, come on. A lot of people have a lot of money, and they still try to make more money. They're hoarders, you know?
I think it could go either way.
You can go.
He
your
seems burned
own
out
way.
on the grind of maintaining, having to study to maintain his title.
Somebody said there's 0 chance he doesn't play. I don't think he's going to play. I think it's more likely he
Right,
won't
it's
play.
more than 0%.
No, I don't think he will play.
You know.
I think if I had to bet, I bet he won't play.
Right. I mean, I think he will almost for sure, honestly.
Nah, I don't think he'll play.
He-
We'll find out if it's not
Yeah,
for
we'll find out. We'll
Yeah.
find out.
At the time that he made this statement, it was right after the World Championship, so he was really exhausted.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to know
Right, that's
how
true.
much of that was just being tired, and now he's ready for another one.
Yeah.
E5 exclam.
But I think
Former
it's
muscle.
clear could retire, if not this time around, the next one. I think.
Right.
I think he's just getting tired of chess, and now he can go play poker. He'll have to change his Twitter bio to world champion.
Yeah, he said that last
bracelet
cycle.
holder.
right.
Poker.
Or final, or what was it? Fantasy football. What did he do? He was good at fantasy football. He won something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But was it American football or
No.
kickball?
No, kickball.
It was kickball. Yeah. Fantasy Premier League.
Nah, he did play Bishop C1.
Fantasy soccer. Right. Good old kickball.
I hope that he will go ahead and play one last one because I think it's a little bit anticlimactic for the players involved for him to drop out now. Like if he could just do one more and then maybe go ahead and retire. So I'm kind of agreeing with that. It'd be better if he would not retire after the candidates.
I don't think Magnus would care if people said he's dodging others, he'll
He
care about
literally
that
wouldn't care.
until he looks at his
Nah.
bank account.
And
It's
he's not dodging.
keep on dodging.
Right.
Rogue Bagel
Oh,
22
Rogue
subscribed.
Bagel.
Yay, Red
Yay.
Bagel.
I got the last billing in these yays.
I mean, obviously
see.
it's a grind, and he can go on to do other things and maybe have a family at some point.
He has a family. King, queen, 2 bishops, 2
Right.
knights, 2 rooks, and 8 pawns. That's enough.
Yeah, who needs it?
Hey, Nightbot says come to the Las Vegas Chess Festival. Yes.
Yeah, go back
Right.
in time and do
Next
it.
year.
10 cent to dues.
Nice.
Family is overrated.
Vegas was great. Karen was killing it in poker.
Go Karen.
She was flopping the nuts every chance she got, and she played poker. Oh, snap.
I'm hyped to play some more poker.
Good old poker.
I gained 26 points at my tournaments. I'm not real happy about it, but I did gain points.
It's not bad.
This,
I would take 26.
yeah, but I'm just saying it didn't go as well as I would like.
Ben, do you golf?
I haven't golfed in forever, but I do
I
have a
remember
hole
we
in
used to
one.
golf all the time.
Yeah.
I got a hole in one too.
Yeah.
At that same course. Yeah,
He's
good
able
old
to
hole
whip
in
this
one.
out.
Yeah, I was online this morning looking for a tournament. And when I say tournament, poker tournament.
yeah, I figured that's what you meant. It's easier to find a chess tournament for you.
Yeah.
You go to chess.com.
Right. I'm definitely going to go play a poker tournament soon.
Classic Karen, always flexing. It was technically a golf course, you know. It wasn't even mini golf.
Bishop D8.
And then, so you said Bishop G5?
Yep. GG.
Mm-hmm. What putt hole in ones do count? You know?
Context, I hit the ball and it went in the hole.
Right, that's all there is to it, really.
There you go.
Yeah, usually when I go golfing, I like to have my Secret Service pay to stay there at my own resort so I can get millions of dollars.
Hooray.
That's the way to do it.
He did play Bishop G5.
Oh, as
Both sides
expected.
playing perfect.
Yeah. All right, almost as good as Kim Jong-un. Maybe the best golfer of all time, from what I've read.
King Jong-un.
Right. Well, this was Un, though, not
Oh, yeah.
right? That's the dad, right? I get him confused, you know. My chess lesson was great.
Mm-hmm.
The most rewarding part was when he gave me my money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fabi's thinking forever, ever. And nothing's happening in any of the games.
Kim Jong-il is the golf one, not Un.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay.
He be illin'. Dun,
Right.
dun. He be illin'. Dun, 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 dun. Is that your favorite rap song from 35 years
I
ago?
don't even know that one.
Yeah, you be illin'. He says you be illin' a lot.
Huh.
That's how.
What about you be exhibiting signs of illin?
No, just you be
That
illin'.
was
Who is it?
Futurama.
Run DMC?
Hmm?
I can't remember
Yeah.
who it is.
Unknown.
Oh.
You be illin'. Dun, dun,
Mm-hmm.
dun, 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 dun. Then you say you be illin' some more. And then dun, 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 dun. That's a good song.
Mm-hmm. I remember it.
Mhm.
I thought it was
I don't
Run
know that
DMC.
one, yeah.
Yeah.
It is
was
Run DMC. Thank you.
Dang.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's no.
She knows her Run
Sure.
DMC.
I do remember the song.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty popular.
Interesting if true. What about some other games? They ever move or not?
No.
I figured not.
Here's Nakamura's game.
Right, we saw this.
There's
we
for,
saw
oh,
that,
he,
yeah.
yeah, he didn't move, and then nobody
Right.
ever
And then
moves.
Bishop G5, yeah, we saw
The
that.
dude is choking on his rage. He's like, I was doing well, but I looked in the mirror and it was me.
Right.
But it was Duda. But it was Report. So we still don't know who's better, Duda or Report.
Yay, Logic Clan. Or Logic Clan.
Logic Lane.
Logic Lane.
He's in the lane of logic.
Maybe their name is Lane.
Man, no money, heads up. Caught COVID after 3 days. Spent the next 5 in bed. 30 hours traveling home. Yes, our trip was better.
Tough.
I didn't feel well in Vegas, but I don't believe I had COVID. I just,
I mean, anyways, traveling so much is tough.
Mm-hmm.
You never moving.
Nobody moves.
I really love the way the Win looks. Win Encore.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, I feel like Duda could still win this. But he has to get his light square bishop out. That's the problem. How's he going to do that?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna win.
I guess he can't, yeah. It is impossible to get the light square bishop out.
Yeah, that was my favorite. That's my new favorite tournament. Is the Vegas.
I
Las
thought
Vegas
World
Chess
Open was
Festival.
your favorite before.
Hey, I know they're second now.
Man, harsh. Now you like Chicago more because World Open's at that bad hotel.
No.
Still, yeah, but the Chicago hotel, there's nothing there. There's just the Wheeling.
Chicago's
But it's a nice tournament. Tournament room's
is
nice.
below
Yeah.
World Open in Las Vegas Jazz Festival.
Magnus would win. Danny said that Magnus would win this position right here.
I definitely trust that
Yeah,
opinion.
except for one thing.
Hmm.
Um,
You can always trust Danny to be wrong.
well, he could. I mean, he could win, but you just need Black's assistance. You know, if Black does nothing, he shouldn't lose. But Black could try to do something. I don't know why you would.
The engine says it's all zeros, so I don't think
Yeah.
people are going to win unless their opponent does something dumb.
Yeah, I mean, you could still try, but right because like I said, with the white square bishop on a6, there's nothing to do, unless Black lets you get it out. Then you'll do something.
Good, Jared Trejo. Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun tournament. I loved the poker.
Mm-hmm.
I met a lot of people. I never got to meet Andrea, darn. But I met her dad. I met Papa Botez.
Oh, he did move finally.
King D1, King D7, opposition.
Oh yeah, destined opposition is important.
The engine says bishop here, king here, bishop here, king here, bishop here. Always repeat.
Yeah, Nemo was there, Andrea Botez, Rosen, and Ben. Those were the four main streamers that I recall.
Those were the four people who were there. The other GM is terrible.
I mean, streamers.
Yeah, it's true. Thirsty Monster was there.
I didn't even see you, Thirsty Monster. If you're out there, if you're in the chat.
Radjabov moved? That doesn't sound like him. Ah, he played G4.
Rat drop off.
Yeah, we saw Rosen because we did the
G4
sub
rook
battle.
F5. I guess.
King E6.
We did the sub battle. I was on Team Rosen, winning 1/3 of Team Rosen's points by my draw.
Oh, no,
against
my
the
queen.
2000.
Right. That was good. Good draw. Let's see what Fabi did. The
Fabi
top game,
moved.
yeah. Rook
Rook
D1.
D1.
Engine
Boo.
doesn't love
says
it.
blunder.
Yeah.
It says he's the worst. He's
Still
never
likes
going to
white
play
a lot.
knife F5.
He likes his knight on E3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like the famous game Understandably versus So.
He wants to play knight D5, but didn't want to get forked with queen D4.
Mm-hmm.
So he's preparing that idea. But now maybe... I can't play bishop E6. So, yeah, what's the problem? This move looks good. Knight D5 should win if I play it. And you can't play bishop E6. So I don't know why the computer doesn't like it. What's the move here?
It plays Rook E7.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I guess if Knight
Yeah.
D5, Rook F7. I don't know.
Yeah. Wow. Rook E7. That's a weird move, but
Mhm.
I could see it. Yeah.
I didn't choose to be on Rosen's team necessarily, but I wasn't against it. It's just we added board 4, and we had a slot for Rosen, and I am a mod and a sub on Rosen's channel, so they just stuck me on there.
Yeah, that's fair, you know.
Yeah, it's
Feels-
like the microwave, $99. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
You hope Naka doesn't get a draw.
Well, you'll be rewarded then.
Well, maybe. Still, Naka could draw that, but
Oh.
I think he'll still lose. The position's bad.
The interview with Jan. Yes, I won, and by here is different. But okay.
I was gonna say, but okay, but
That's
you did it first.
But okay, but okay.
Karen sabotaging.
Not yet. I only didn't play round 1, so many more rounds to not play before I can win.
Mm-hmm.
Well, only one game finished, right?
Right.
So yeah, only one decisive game out of 1.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop C6 is a draw after Rook D1, but then I could play Knight F5.
Maybe in this game?
Yeah, bishop c6. Why is that a draw?
Nothing's
the
a draw.
engine said so.
Engine says 1.8 at depth 35.
Yeah, but no, you wouldn't allow knight f5. That looks losing. I mean, maybe it's not, but it looks losing.
Yeah, bishop c6 looks bad.
Terrible. Queen h7
Feel bad.
maybe. I don't know. Doesn't seem right to me. Was Fabi's move good? Well, the engine didn't like it, but I still think it's probably winning.
It's good enough.
Yeah, it
the
seems like
position
it's
is just
good enough.
winning because the knight on e3 is so good. Bishop is bad. The black king
Yeah.
is open. There's too many bad things in black's position.
Right, bishop e6 hangs the e pawn though, so I already suggested that. Probably don't want to be a pawn down, you know, and still defending. All right, we already figured that out. B Swizzle. We already answered those questions.
Who's older, Rapport or Duda?
It's a close one.
I think they're a year apart, but I
All
forgot
right,
who's
they're
older.
probably the exact same age.
Probably Rapport's older.
The idea of rook d1 was to play knight d5, but he might play rook d5. Maybe that was it. Yeah.
Rapport's 2 years older. Man, no wonder Duda's better.
Ben, have you played Joe?
Joe Mama or Joe Daddy?
Rapport is 2 years older.
26 and 24.
Well, he could be 1 year and 1 day older.
Oh, snap.
And there's 20, you know.
Classical games are exciting to watch.
Right, they're much more boring to play.
Am I doing the game of the day for chess.com? I am not.
Will Caruana throw?
Chess.com
Potentially.
can kiss the fattest part of my ass. Yeah.
Well,
Duda is catching up in age. That's true. Like percentage-wise, soon you'll be hard. Like when Duda's 1,000 years old and the other one's, I don't even know which one's older. The other one's 2 years younger or older. You wouldn't even notice the difference.
I've never worked for chess.com. Never. But I'm a chess.com streamer.
yeah, it's a partnership.
They work for me. Oh, snap. I forgot which cartoon I was quoting. You can kiss the fattest part of my
Family
ass.
Guy.
Family Guy? Who
Probably.
said it to whom?
Probably Peter, huh?
Sounds like something he would say.
How close was Soto? He was so close.
Mm-hmm.
Danny can't get mad
Care if Danny gets
at
mad.
you. Says GM Torto.
Danny can kiss the fattest part of my ass.
Well,
All right, does anybody ever move? Does anybody really know what time it is? Rook F5, Rook A3, now if King G3, E4, Papa John's. Rook F8.
But King E7.
Yeah, the engine doesn't say that white's better here. What?
Well, it's a little better. But yeah, King E7, and then you can't keep your rook. Well, you could play rook F5.
I'm going to table base. Table base position. Yeah.
Oh, because it's 7. It's
Wow, King D5 loses.
rook E8. Yeah.
A lot of moves lose. Rook A1 loses.
Yeah.
Rook
It's
A1
got
loses.
chances. Right?
Rook A1 loses? What?
King G3.
Oh, I'm going to just walk up here.
Yeah, because you can't play.
So
E4.
these three moves draw.
Oh, King D6 draws.
Mm-hmm.
No, right? Rook E8.
But it says it draws.
Okay, well, it's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But rook E8, I thought.
Yeah, King D6 looks dumb.
I know why. Rook
Yeah.
A5? No. Rook A5, King D7. I don't know.
Yeah,
Something.
why not? Yeah.
Because King G3.
I don't know, maybe.
Right, you wouldn't play King D6. That's like on purpose, trying to lose.
Well, King E7 is the normal.
Yeah, King E7. Because then if you move your rook away, King to the F file, or Rook F5, King E6 repeats,
Always repeat.
which you should always do. Yeah.
Go table base. with 7 or fewer pieces.
Rook and 2 against rook and 1 is like almost always a draw, yeah.
Mm-hmm. On the same side, yeah.
Right. Like any normal position where it's not queening. This like could be a position where it's losing because the king is almost cut off, but not quite. It's not enough because king e7 it should make it. You can't make progress.
Bishop e6 double question mark.
Hey, that's what the chat suggested, and I suggested it too before refuting.
It was played.
So you could take e4. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's
It
just
says
winning.
knight d5 resigns.
It's because you can't take it because rook takes threatens.
Yeah, rook g5 and rook e5 walks into this
Rook
check, I
d8
guess.
and then rook d7.
There's win your queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says knight here, then
Knight-
after
so
rook
bishop
f8.
e6 didn't even stop it.
Right, then after rook f8, queen takes e4.
Mm.
Man, this is like I'm playing both sides. Moves are no good. Every move's in red.
Yeah. Still, I think Fabi played alright.
Nah.
I don't really
played
think
better.
he did anything horrible.
No, he was never worse. King e7 was played. So a lot of moves lose here. King here, king here. Most moves lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, here.
F4,
Yeah,
G5 loses.
f4. Yeah, yeah. Like almost every move loses.
If you illegally play King E3, you'll lose because you have to move your king.
That's right. Like, what is there? 4 drawing moves or 5? Yeah, there's only 5 moves to draw. Every
Wow.
other move loses for white. So black's better.
Hopefully, he'll find one of those 5 moves. Is knight d5 obvious for GMs? I mean, what do you mean by is it obvious? Like, yeah, it's obvious to anyone, right?
What is?
Playing knight d5, like, that's an option.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, is it obviously winning? Probably, yeah. Probably to them.
The engine wants to play f5 now and get Gegenspiel.
Right. Well, it might be clear that that's losing, but Naka couldn't find anything else.
Hey, listen, I'm going to go up for a little bit. I need to feed the dogs,
Aw.
go to the restroom.
Tell the dogs I said roof, roof.
It's like 2 hours past their mealtime.
Mm-hmm.
And then I talk to Archer, and then I might come back if the games are still going, because it's like 10 minutes worth of stuff. Probably will still
But
be
I have to
going.
do a recap.
True.
Right.
No.
You want to get moved to the front?
All right. Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
Probably. Back it up. Turn around, back it up. Oh, hey, you have a napkin here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. All right, there we go.
He played rook b8 drawing. The only moves that lose hang the rook and e4 loses. Like even moves like this draw. Like every random move draws.
Even e4 like barely loses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's the famous Kasparov short game where it should have been a draw and he won from the World Championship
remember,
match they
yeah.
played. Yeah, it was rook and 2 versus rook, and he blundered and it was a draw. But then he short blundered and it was a win again.
Yeah, not so easy to win those. With the split pawns. I want to see Ali Reza prove the haters wrong. Who hates Ali Reza?
Nobody.
Yeah, everybody thinks he's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where are all these haters at?
Right. Maybe you don't see him because you're busy shaking it off.
Joe does hate him, that's true.
All right, a self-hating hater. That's the way to go. Alareza's the most hated person in chess. I guess.
Except for one thing.
Yeah.
No, Plog Champs is going to be set up by John Fontaine.
Yeah, is that true?
That way they spell Plog, yeah.
Ah. That makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes way more sense. Is Hikaru losing because he played f6 earlier? All signs point to yes. Right, Karyakin's way more hated, exactly.
Do you think Naka's going to go 0-14? 50-50. Either he will or he won't.
No, that's my answer to that.
Darn.
Oh, that's a good question. When is the new Rick and Morty season coming out?
He could go 0-14 because he literally doesn't care.
Right,
So
that's possible.
One reason.
So it's more than 0%.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See if I have any emails. I do. Oh yeah, I used my miles to fly first class to Philly.
That's good. That must
So-
have been a lot of miles.
No, it wasn't. That's
Oh.
why I was happy
Snap.
about it. I wouldn't do it otherwise.
Oh yeah, Naka will go 14 for 14 in the Nakamura Sportsmanship Award.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's see what some other games, huh? Like the game there. And he
Yeah,
did
he
do
played
it.
knight d5.
Knight f6
The first
coming in.
non-red move in a while. Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like he's got it now.
Plus 4.57. That's better than 0.32. Anybody? No? 32 caliber 457.
I didn't understand it.
45 something. Yeah.
Is it a gun joke?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You liberals don't know about guns.
This says plus 5 for white.
Yeah, that seems right. Good old Fabi, knight d5. Oh, there he played rook f8.
Mm-hmm. Knight e7, king f7,
Oh,
knight.
right.
Yeah,
But yeah,
queen
just
takes.
we saw just takes. Right?
That makes more sense. After queen g4, the engine wants to play queen e1, not trading queens but defending the rook.
Never trade.
Mm-hmm.
Testing the caliber of the audience. That was pretty good.
Yeah. Mm.
Let's see. What happened here? This is like he's gonna resign soon, huh?
Oh, he'll play queen g4,
But even trading would win.
maybe.
But he wouldn't resign that. No.
No.
But not trading is better.
Yeah, queen e1's better because the black king is still more open than the white king.
Yeah. Yeah. But couldn't he even play like, queen d3 or something like that? I mean, queen e1 it seems a little awkward.
That's true. He might
Maybe.
play queen d3.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, bishop f5, but knight e7. So it's not too bad. So yeah, Naka can still play a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru never resigned. That's probably true.
All right, let's go back because they played a few moves. King f7, king e7.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought he'd do earlier, rook c2.
Table base says king d8 loses. King e8 loses too. Wow, king e8 loses?
Rook c7 probably.
Maybe rook here just wins the pawn.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Yeah.
true, yeah. Because rook a5,
King,
f4.
king f8 loses. Oh, then rook here wins the pawn.
Oh.
And rook here wins the pawn either way.
Hmm.
Rook a2 and rook c3 lose. I agree with that. Yeah, only losing the pawn loses. You have to move your king away from the pawn or hang your rook.
The Fabi game was a Rui Lopez. It was an anti-Berlin with d3 on move 4.
He played bishop f4.
Uh-huh.
The engine wants to always retreat.
Right.
Hard to win with your bishop trapped like this.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
That's what I said. You can't win with that. Because you can't even push your A pawn either.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Intimidation.
Yay. Thank you.
Or whatever. I think it is intimidation, yeah. Go 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Naka did used to be a more combative player. That's true.
Now he's just a combative person. Oh, snap.
Yeah.
What
Six
else?
bishops.
What else?
King
You know what
six,
happens when you
two.
see 6 bishops? You tell the kids to run.
It's like 6 Larry Birds.
Better than 5 Larry Birds.
Well, it's not possible to win the C pawn. I'll defend it
C pawn?
in the other game.
This one?
Yeah. He wants to play King C3 and take it. Well, maybe you're right. You may be right, but yeah, now the H pawn's hanging, and I can also play, like, let's say you play H3, I could try Bishop G3. Yeah, I could play Bishop G3. Because then King C3, Bishop E1.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if Bishop D8, Bishop G3 defended the H pawn, so we could play F5. And not hang the H4 pawn. Instead of having to play Bishop G5, which is not legal anymore.
Oh, he played King C2. It's Black's move.
Oh, he did this and just hung his pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I'll take the pawn, right?
The engine doesn't take it.
Because
It
of King
plays
C3.
F5 and then trade all the pawns off.
F5 threatening the pawn there, yeah. Oh, we got another sub from
Deist.
Deist.
Mm-hmm.
How's it going, Deist? Thank you for the sub. Well, Queen G4, if we trade queens in that position, you're a pawn down for nothing, so that's not really like an automatic draw.
Yeah,
but
the engine says Queen E1 is
anyways,
winning
moving the
handily.
queen is better, right?
Thanks,
Oh,
Larry Bird's mustache.
Probably because we mentioned Larry Bird.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that.
The bird's
Did
the
Larry
word.
Bird have a mustache? I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Not that I was around then, but, you know. He did for a time. Okay. Thank you, Baldy. I would mention more NBA players, but I don't know that many.
Every move draws.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Even if you like hang your pawn or rook on purpose.
but he didn't.
Not rook B3.
Yeah, we talked about the ding Nepo game, of course. I mean, Nepo crushed him. So it's
I'll do
mostly
a
what it is.
recap when all 4 games are done. I'll do like a 5-minute recap of each game.
Oh, Treyo.
Yay.
Thank you for gifting the sub to Jesse.
Dude is trying to win. Trying is the first step to failure. But he's trying.
Let's see. Heinz. Thank you for the sub.
Hooray. So this game looks like a draw. This game looks like a draw. And this game looks like a win. 2 wins
Yeah.
and 2 draws. What else?
Yeah.
He played Queen
Pretty nice.
H6. Now it says Rook E1's +8.
Queen H6 is a good defense, though. But Rook E1, why is that so good?
Threatens the bishop.
Right.
Also, if I play Knight E7 check, your B7 pawn's hanging.
So, yeah, that's not related to Rook E1. Oh, okay, you can't play Queen E3 check. As a response.
Yeah, it doesn't like Queen H6 so much. Plus 8.69. Damn. Harsh.
Or but he was probably looking at what you were talking about, like Knight E7, King F7, Queen B7, Queen E3, and then Rook H8.
Mm-hmm.
Mate, Black wins. In that fantasy line. So yeah, he's setting up some ideas. You gotta watch out when your opponent's 2750. Even if you're winning. Rook E1 to play Rook E3. Yeah. I was gonna say no because Bishop takes D5, but Queen takes D5 check is okay. I mean, it's totally winning for white, so yeah. Yeah, Rook E3. I mean, why not Rook D3 then? You know?
Also good.
Could just play Rook D3 here.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I mean, I guess there's a check,
Let's
but
play it.
But anyways, king h2.
Draw.
Oh, because I can't play. I thought I could play rook h3, but I can't do that. Yeah.
That's why rook e1's good.
Right. Don't give up the check.
Plus 9.09. That's my favorite plus.
Well, yeah, you should think white's winning here. He's a pawn up and has a lot
Safer
of threats. Yeah.
Rook e3. Does rook takes rook draw? The answer is fries. And no.
I mean, obviously no.
Not for the gawking rabble. All rook moves draw.
Well, except rook takes.
Well, except hanging at rook. Yeah, every rook move on the b file draws. 7 drawing moves. What else? He did play f5, the engine recommended move from report.
Nice. Good move. Threatening the e-pawn. And still the h-pawn is hanging. So he doesn't need to take it right now.
Yeah, he just wants to trade all the pawns off. Then get to bishop and wrong-colored rook pawn position. Not sure I gets rid of this pawn, but somehow.
Well, I wouldn't say I remember like that much detail, but you know, I played some competitive Pokemon, so I know what, you know, approximately the deal is, you know. Like I know what they do. Like important things they do. But yeah, I like Pokemon.
Jan did win against Ding.
Yeah,
That's
he
correct.
crushed him. He beat
Go
him up
Hype
pretty
Train. The Hype Train needs help. People of the world, join in. Join the Hype Train. We've been streaming for over 5 hours. Rawr.
bad. Yeah, that sounds right.
Come on, guys. And only one game is done. Man, tough tournament. Poor Jan, but Jan won.
Thanks for 100 bits.
Thanks, Intimidation.
He will do a recap of the games, yes.
Our autograph from Cybertron.
Oh, yeah, Aaron Cybertron Zhang. I know him. Well, I know of him, obviously.
Thanks, Tisker Tasker. We need one more sub for level 3. Can we make it? We have 20 seconds. Unlikely. 154 gift subs from Tisker Tasker on the channel. Frankly, great.
Oh,
Tisker Tasker gave 5 subs. God damn.
Nice. Got us there. Just what we needed. To get to the next
Jumping
level.
us up another level. Mountain
And
Dew
Mountain
gifted a sub.
Dude.
We're almost at level 5.
Nice. Plus tax. That's right. That is right. Thank you, Mountain Dude.
Before you were born. Thanks, Dr. Sweat, for subscribing.
Yeah, Dr. Sweat.
Went up from level 2 to level 4 like that, son.
I don't remember that much, Julian.
Yeah. Porsche Noise Glasses gifted a sub. Zumeri, 400 centimeters. We're almost at level 5. Rookie 1 was played. God damn.
Yeah,
It's like he's one of the best players in the world. Yeah, he wants to play rook e3 to g3 and queen takes bishop and knight check and queen takes. And he's up a pawn and his king is safer.
Those are good ideas. Dr. Krieger.
Yay, thanks, Dr. Krieger.
Nice.
204 gifted subs. When do I think Naka will resign? In the next 4 moves.
Yeah, he needs to be down a little bit more
Where
material.
do you get that over under 4 moves? What do you think? Over or under?
That's tough. I guess. Oh, that was a good one.
That's a good
I
one.
guess I'll say over,
Okay.
but it's close. It's close.
Yeah, this game, it just says all zeros.
It could be 4
At depth
moves, yeah.
53, white's up 0.16.
Will he get up and leave without resigning? Yes, a Von Bardeleben special. Oh, 500 bits.
Thanks, BK Emeritus. Level 5.
That 400 was from somebody else. I was right when it was 500.
Yeah. The problem with bishop g1 is when I play bishop here, this pawn's hard to defend.
No, I'll just play bishop f2, bishop e1.
Yeah, but then my king can go to c5 if you attack my pawn.
Right, right.
You can't attack my pawn.
Mm-hmm.
because I take this and win.
Yeah, yeah. Right.
And also,
Joel,
your
thank you for
Equan's
the gifted
attacked.
sub. No, yeah, obviously he's not winning anymore.
Yeah, thanks for gifting a sub. Thanks, Deist. 200 centidues. Yeah, so this should be a draw. This is obviously should be a draw. And this should be a win. Yeah, Ricky 1 was a good move.
Yep. That was a really good move.
Man, 3 games went more than 5 hours. Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thunk it? Not I. It's an interesting suggestion, Mountain Dude. Yeah, Ding was pretty unimpressive, yes. Agreed. But, you know, he tried his best. You should have resigned when you were lost. Yeah, that's true.
You were expecting 4 quick draws? They can't even agree to a draw. The winner of this tournament potentially gets millions. So, can't just draw your way to victory. You have to
Yeah.
win. The winner of this tournament potentially is world champion, plays world championship matches, gets higher appearance fees, stacks paper to the ceiling, rides on 24-inch chrome. Can't just be playing a quick draw. It's the most important tournament of their lives. What an insult.
How many games are in a match?
That is a Boondocks reference. That's correct.
At least 2, I guess.
Yeah.
Which Boondocks reference was that?
Rides on 24. That's
Right,
the
right, right.
best.
I love that one.
Riley's basketball
That's like the
dream.
that's like the first thing I showed you from Boondocks.
Yeah,
I
Riley's
remember.
basketball
Yeah, that was
dream.
a great one. The
Shaq, are
cartoon,
you
yeah.
mad that he's better than you?
Right.
No, I
Stacks more paper than you?
I got to up my game.
Right. And he stacks more paper than you, and gets more hose than you.
Broke his ankle. Rook D8 was played.
I can't just win technically somehow.
Yeah, the engine says I win immediately. Knight check.
King F7.
King F7.
Got to defend your guy.
Knight F5. And the idea is Queen
Win the
E7 check
exchange.
wins your rook.
But
It says you have to do
yeah,
that.
yeah. I can't even check you after that. You control
why can't I go here?
because
Oh, Rook F1. God damn.
okay, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. But then okay, even Queen G6, Rook F1.
Let's see,
Right.
King here. Damn.
Well, hold on. I could even play Knight E7 check in that. No, maybe. But okay, Queen G4 is crushing, right?
Plus 10.
There's no move here. King H8, Queen H5.
I like
This loses a
I
queen.
like this
Oh no.
Queen here check.
Right, yeah, that's a good defense.
Knight E7 check wins
Yeah,
the
yeah,
queen.
now you got it. Wow. Oh, okay, yeah, you could just check there.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for all these bits.
Thanks, Deist.
Yeah, that was a pretty good episode. When MLK
Yeah,
came
Naka
back to
didn't
life.
defend in his usual effervescent style.
Right, I would say usually Naka's like finding
Yeah.
all the resources, you
Mhm.
know. But
He played Knight E7. He sees everything.
right, because you have to play King F7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, King G7, Knight F5 is the same. You just win the rook.
I mean, King G7, I take your bishop for free.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Knight F5 plus 9. 9!
Nappa did well until he castled. Is that from Dragon Ball Z, Nappa? But yeah, that's true. Castling was the mistake. That was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, Naka's king is not too safe.
I mean, his king's been weak ever since, yeah.
Yeah, queen f6, rook f1 resigns because the king's too exposed. Unless he resigns before that.
Right, he could resign here, and then how many moves was it since you said it was 4 moves? 2 or 3? I guess 2 or 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, 4 was a pretty good guess.
I
'Cause he
think
could
queen
resign
f6,
now.
rook f1's 4 moves.
Yeah, that would be perfect. I think that's right, level 20. I think that's right. Right, I always tell my students never castle.
Thanks.
Craftsing square.
Thank you.
Craftsing square.
Craft single square. Or craft single square.
Craft single square.
Mm-hmm. It's like craft single cheese, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
craft
didn't
singles.
notice that. Right. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was like sing, like he's singing.
That's what I thought. Yeah, le square.
And then
like
le
all folks
square,
say.
right? Like le spatula.
Yeah, right. Like
Yeah.
sur la table.
I prefer a craft punk, you know,
Mm-hmm.
to Daft Punk. Good old craft punk.
Don't want Fabi to win the candidates. He has to share room with Danny Wrench again. Man, tough.
Dang. That's the punishment, huh?
He played queen f6, so rook f1 he'll resign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you were right the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he should have played rook from b8 to a8 and then castle queenside.
Yeah, Naka's thinking, frankly, delicious. Yeah, he looked away like, time to resign. The arbiter's there like, did you resign yet? That could be a player. I can't tell. All right, so this game's going to end soon.
Yeah, agreed.
This game's going to end soon.
Well, maybe, but
And
it'll
this
draw.
game is going
Whoa,
to end soon.
things changed. He went for the c
King
pawn.
c3. Engine says all zeros.
Mm-hmm. Now, but white can theoretically win now.
So can black.
Right.
Black's
right.
up a pawn.
What?
Yeah, and then win this.
Oh, all right.
pawn
I
up.
forgot about that.
Bishop's not trapped anymore.
Right, that's what I was saying.
It says all zeros.
So yeah, basically, Duda sacked a pawn to trade the c pawn away and will still lose a
And
pawn.
get his
But then he
bishop
got his
out.
bishop out. Right. He got rid of the c pawn and got his bishop out. But still losing the pawn.
Still
and
all zeros.
should be enough counterplay on the king's side with the extra pawn to make another pass pawn. And then it should draw.
Mm-hmm. He played rook f1. I predict resigns.
Right. It seems like a great time to resign.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even move, so.
No, he didn't resign.
Maybe it's the DGT error.
Maybe it's the over 4.
Like they put their kings in the center.
Yeah.
Right? No, but that's a good try.
It says knight h6 is plus 69.
The king g7.
Queen g4 check.
Okay. So king, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, fine. Queen g4, queen g7.
Knight queen g6, right?
Wait, where's my king? On g7?
G7.
Okay, then yeah.
Then knight f5. And now I'm threatening to take your queen. Oh, no, I'm not.
So king h7. Yeah.
Then queen h4 wins your rook. Oh, no, you mate me. Oh, no, you don't mate me because I take it with check.
Yeah, queen d8 check. Yeah.
It says Fabi's plus 70. I predicted Naka would resign, but he made a move where he's minus 70.
Ooh, I like Julian's suggestion. Knight d6. Because then you could just take the queen and knight takes e4 protects your rook. Then you're a piece up. Yeah, that'll do it.
Wait, what?
Knight d6?
Rook takes?
Oh, rook takes. I didn't see it. Well, then just rook takes queen
King
wins.
takes? No, you don't
You're
want to do
queened
that.
out?
Yeah, but rook and bishop. And it's,
I
wouldn't do
that's
that.
an easy win.
No, I don't
I
think
got to
that's
pass
easy.
pawn.
I don't think that's easy. I don't. That's much harder than this. Yeah, this is
Really?
Yeah, yeah, this is like plus 3, plus 4.
Engine evaluation did go down. But I would
Yeah.
think I could just win it.
No,
Queen f4,
could,
g4.
He could have already done this. Definitely not going to do this. This is way more winning. This is
Knight
way
h6,
this is
yeah.
way more winning. Just leaving a queen.
Maybe he played knight h6.
Yeah,
I think he might have.
I think he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Right, if he calculates this is right.
This
then-
is mate. It's already announcing mate.
Because queen g4, queen g6. What were we looking at? Knight f5? Again?
Yeah, knight f5 resigns.
Right, because queen h4 is a fork with a check on d8, right? Yeah. No, yeah, if you see all that, then you would do this, right? Yeah, because you're just going to win more material that way. Or like you said, it's even mate, I guess.
He resigned immediately after queen g4.
Right.
As
So it was like
resignation.
6 moves instead of 4.
Mm-hmm.
But still a good guess, because he could have.
Yeah, Naka's king is no good,
Yeah.
and knife f5 check keeps being played. Terrible. Can't allow knife f5 check.
Right. Too much knife f5 this game.
So if he had gone here, now if you
Yeah.
move your king to the f file, knight h4 wins your queen. If you move your king to the h file, queen here wins your rook with check and your bishop. Yeah, the truth hurts. And probably I'm missing better moves.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you
that's
don't
pretty
need it.
good. For example, we could win your queen now.
Knight check.
Or I could take your rook and then go back and win your queen.
I like that. Just take everything. And I'll check and win your bishop somehow.
So he resigned for some reason.
Right, losing all the pieces wasn't right.
Yeah, queen g4 resigns. Good. All right, so good does beat evil. Wow, I didn't think that was possible.
Right, that's not how it goes in the storybooks.
Yeah. All right, and then this game, nothing happened. They moved their rook back and forth a lot. All right, this is still a draw. And this is still a draw, but White's trying. He's trying to get a
Yeah.
sandwich.
I like it. I like Duda's attempt.
Problem is
here.
I can't go here in queen because e4.
Right. That's a problem.
So how long do you think these games could go on?
This one could last forever.
Another 40 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, this one. This one's gonna go on and on,
On and on.
unless they are just done with
Just
it.
keep on trying.
You could do some recaps while you're waiting. Of course, then you miss the very minute. Just gives people something to do while we're waiting.
Oh,
And you're done quick.
classic Kendrick lyrics in the chat.
That's just one idea.
Okay.
It does present a problem, like if a game gets exciting and you're in the middle
Right,
of a
right.
recap.
These games aren't going to get
That's
exciting.
what I'm saying.
Right.
So you could just like knock off a couple of. Just be sure to do markers.
I could knock it off.
Yeah,
All right, let's do a marker.
for recap.
Exclam marker,
Yeah.
recap, ding.
Okay,
or
recap
yawn,
ding,
whatever.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that way we can get out of
Hey
here.
everyone, this is Grandmaster Ben Finegold doing a recap of round 1 of the candidates. Let's look at the most crushing game, Dinglerin White against Jan Nepomniachtchi. They started with a lot of theory and in English, which we've seen recently. And they quickly got to which position? This position. Yeah, both sides played very quickly. After a3, he played rook e8 ostensibly to play bishop f8, but then he didn't do that. After b4, he played the paradoxical pawn sacrifice knight g4, very suspicious. The engine says, boo, boo, stop sacking a pawn. So we could play knight takes knight and then take on e4 with the bishop. But even though he had 2 or 3 chances to take this e-pawn, he eschewed them all. He said, I don't want to do that. He developed his bishop, which the engine likes. And after queen h5 threatening mate, we were very confused because Ding thought like 20 minutes here. And we were like, did he play knight takes g4 yet? And the answer is no. We thought he would take on g4, then maybe take this pawn on e4. Black has compensation, but the engine still prefers white. But strangely, he never took this pawn until it was too late, and he played h4, a move I would not consider. But the engine says white is still fine. Bishop f6, queen c2, putting more pressure on the pawn, defending his bishop because his knight was pinned. So queen c2 makes sense. Knight e3, de, bishop f5, defending his pawn again. So we have a very strange position where the pawn on h4 is out of place, and later black can play g5 and start an attack, which is eventually what happened. Knight a4. And now in this position, black can play bishop e7, defending the c5 square, or sack a piece with bishop h4. There's a very long think here from Jan, and we thought he was going to sack a piece, then play rook e6. And the engine says it's equal. but it looks like a draw is the least likely result. But instead he just took the bishop on b2. Now the engine wants to play queen takes b2, because then if this knight ever moves from a6 to come back into the game, our knight can go to c5. But he surprised us with knight takes b2. Always retreat. Knight c7, knight c4, rook e6, stopping knight d6 and starting the attack against the white king. Rook f d1, knight d5. And here, white has to play b5 at every available opportunity and try to get counterplay against black's queen side, since black has a ready-made king side attack. But instead he played slowly, rook d4, g5 is a good move now, played h6, which is slow. And instead of doubling up on the bubble up and getting his rook active from a1, which in the end he never moved, played queen d2, allowing g5 again. Rook a8 is an excellent move, showing that white should have activated his rook too. We have to defend this e-pawn. It's white's only counterplay. White thought a long time and played king h2 with the idea of g5, rook h1, g takes, king g1, pinning the pawn. The engine likes black a lot in this position, but Jan shows a different way. After king h2, he played bishop g4, threatening this e-pawn. The problem with rook e1, the obvious way of defending it, is now after g5, we can't play the idea I just showed you with rook h1, king g1, because your e-pawn wouldn't be defended. So he played knight a5, which is a very bad move, ignoring black's attack. In this position, the best move is actually queen c2, attacking this e-pawn again, now that black has undefended his e-pawn. Rook f6, he should just play g5 again. And again, if you play rook f1 and I play g5, you can't play your rook h1 idea because you're busy defending f2. So he correctly played king g1, and now black played g5. And here, white lost his only chance to save the game. Could have played b5. He still has a very bad position, but he has counterplay against the queen side. Take on c6 twice. d5 isn't defended sufficiently in that case. And white has some counterplay against the king. The engine says, I want black, I want black. But instead of b5, white played knight takes b7, and now the engine says white has to resign. Why isn't white resigning? I've never seen a guy not resigning. Thanks for the sub, Jay Groges. Okay, so g takes h4. White has no more counterplay against that knight on d5. Taking the b pawn didn't really help, and black is crashing through. Knight c5, pretending to attack the e pawn. h3. And now we have a tough decision here. For example, bishop h1, double question mark. h2 check, king f1, queen f5, threatening queen f2 mate, and so forth. Mainly and so forth. Bishop f1, also bad. h2 check, king h1, rook takes f2, and the engine says black has forced mate. Black's threatening bishop f3 check because of the pin. Also, if there was no pin, queen takes his mate. So, okay, so we can't really save our bishop. So he played rook takes e4 counterattacking, but that was expertly ignored by Jan. He just took the bishop, always sack the exchange. Rook takes rook check, king g7, and we have the unstoppable threat of queen h1 check. You may be thinking, I can just take the pawn. Unfortunately, that hangs mate in 4. Rook takes f2 check, king f2, queen h2, king e1 allows queen g1 mate, so king f1, check, and mate. So if you can't play king takes g2, all is lost. According to the engine, f4 is best, f3 is best, I'm sorry. Never play f3. Bishop f3 takes, check, rook takes check, queen discovered double triple check, and queen takes rook, and black is up a queen, so black's winning. Up a queen is good, and the engine announces mate in 6. And that's the best white can do. Instead, white played f4, losing in a shallow and pedantic way. Check, check. And now black is up a piece and has an attack, but instead of winning slowly, Jan finished the game brilliantly with the Shirov-esque bishop h3 check. Obviously, king f2 hangs mate in 1, queen f1 mate. Moving the king up here isn't good. King here allows queen h1 check and the same queen f1 mate. And if you play king h2, I play queen f1 and queen g2 mate. He resigned in this position. After the best move takes, we check, and we play queen h3 with unstoppable queen g4 mate. Also, rook g6 is mate and rook f5 is mate. We can stop those. Stopping this, that's more complicated. So in this position, since it's unavoidable mate, unstoppable mate after bishop h3, Ding resigned. A brilliant game from Jan. Probably could have won even quicker. And not a good game from Ding. Didn't defend very well. Didn't play very actively. With the white pieces, his king was under attack almost the whole game. A crushing win for Jan. And looking good to beat one of the favorites in round 1, especially with the black pieces. I hope you enjoyed that recap. Keep watching our live stream here on twitch.tv/GM Benjamin Finegold. Watch the videos on YouTube, and we'll be back with more recaps. Now push exclam marker and ending.
Yay.
You can make it one word, ending.
It's too late.
Darn.
And then let's check the live.
How's it going, Tortuga?
Got one recap down, 3 to go.
Nothing's happening. That
way you guys, get a recap too. You don't have to sit around.
Yeah, these will be on YouTube. That's the point of the recap.
Yeah. But you guys might like them too. I did.
And then what's going on here? All right, and this is all zeros. Everything's all zeros. Well, black's up a pawn, but Duda's the one trying to win. But trying is the first step to failure.
That was the first recap. Terrible, Tim.
That was the first one. Just trying to, economize.
You guys could have recapped the game just as well.
Except for one
You
thing.
said, here he played,
This move, I
And
don't
then you
understand
would've
why
died.
he did that.
yeah, played here, but I would have played that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Ferrugia looks different.
I mean,
He's changing how he looks during the game.
what's Ding's rating right now?
2806.
High
So
rated.
he's not 2800 anymore.
Is that the highest rated player Nepo's beaten in a classical game?
No, he's beaten Magnus.
But maybe Magnus wasn't 2800 then.
Probably was.
Yeah, probably.
But maybe. And also, Caruana's been higher than that. Aronian's been higher than that. So I'm sure he's beaten somebody higher.
Yeah, probably.
Terrible.
Probably once.
So the question is, if Ali Reza draws, is Ding still the highest rated player in the tournament? I think the answer is no. Actually, maybe. It'll be about the same.
Oh, it says Ding's still 2800.4.
Oh, okay, so he's still the highest. He's so high. Who will be highest when the tournament ends? Fabi?
Fabi has the highest peak rating in his career of these people.
That's correct.
2851.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty high rated.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
We watched the episode last night where his wife already left him, and he's with that other woman that lives with him, the sister of what's his name?
JB.
Yeah, JB's
Yeah.
sister. And then
Aisha, is that Aisha?
yeah, no. Well, I don't know what her name in the show is.
I meant in real life.
No, her real name is what's her name? What's her name?
I don't know.
What's the actress's name?
Oh, Vivian?
Vivian. Yeah.
Vivian.
Not Anish. Yeah.
Right. Why isn't Anish playing? That's a good question.
Vivica J. Fox.
Vivica.
Vivica.
Is it
Vivica.
J. Fox? Vivica.
yeah.
Yeah, no Vivica, no Vivian.
Yeah, Vivica. Anyway,
It was so far
so
off,
he's
I
trying
could
to
see.
leave her because she's sick all the time and she has cancer, maybe. Then when
Yeah.
she's diagnosed
Right,
with
right,
cancer, he can't leave her.
Right,
So then he
right.
gets this doctor that tells her to leave her.
Right, 'cause he's
It's
being
this is a
obnoxious.
This is
Yeah,
a great
yeah,
doctor.
yeah.
You got to listen. to
Right,
him.
I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah, and
And
he
then-
acts like the way that she would say, you know,
Right,
that you've got to divorce.
but then
him
she's
or-
not going
or
to leave him,
you know?
and then she thinks he's cheating on her, so she leaves. He's like, yes.
Right, well, she doesn't listen to him because she doesn't listen to the doctor because
Yeah.
she was given a blowjob in the car, and she's like, I'm not listening to her, you know, if she would do that, you know. And he's like, what? No, come on. It's not that bad.
But she was just dropped her phone, it turned out. So terrible.
Right. She just dropped her phone, yeah.
Then at the end of the episode, the same thing happens with Susie and what's his name? And he has to get them out with the X-Acto knife. But he can't get the X-Acto knife out.
I remember that.
Terrible.
Yeah, he needs the X-Acto knife to get it out of the plastic.
Michael J. Fox, Vivica A. Fox. What if they got married? Would she be Vivica A. Fox J. Fox?
I don't think she would take the J.
What about Vivica A. Fox hyphen Fox?
Right, Fox. Yeah. That would be good. That would be good.
All right, they're trading a lot of stuff here. There's almost nothing on the board. And the engine says all zeros. Both sides playing for the win. Yeah, thanks for blocking the camera.
Oh, well, at least we could see, you know, his jeans a little bit.
Wait, who
Sure.
is it standing
I don't
there?
know, just
know.
some guy.
Somebody needs to tell him to move. That's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, Anish was the runner-up of the last candidate. He choked it at the end there. How's it going, the Master John? Good to see you.
Well, here's what she should do. If they get married, she should change her name to Vivica J. Fox.
Yeah.
Hey, Master John, how's it going?
Oh, look, now you can see the people again.
Good.
Yeah, Michael J. Fox was supposed to get married recently, but at the ceremony, he tried to put the ring on the finger and he couldn't, so they didn't get married. He
Yeah.
was like, terrible.
Oh, that's not nice. Hey,
The truth hurts.
now I figured out what you're talking about. Master John, I met somebody, I was trying to remember who, at National Open that played online with Haley. I'm trying to remember who it was.
It's funny because on Curb, you haven't seen this yet. Michael J. Fox is on Curb,
Yeah.
and he's acting like a total dick all the time. He says, "Oh, I have Parkinson's. That's not me." He always says it's
Right, right.
Parkinson's.
Who?
So Michael J. Fox is like doing all kinds of stuff, like annoying everybody.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh no, I have Parkinson's. That's the noise that you're hearing. I can't help it."
Right.
He says that where on the show?
On the show, yeah, he's like, I got Parkinson's, and they're like, all right. And then like he's actually doing it on purpose. And then when he complains to the board's like, he's got Parkinson's. What do you want him to do?
Yeah, we saw Top Gun.
Yeah, not great.
It's
Maverick.
cool to make fun of everything. Incorrect.
All right.
No, I don't.
Agreed.
It's not cool to make fun of people's ailments. And
Well,
actually,
it's very cool.
no,
Yeah.
it's the opposite. And
No.
and actually, Lizzo got in a bit of trouble, as I'm sure you guys have heard about, because she didn't know, and I didn't know, that the word spaz is insulting
Thanks, Mead one.
because it has a different meaning, and I didn't know the origin of it. Anyway, I think she had that word in her a new song, and she just changed it, and that was the end of it. She didn't know.
Magnus Carlsen's
I didn't know
tweeting
either.
roasting Hikaru. Good.
That's pretty funny.
If
I
you're
think-
not
That's
roasting,
pretty
you're
funny.
not trying.
Yeah, always roast, I've said.
Mm-hmm.
Go Amid. Thanks for the sub.
All right, so we have 2 decisive games in the books and 2 draws are a coming.
Naka did resign quite a while ago.
Yeah. We could do a recap. Ready for recap 2?
Yeah, let's knock another one out.
Knock another one out?
Yeah.
But you meant that when you said it.
All right, should I do a marker?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey everyone, it's Grandmaster Ben Finegold with a recap from round 1 of the candidates. Look at the All-American matchup, Fabiano Caruana versus Hikaru Nakamura. They played an anti-Berlin. Well, I mean, Hikaru played the Berlin and D3, as expected. bishop c5, bishop takes. And we've seen this before. And in this position, where they both blitzed out pretty quickly, Fabi played the slightly unusual knight b3, which we were later told was played in a U.S. championship game between Robson and Dominguez, I guess about a year ago. And in that game, in this position, Dominguez castled queenside, which is typically what Black does. Black castles queenside and starts pushing his pawns here. Well, Naka did half of that. Half's pretty good. He played rook b8, confusing Fabi. And now Fabi went into a big think, and I guess was on his own. And seemed like Nakamura was playing pretty quickly. He played bishop g5, engine recommended. Pushed his kingside pawns. And played knight d7. The point of knight d7 is the queen defends the g pawn, so we can play h5 and so forth, mainly and so forth. Also, the knight on d7 shores up the defense of the e5 pawn, which we can shore up even more with f6, as long as it's not polyshore, right? Okay, buddy. Okay, so after knight d7, d4 was played. You could play h5 in this position. Naka quickly played f6, so that already gives away the result of the game. Never play f6. However, your mind will change in a few moves. Queen d3 after long thought. That way the knight can go to c4, pawn can go to c4, the rook could connect it and go into the center. Pretty good move. h5, threatening h4. Takes on e5, takes on e5, takes on e5, takes. Two knights against two bishops. What else? Now, Black's position looks a little odd. His pawns are here, his king's on e8, his rook's on b8. He's got doubled pawns, he has an isolated pawn. All that stuff is a little negative, but he's got two bishops against two knights. So the engine says it's about equal. Knight c4, attacking the pawn on e5, rook to d8, knight takes d6. The engine actually said this move was fine. That's not a move I would normally think of, straightening out my opponent's pawn structure. But it gets rid of the two bishops at least. Queen e3, g4. And this is one of the key positions of the game. Here we're threatening the pawn. Black can play a6 or c5. He decided to play a6, which is fine. c5 is also good. And after b3, the engine says it's about equal, but this is a very difficult position to play for both sides, but I think especially for Black, because it's not clear what to do with his king. Some variations, Black just leaves his king here. Sometimes he runs over to the queen side, pretending he castled queen side. And he played a decision here, Nakamura did, which the engine doesn't approve of. He castled king side. Obviously, the king is wide open there, since he moved all of his pawns on the king side. And in the end, that may have cost him. Now, I told you when Black played f6, you knew the result of the game, but I tricked you because now White played f3. Never play f3. However, the engine says f3 is the best move. Probably because Black played f6, so the universe was out of whack, something like that. Queen g7, also not liked by the engine. Queen g7 looks completely normal to me. Takes, takes. Now we have an open king. There's no pawns in front of it. This pawn is isolated and weak. And after the move rook d1, Hikaru made a decision which I think he's going to later regret. Instead of battening down the hatches and trying to defend and be solid, he got aggressive. I don't know if he thought this was good or he thought this position's not good. We have to get aggressive. I'm not sure what he was thinking. And he played d5. Not engine approved. Fabi traded on d5 and played rook e1. Tremendous pressure on this pawn now that the pawn's not on d6 anymore. You don't want to play e4, putting all the pawns on the same color as your bishop, which I was explaining to Karen about a week ago in Vegas. Don't put your pawns there. Don't do that. But, I mean, you can't lose your e5 pawn, so you got to do something. So he ended up playing e4, and Fabi exploded Black's center. Rook takes f8, rook takes f8, c4. If you told me before the game Fabi was going to explode all over Hikaru, I would have said, okay. Sounds reasonable. c4, explosive, and now these pawns are Shadubi, shattered. All these pawns are weak now, and black's king is still unsafe. Rook e8, engine says that's terrible. It plays any move but rook e8. Queen f6 is the engine preferred move, taking over the f file, or if rook f1, we can try to trade rooks. If we trade everything, the black king doesn't seem so naked. Rook e8, takes. Now in this position, the engine really liked rook f1, taking the f file. Fabi played knight e1 because he really wanted to play knight e3. I can't blame him because that knight was good on e3. Queen h6 exclamation mark. Queen d6 exclam, knight e3, and the engine just says white's winning. This pawn's weak. This pawn is blocking all of black's pieces. This knight is a beautiful blockader. Knight f5 is coming. Rook f1 is coming. And the king has no shelter. Man, I said, should you be shattered? Then no shelter. Give me shelter. It's a Rolling Stone kind of game. g3 was played. And now the engine wants to ignore that and just play rook f1 and king h1 and say knight f5 is coming and I'm completely winning. If two engines were playing, this is what white would have done. But these aren't engines, these are humans. After g3, Fabi's like, thanks for the pawn. Queen e5, trying to get into a worse ending, but obviously white's king is safer than black's king. That determines when we would trade queens. Figure out whose king is safer. Black's king is less safe. White doesn't want to trade queens. So white always repeats, and then plays queen h6. Naka wins his pawn back, but at what cost? Rook f1, and black's position is in shambles. The king has no protection. The bishop on c6 can't go anywhere. The knight's coming to f5, and the white king is very safe, and white has the f file. Now here time trouble was ending. This was move 38. The engine wants to play queen d6. Fabi played queen h4, queen h7, queen g3 check, and now queen d6, but he went back to h4, and instead of repeating, Naka played bishop d7, ostensibly to stop knight f5, which the engine wants to play. The engine's like knight f5 all day. After very long thought, Fabi played rook d1, not engine approved, and here it's just too difficult to play black. Knight d5 is coming, knight f6, the rook is coming up, rook d5, rook g5. It's too difficult to play for black with that king so wide open and the knight so strong on e3. And he went down very quickly. The engine says after rook e7, black is only down 1.2, but still probably a losing position. He went down fast, bishop e6, knight d5, exclamation mark. Now if you take the knight, rook g5 is a very annoying threat. It's so annoying, the engine just gives the queen up for the rook. It says, I can't stop it. So that's not good. So instead, he stopped knight f6 check by playing rook f8. Queen takes e4. Now he should play queen g4, hoping for a queen trade. Instead, queen d3 or queen e1's the engine move. Look good. Queen h6, and now excellent move by Fabi. The obvious looking rook d3 to play rook g3 actually draws the game. The king has no escape. We can't play king h3 because there's a bishop on e6. And we just keep checking. Amazing. And I'm sure he was thinking, Nakamura was, after rook d3, I have this perpetual. Fabi played the engine move, rook e1. Stopping queen e3 check forever. Now we're going to play rook e3, rook g3, and it's all over. By the way, we're threatening queen takes bishop. If the bishop moves, we could also play knight check and take this pawn if we wanted to, which we don't. Rook d8, losing immediately, but I can't really suggest anything better. Check. Knight f5, and the black king is just wide open. There's no defense to that king. Queen f6, rook f1. I thought he would resign here. He played bishop d5. Knight h6 check, attacking the queen. Naka said, but your queen's attacked. He said, no, it's not. Queen g4 check. And in this position, Naka resigned. If Naka played on, he would play queen g6, the only move to save his queen. Knight f5 check. If the king goes to the f file, knight h4 check, discovered check wins the queen. If the king goes to the h file, Queen h4 check wins the queen and the rook. We could win the queen right now, or we could take this and win the queen later. Always repeat. Just don't hang mate in 1. So instead of playing king h7 or king f7, losing his queen and his rook, Naka resigned. Really nice game from Fabi. He let most of his advantage slip away a couple times, but he was never in trouble, and he always had a nice position. Difficult game for Naka. Probably castling, queen g7 and d5 are the moves that did him in. He went from about equal to having like a very bad position, but the position was hard to play. I don't know how to play black in that position with such an open king. Fabi's king was relatively safe. Thanks for watching the recap. If you're watching here on YouTube, don't forget to see our other recaps. Don't forget to follow the live coverage on Twitch, twitch.tv/GM Benjamin Finegold. I'll see you guys next time.
Yay, 2 down. 2 down.
2 to go. You did the marker?
That's
good,
right.
Good.
That's what
All
I
right,
do.
all zeros. White's not even better, it says.
You are very good GM Finegold.
Mm-hmm. Okay, he did something. G5. All right, this makes
So
it
now
hard
he
to move.
can't move,
Makes
huh?
it hard to move the king up. Yeah, there you go. Now you can move the king up. Okay, and he played rook a5. It says king g4 check, king g3. Man, truth hurts. I would play king h5 myself. Probably lose, but I won an endgame similar to this in Charlotte. I won rook and pawn against rook and pawn, if you remember.
I think you showed me.
Yeah, against Robert J. Fisher.
Wow.
Yeah, Bobby Fischer, not as good as he used to be. Fabi's all smiles. And
Smiles and
the
sunshine.
engine says all zeros still for this game.
Yeah.
This is the last position we saw. Nothing's happening, nothing's happening, nothing's happening. Yeah, it's hard to win with so few pawns on the board because all these endgames where somebody sacrifices a piece ends up in a draw. Like 2 bishops against 1 bishop. Or if white's playing for a draw, bishop against bishop and knight. These are all drawn. Or if you're playing Nakamura, bishop and knight against king. Anybody? No? Nothing?
Well, I heard that he drew it or
Yeah.
something. But
The cap score said Naka play 83.6. Yeah, you play by Naka's strength. You play 81, 80.
That's right.
Almost 6 hours of coverage. The more you donate, the more we cover. Also, you have a lesson in 40 minutes.
yeah.
So I guess there won't be a lunch today.
Dang, that's sad.
Yeah. And there's still only half the games are done. It's
Right,
6
right.
hours.
When is maybe you guys go to dinner when he's done?
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, my
If
lessons
there's
end
just
pretty
a lot.
early.
But I have to
tonight.
pick up Holden. And then we can all go to dinner. What about you? Holden will go.
We can
I'm
talk
done.
about it
I'm
off
all
the
done at
stream.
6.
Yeah. You're off at 6? Holden's
Yeah.
off at
I'm not
4.
gonna go.
What? You have to go.
I don't want to go. I just
Stretch.
got a lot to do.
Yeah. You can do it while we're
But,
there.
We can talk about it.
Yeah.
Don't you have any to don't?
Yeah. All right. If somebody donates 10 subs in the next 2 minutes, Karen has to go to dinner. If nobody does, she can stay home. That's fair. 2 minutes.
Well, dude made several small mistakes, you know.
Yeah, the top players are good at defending, especially Rapport.
Yeah.
Big money, no whammy. What if 10 people don't want Karen to go to dinner, so they all give 10 subs? Then I tricked everybody.
Well, I want to go to karaoke
The
tonight.
numbers that you play, like 80, 90, 95, they're not, doesn't mean much. But more importantly, when your opponent plays in the high 90s and puts a lot of pressure on you, it's hard to play in the 90s. In a 3-minute game, your opponent's not putting the pressure on you that Fabi would in a slow game.
Right.
So against Fabi in a slow game, you're going to play worse than if you play some 2200 in a blitz game who's putting no pressure on you. It looks like Karen doesn't have to go. Nobody give 10 subs.
Yeah, well, I have to do my chess study before I go out, and I have.
But this is chess. You're doing chess
I'm
here.
doing my tactics before I go out.
But this is chess.
I know. And then I'm going to be doing.
This is chess, though.
Some
Mm-hmm.
emails, and then I have to go to karaoke.
You have to?
That's on my list to do today. So you've got to go to dinner. I've got to go to karaoke.
I have to go to dinner. I barely care. But yeah, we'll take the kids to dinner. You're one of the kids.
That's me.
Yeah, they'll love to go. Everybody.
Hey,
but
we can
me.
go to the Indian place that she hates, even though she doesn't hate it.
He Duda sacked a pawn to do all
Get a
that.
past a pawn, get his bishop out.
That's how he got his bishop out.
They agreed to a draw. Rajabov and I saw them agree to a draw. $5.99.
Oh,
Thanks,
root
Root Beer
beer.
89.
Yay, root beer.
Hey, it's funny. Remember when I said I would play King H5?
That's what he did.
King H5. And the game ended immediately. Man,
Rook A. Oh, okay.
man, truth hurts.
So now Rook H3, it's E4. But anyways, F4 just is a Philidor position, right?
Right, and they agreed to a draw.
I'm also going to get on the treadmill.
Yeah, when it's a knight pawn, this is important for you guys to know at home, but you'll forget, so I can tell you. When it's a knight pawn or a rook pawn, you don't have to know any drawing technique. You can play as bad as possible. You can play here, put your rook here, and the game is over. And that's for half of the pawns. That's
Right,
for rook
because
pawns
they can't
and
go
knight
around.
pawns.
They can't go to
Yeah.
I
Or you can
file.
play king here, rook here. You don't have to know how to draw when it's the side pawns. You just put your rook there, move your rook back and forth.
Yeah, you can't
Yeah,
play Rook
knight-
I4 and
Knight,
Rook I8.
knight pawns can never win. Knight pawns are the worst.
Gotta play Rook I8.
Yeah. So they agreed to a draw after EF. I think after EF.
Yeah.
Draw.
Always play E takes F.
So tell me again about the knight pawn.
Okay, so sometimes you get the Philidor position, like you play rook here, and you get this position where the rook is here.
I do know the field.
Okay, but if it's a knight pawn, you don't need to know that. You can put your rook on the same line as your king, and you can move your rook back and forth. Now, if it's one of these pawns, that doesn't work. Because if it's one of those pawns, we can check and go to the side, but we don't have any side.
Right,
there's no
the board
side.
ends, yeah.
So you're saying you don't have to know the Philidor or anything?
Don't have
You
to
don't have
know
to
it
know
with,
any
an,
technique,
with
yeah.
half the pawns. You don't have to know. With these pawns,
Only center
you can
pawns,
just
yeah.
put your king and rook on the same rank and move your rook back and forth. And then when they check you, you go here, and check you go here, and check you go here. And there's nothing they can do.
Right, okay.
And you just move your rook back and forth. Yeah, knight pawn's really, really easy to draw. Of course, they know the Philidor position also, so I don't know if he would have played rook here or rook here. I play rook here because I know the knight pawn you can't win. Rook here, they also know that's a draw, but that's different.
Right, okay.
But it's such an easy draw. Time for recap.
Well, anyways, I'll probably bounce, huh?
No.
But then we'll meet up later.
Right.
What
Bye,
does that
everyone.
mean? Why does Karen hate Indians? What are you talking about?
Come on, Karen.
I thought I'm the one that hates it. Oh.
Bye. So
I'm the one who hates India.
They'll see you at dinner, I guess?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely. Definitely, probably.
Yeah, I gotta
Maybe.
do my treadmill and stuff.
hmm
I'm gonna do
I'll
all
eat
that.
to make up for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't do all that.
Hmm?
I just got too much to do tonight.
Yay, it's Karen. Can you type exclam marker and then type like Ali Reza or Rajabov or Faruja? I would type Ali Reza. It's the easiest to spell. Mm-hmm. Or then
Oop.
recap maybe.
Oh yeah, let me go back.
Mm-hmm. It worked. Hey everybody, it's Grandmaster Ben Finegold with the recap today of round one. We're going to look at the game Timur Rajabov versus Ali Reza Faruja. A very long game. It took 6 hours, but finally we got a result. They played this Vienna kind of crazy Queen's Gambit where black plays a very early b5. The other crazy move is bishop to b4, which also leads to wild positions. b5 is even more wild. So white sacrifices a pawn. It's the Queen's Gambit. And then white gets his pawn back. And black has a bad pawn structure, but black has good control of the white squares. These pawns are stuck on black squares. The bishop is good. The bishop is good here. The knight's good on d5. And we have to save this pawn, so we play knight to b6. The players played pretty quickly to this position, playing their preparation. Knight c3, rook b8. And right around here, I think Radjabov was out of his prep, but Firouzja seemed to just keep playing quickly. I don't know if he's in his prep or not, but Firouzja usually doesn't play too fast. He's very, contemplative. He's very contemplative about his play. Okay, I can't say it, but that's what he is. But he was blitzing. Okay, he wasn't Donner. He was blitzing. And he played knight a5, defending his pawn again, and also the b3 square is open because of a3. So knight a5 makes sense. Knight d5, back to d5. Bishop a6. Black has really nice piece play, but black has 3 isolated pawns. So Spencer and me, and possibly Kieran, we liked black because black had really active play. And the engine likes white because the engine says, no. I'm going to stop all that play, and you're still going to be stuck with those weak pawns. Bishop d2. Doesn't really threaten anything. It looks like it threatens knight takes, unleashing on the knight, but our queen can take and we can defend. Knight b3, knight e4. He gets the 2 bishops. And in this position, the reason I think he may have still be in prep, even though a3 is a weird move, is he played knight f4 so quickly. And this is an exchange sacrifice. But he didn't think more than a minute. After bishop c4, we can't just do nothing and be down a pawn with no compensation. You have to sacrifice the exchange. That way you get good compensation. Rook takes b2, queen takes b2, bishop takes c4. Black has 2 bishops, and he's dominating the white squares, but he is down a full exchange. But good compensation. Look at that knight on f4. The bishop's going to d5. I mean, it's pretty aggressive looking position for black. 2 bishops. Okay, rook c1, bishop d5. And in this position, after rook e1, finally, Firouzja started thinking. And Firouzja had built up about a 1-hour time advantage up until this point. He'd only taken about 15 minutes to reach this position after move 21. So I thought this was the end of his prep, and he has really good compensation for an exchange. He played queen a8, and the players were playing engine moves all throughout. Queen c2, defending the knight. There was a 45-minute think here, and he played bishop a takes the pawn, which is the correct move. Knight g5, threatening knight f6 check, followed by queen takes h7 mate. That forces black to play knight g6 to block the diagonal. h4, he says, no, I want to open that diagonal. If knight takes h4, double question mark, knight f6 check, and queen takes h7 mate. As played in the famous game, Gotcha versus Bitch. So after h4, he played bishop b4 after long thought, which is also the engine move. And after h5, finally one of the players deviated from the recommended engine move. The engine says it's about equal if we take on e4. And the engine line is knight takes, knight h4. We're going to get our exchange back. You can't play knight c3 saving the exchange because of mate and 1. Both sides playing for mate. So we're going to get our exchange back. Our knight's going to go to f5. And after something like h6, the engine says it's about equal. White's down a pawn, but white has good compensation against black's king. Anyway, he didn't do that. He didn't play the engine line. After h5, he played bishop takes d2. The players still played engine lines after that. Queen takes, h6, takes, takes, takes. King takes f7. The problem with taking with the rook is you don't want your king on g8. Knight takes, queen d3, queen h7 check. You got to get your king out there to the center, which he understood. The king is actually safer in the center. Now he's got this nice battery, so f3 was played. Never play f3. King to d7. The king is actually best on the d file because it's all blocked up. The center's completely blocked. There's no way white can improve there. If the king was on g8, white just easily can break through over here. Queen h4, queen d3 to h7. But for the king here, how do we get to that king? Well, unfortunately, Radjabov gave most of his winning chances away when he played knight e4. By keeping more pieces on, white has some chances to have an advantage because black's king is on d7. Black has 4 isolated pawns, although that's a nice bishop. Knight e4, couldn't wait to chop off that knight. The more pieces you trade, the more likely it is to be a draw. It's equal material, equal queens, equal rooks, everything's equal. So this position should be a draw. And in this position, they went into a drawn rook and pawn ending, where Firouzja had to suffer a little. If he had played rook g8, he would suffer much less. Rook g8 was the correct move. This is also drawing. 2 against 1 is a draw. So he wasn't that worried. After rook f7, white wants to push his g-pawn and keep the black king cut off from the f-file. So black correctly played king d6 to play e5, king e6, and get his king over to the king side. And that's what happened. And the rest of the game wasn't super exciting because this is just a draw. White tried to win, but he didn't do very well. He didn't get much of a chance. And the only thing that he tried that made any sense was g5 after moving around a lot, doing nothing. Nothing's really happening. Finally, he played g5. Now he wants to walk his king up. Rook there, stopping that. He played rook h4 so the king could move up. Okay? And he did. But now if you go back to g3, how are you supposed to win? You're going back and forth with your king. You got to play king h5 to try to win, but now your f3 pawn's not defended. And if rook h3, I can simply play e4 and get rid of all the pawns. So he played f4, and they just agreed to a draw here, because rook and pawn versus rook is a very easy draw, especially this position. This position is easier than usual to be drawn. So pretty good defense by Firouzja. He made one little mistake in the middle game by taking on d2 right away, giving him a worse position, but he still held the draw. Pretty well played game. Probably the least mistakes made of any game this round. This game had some little mistakes, but nothing major, and the game ended in a correct draw, although it was 71 moves and 6 hours long. The truth hurts.
Now I have a question.
Yes.
Why is this position easier to draw?
It's easier to draw because it's a knight pawn, so there's no chance. Yeah. There's no chances to get anything active because we can play rook a7.
Oh, yeah,
and just by moving our rook back and forth, it's a draw.
Okay.
Obviously, Philidor position is also a draw, but you don't need to know that to draw this position. So good game, good draw, good luck, etc. Mainly etc. I hope you enjoyed that recap of the game. That was Radjabov versus Firouzja. This is Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Please watch our other recaps on YouTube and follow us on our stream at twitch.tv/GMBenjaminFinegold. And I'll see you next time with more recaps. Now do the marker for end.
Okay.
And the last game also finished in a draw. That looks pretty drawn. Let's see what we missed, and then we'll do a recap. This game ended with nothing on the board, which I pointed out. There could be nothing on the board. A7, take here. And he just took the G pawn. Draw. Yep. So that game was pretty drawn the last 20 moves, but the first 20 moves, it was not. First 20 moves, White had big advantage, first 25 moves. And then he didn't press his advantage properly, and Rapport got enough counterplay to draw. So this game ended. We have 2 draws and 2 wins today. We have Duda and Rapport. They drew. Duda had good winning chances the first 30 moves of the game. Caruana beat Nakamura. Radjabov Firouzja was a pretty well-played draw. And Jan Nepomniachtchi crushed Ding Liren with the black pieces. Let's do a recap of this game.
Yay.
So put marker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just say
Duda's the easiest.
Yeah.
Recap. Da 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 dee da da. Duda. Hey everybody, it's Grandmaster Ben Finegold with another recap today from round 1. This is the game Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Richard Rapport, the 2 players that I confuse the most. They played a very interesting Sicilian. Probably Duda's one of the most booked up players in the world, and Rapport's one of the most interesting players in the world. So we get an interesting Sicilian, and in this position, after thinking a while, Duda played the very unusual bishop f4, trying to take his opponent out of prep in this Taimanov Sicilian. d6, threatening to win a piece. Now we can't win a piece here because knight takes c6. However, after d6, we're threatening knight takes knight and e5, which does win a piece. So after d6, he took and played bishop d3, and now both players were on their own. It seemed like they weren't in prep anymore, and they were just playing. Knight e7, c4, and now the engine wants to play c5, knight c6, bishop e7, bishop e7, and says it's about equal. Maybe white's a little better. But Rapport likes to play imaginatively, and he played g6. He wants to play bishop g7 and castle, and then later decide where to move his pawns. Duda played the excellent pawn sacrifice c5, basically refuting g6. The idea is if you play d5, which looks like a nice center, I have bishop e5 or bishop d6. And this is unfortunate because our rook is going to have to move. Bishop d6 also very good. Taking the pawn is also bad. We play bishop e5. And you don't want to play rook g8, queen c2. Terrible position for black. Just awful. Another way to play is queen a5 check after c5. Knight to d2. And if you try to take this, I play queen a4. White just has a monster position. He's going to play knight b3 next move, or bishop e3, castle, play rook c1. And black's king and black's pieces are just terrible. The queen has to go somewhere once I attack it, but you have to defend d6. Good luck with that. Very bad position for black. So c5 was like an extra strong move, really good pawn sacrifice, which was declined. Rapport didn't like this position. He played e5 and then played bishop g7, just going into a much worse endgame. Takes, takes, and black's pawn structure is terrible on the queen side. His knight is badly placed. His bishop is badly placed. Excellent position for white. And over the next, I want to say 14 moves, white gave most of his advantage away. Here the engine already says +3. If I look at this position, I think, okay, +1 for white. White has a better pawn structure. White has better minor pieces. Stockfish is like +3 for white. Crazy. Knight c3 is the natural move. He chose knight a3, not a Stockfish favorite. Obviously, he wants to fight for c4. Rook d8. Bishop e2, also not a favorite. And they trade all the pieces. Bishop takes d1 is actually a mistake. And a lot of people in the chat were wondering, why not rook takes d1? That's so natural. And I think rook takes d1 is the best move. I think the reason he didn't play it was he was worried about bishop takes a2, obviously. Now white has the nice move knight to b5. Threatening knight c7 check and rook d8 mate. And if you take it, you get checkmated. The truth hurts. If knight c6, we play the shocking mate, bishop takes c6 wins. But it's unnecessary. Oh, snap! And that reminds Karen of the game.
Gotcha.
No, these three things.
Oh, the opera game?
That's the opera game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought you were going to say gotcha versus.
Also, that. Also, the engine likes white quite a bit after bishop c4. It really likes white here. So bad judgment on Duda's part to take with the bishop, throwing away some of his advantage. King d7, you can't castle. First of all, you don't want a castle. You want your king over here to defend these two pawns. But second of all, your knight's attacked. So you got to play king here and use your king for defense, get your rook out, etc. Mainly, etc. Bishop e2, very passive. Knight c8, getting his knight to a good square. King c7. Bishop c4. These moves are all fine. Bishop g4 attacking the rook. Never play f3. Now his pawn is attacked, so he plays f6. f3, f6. I was pulling my hair out, which you can tell. Terrible. Now, but these moves are recommended by the engine for some reason. Bishop e3, bishop d7. Still white is better, but not as much as he was 5 or 6 moves ago. Bishop e2, another passive move, trying to play knight c4. h5, getting some space. Knight c2, he wants to play knight b4, knight a6 check, knight c5. I agree with all of that. always play bishop f8, stopping knight b4. a3, he wants to play knight b4. a5, you're not playing knight b4. King f1, too slow, too old, too slow. Bishop e6, bishop d2, very slow. King b6, defending the pawn. I told you need your king over here to defend these pawns. Knight e3, knight d6, and black is already about equal. White's thrown away almost all of his advantage. Now in this position, black made a very bad move because this is about equal here. Black played rook d8 question mark, and he should have played king c6. He wants his rook to be on b8 so he has counterplay. After knight d5, for example, then I play rook b8, threatening here. Not easy to defend. Can't play rook d2. You don't want to play rook b1. And this position's already equal, it says. But instead he played rook d8. Now white has a winning advantage again, according to the engine. In this position, it wants white to solidify the queen side. a4, b3, fixing this pawn. And then we have our two bishops, and we can play on both sides of the board. Instead, he went for that weak a pawn, giving black too much counterplay. And I must admit, it's very tempting to take that a pawn. Very tempting. And probably he thought with the bishop here, his rook would be trapped, but it's actually trapped on a good square. That's not a bad square. So he played rook d3, giving almost all of his advantage away, but winning that a5 pawn. That's what he wanted. Check, and takes on a5. And the engine says, no, that's no good. Now, if I was playing white, I'd be really happy here. Two bishops, I won the isolated pawn, I have a passed a pawn. I see why Judah did this. Rook a8, and problem is if I play some move like, I don't know, bishop d2, for example, c4, where's my rook going? The truth hurts. The answer is b4 because there's nowhere else to go. Then after here, where's it going? The answer is fries because there is nowhere for the rook to go. The rook is trapped. And probably when he took on a5, maybe he didn't notice that. Or maybe when he played rook d3. So he has to do this, which the engine says is a draw. I'm not even sure who's better here. Probably I would take white. But I would be surprised if black won. Bishop d4. I don't know. Obviously, we're not going to hang the rook. We're going to save that. Okay, so instead of bishop d2 and his rook gets trapped, he checked and traded rooks, rook a6, but he loses his b pawn, and now the game is just a draw. White has a symbolic advantage with the two bishops, but black has so much counterplay. c4, king c6, f5, bishop goes to f4. There's all kinds of counterplay for black, and that passed a pawn's not looking good because the bishop on a6 is trapped. And if we ever play bishop b4 and take the knight, we just go into a drawn opposite bishop endgame. Bishop takes c4 after trading this, doesn't give any winning chances. So he tried to keep his two bishops, and in the end, he ended up sacrificing a pawn just to win this pawn and get this pawn going, but it wasn't enough. So you can see that white gave all of his kingside pawns away, so he could win that c pawn, and now his bishop can get out. So now he can finally try to queen. But the king is over there, the knight's over there. Black has 3-1 on the king side. White's trying to win down a pawn, but not really trying too hard. It's just a draw. And in the end, they traded everything. Bishop d6, trading all the pieces. And the game ended quickly in a draw with everything on the same side of the board. And instead of agreeing to a draw, they played out to a position nobody could legally win. Now that game, white had many chances to win, and for the most part, his technique wasn't up to the task. During the game, our favorite, Danny Wrench, was explaining if Magnus was white, he would have won that game 6 ways from Sunday. In some positions, he's right, but not the last 15, 20 moves. That position was just a draw. But somewhere there in the middle game, between moves 14 and 30, white should have increased his advantage more. And Rapport defended really nicely, got his pieces back, and ended up drawing the game. I'm sure Duda's going to be unhappy with the result. This is Grandmaster Ben Finegold with the recap of day one. We had Jan Nepomniachtchi win with black against Ding Liren. We had Fabiano Caruana win against Hikaru Nakamura. And this game, Duda Rapport and Radjabov white against Firouzja were drawn. Round 2 is tomorrow. That'll be on Saturday, June 18th, 9 a.m. Eastern. See you then. It's Grandmaster Ben Finegold. Thanks for watching our YouTube recaps. And we'll see you on Twitch, twitch.tv/GM Benjamin Finegold. Bye, everyone. No marker.
Okay. All right. So that was all the recaps.
Mm-hmm.
And
That ought to make those bastards. Oh, wait a minute.
what?
That's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
And recap Duda. La da 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 dee da da Duda Duda. That was only 6 hours and 20 minutes. Rawr.
That was long. Hey, I'm glad that you did the recaps early.
Mm-hmm.
That way it could be done.
Recaps are tough. Classic short stream. Spencer subscribed. Yay. Let's get a train going. All right, who am I rating? XQC?
Let's see.
I wonder if Nakamura's on the Nakamura channel.
No, it was.
I mean, now that the game is over.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, probably not.
I wouldn't imagine.
La da 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 dee. It is Nakamura.
Looks like Levy. Is that Levy? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Whatever you think. We have a few candidates. This one, and this one.
Yeah, let's do Chess Bra.
All right.
Unless you have a different idea.
Yeah, any of those are fine.
He probably has the gawking rabble on. They rate us and they
Chess Bra rates me
subscribe and they do
even.
all kinds of stuff.
Chess Bra's great.
Okay, see you guys tomorrow, 10 minutes to 9 in the morning. Same as today. Hopefully not 6 hours of chess.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.